Chapter 1517. Luo Feng'er and Luo Qin were also stunned by Feng Chen's change in attitude. If it were them, they wouldn't give up so easily after getting hold of something that could be used against him. This was a life-saving talisman. However, the Blood Sword Saint had handed over the jade pendant so easily. Pa! Luo Qin grabbed the jade and looked at it carefully. Luo Feng'er also came over and said, "Check if he's up to something." To put it bluntly, Luo Feng'er didn't believe that Sanguinati would hand over the jade for no reason. She thought that he must be up to something. Feng Qin glanced at Luo Feng'er and Luo Qin and sighed in his heart. He turned around and left. Sanguinati. Luo Qin called out to Feng Qin, "If I want to leave, the two of you can't stop me." Feng Qin said without turning his head. Luo Qin said, "Sanguinati, thank you for returning the jade. I, Luo Qin, owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best." Feng Qin ignored Luo Qin's promise and disappeared in front of them. "Luo Qin, you should know the importance of the jade. Let's see what you can do if you lose it." Luo Feng'er reprimanded Luo Qin. Luo Qin spread his hands helplessly. However, he also realized his mistake and apologized to Luo Feng'er. "Sister Feng'er, I was wrong. I promise that I will hide the jade well and won't lose it," Luo Qin said solemnly. Luo Feng'er nodded, and her fair little hand gently caressed Luo Qin's face. In her eyes, Luo Qin was just a child. As an older sister, she naturally had to take good care of Luo Qin. "Luo Qin, what do you think this Blood Sword Saint means by returning the jade pendant so easily?" Luo Feng'er asked with a chuckle. Luo Qin shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I can see that Sanguinati is a straightforward person." Luo Feng'er's beautiful eyes looked in the direction where Feng Qin disappeared. Her mind was filled with thoughts. What an interesting guy. Luo Feng'er thought to herself. Judging from his age, he should be quite young. But what happened to him could only be described as a miracle. Previously, Luo Feng'er did not approve of Sanguinati. She thought that he was able to become the Green Bamboo Island Master because of the favor of the human race Holy Lord. However, after exchanging blows with Sanguinati, Luo Feng'er's attitude towards him changed greatly. His strength was much stronger than he had imagined. "Sister Feng'er, what are you thinking about?" Luo Qin's voice pulled Luo Feng'er back from her thoughts. "Nothing, let's go," Luo Feng'er said. While walking, Feng Qin's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The little mouse on his shoulder comforted him. "Boss, we've been through a lot ever since we left the ancient Sword Continent. If someone had told you in the past that you could reach this level, would you have believed it? Although the road ahead is long, with your potential, boss, you can definitely go on." The little mouse continued, "Boss, your mother is the Luo clan's holy maiden. Her status is very high, and her life isn't in any danger. What are you worried about? Worried that you won't be able to meet her? Worried that the Luo clan will stop you?" the little mouse asked. Hearing the little mouse's words, Feng Qin's heart trembled. Yes, what was he worried about? His mother was in the Luo clan, and she was the holy maiden. Her status was respected, and she wasn't in any danger. On the contrary, she could obtain all the resources of the Luo clan. She was the hope of the Luo clan. In the future, she might even have the chance to become the next leader of the Luo clan. With his mother in such an environment, what was there for him to worry about? As for worrying about the Luo clan stopping him, this wasn't a problem at all. The current him was too weak. But one day his strength would grow to the point that even the Luo clan feared him. At that time, would the Luo clan still stop him? The Luo clan's leader would probably beg him to return to the Luo clan. After hearing the little mouse's words, the knot in Feng Qin's heart was immediately untied. A smile appeared on his face. "Thank you." Feng Qin grinned and said, "Boss, where are we going next?" In the ancestral land of inheritance, there were inheritances everywhere. Fong Qin had a deep understanding of this. He had just entered, and he had already obtained such a powerful secret technique, Earthquake Kill. If he could obtain more opportunities, it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to break through. The ancestral land of inheritance has been open for a few days. Let's find someone to inquire about it. Who knows, we might gain something, Fong Qin said. They headed towards the center of the ancestral land of inheritance. They also met some martial artists from other sacred grounds. Many of them quickly avoided Fong Qin when they saw him. The scene of Fong Qin killing a 5th-level creation realm sea demon was still vivid in their minds. They knew that they weren't Fong Qin's match. 3 days later, Fong Qin met a few martial artists from the human sacred grounds. Brother Fong. When they were in the human sacred grounds, these people had a good relationship with Fong Qin. Now that they met, they were especially close. Where are you guys going? Fong Qin asked. We are going to the reception hall, one of them said. Guidance hall. Fong Qin was a little surprised when he heard this. Brother Fong, the reception hall is the most important place in the ancestral land of inheritance. After the ancestors of the human race died, they were all buried in the reception hall. The martial artist explained, the inheritances scattered in every corner of the ancestral land of inheritance are just ordinary inheritances. Only the inheritances in the reception hall are the strongest. Yes, Heaven-Slaughtering Sword, Jiang Quang, and the others have already gone to the reception hall. After listening to their explanations, Fong Qin finally understood what was going on. Powerful martial artists' goal was the reception hall. Relatively weaker martial artists who were not qualified to compete for the strongest inheritances would settle for the second best and choose the inheritances in other places. It seemed that he still had to ask for information. Otherwise, if he searched for inheritances in the ancestral land of inheritance, he would miss the reception hall. Where is the reception hall? Fong Qin asked. We are also going to the reception hall. Brother Fong, come with us, one of the martial artists said. All right, thank you very much. The group of people hurried on their way. The reception hall was located at the center of the ancestral land of inheritance. The reception hall was very magnificent, and the aura it emitted made many martial artists' hearts palpitate. There was a small square in front of the reception hall, and there were some martial artists here. Looking carefully, almost everyone who dared to come here was a powerful martial artist. Even the 9 members of the sea demon race had come here. When Fong Qin arrived, the square was packed with people. Heaven-Slaughtering Sword and Jiang Quang are here. Fong Qin's divine sense swept over the square and found Heaven-Slaughtering Sword, Jiang Quang, and the others. Brother Fong, do you see the stairs to the left of the reception hall? One of them pointed to the left of the reception hall. Fong Qin looked over. There really was a staircase to the left of the reception hall. After passing 9 steps, you can reach the top of the reception hall. That is the reception hall's test, said another martial artist. A test? Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he saw Jiang Quang move. Whoosh! Jiang Quang was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the top of the stairs. Buzz! When Jiang Quang stepped onto the stairs, his speed sharply decreased. It was as if he had fallen into a gravitational space. Yes. Fong Qin opened his eyes wide. He wanted to see just what the test of the 9 steps was, but he couldn't see through it. Thump! Although Jiang Quang's speed had decreased, it didn't affect him in the slightest. A moment later, Jiang Quang stepped onto the 7th step. However, at this time, Jiang Quang's face was a bit pale. He seemed to have reached his limit. Whoosh! On the stairs, Jiang Quang took a deep breath. His pale face became a bit redder. In his mind, his Yuan spirit trembled. A powerful soul, Dao aura instantly filled the air. He circulated all his strength and took a step forward. Just as Jiang Quang was about to step onto the 8th step, a terrifying force suddenly struck him, sending him flying. Jiang Quang landed miserably on the ground. He immediately found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to have comprehended something. The test is too difficult. Even Jiang Kuang can't reach the 8th step. It seems others won't be able to pass, said a martial artist beside Fang Qin. Jiang Kuang, watch me. The person who spoke was Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword had always been suppressed by Jiang Kuang. This was his chance to counterattack. Whoosh! Slaughtering Heaven's Sword was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the 6th step. What a powerful pressure! Slaughtering Heaven's Sword's smile vanished. He endured the pain all over his body and took a step forward. Crash! Slaughtering Heaven's Sword was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His clothes were tattered. Standing on the 7th step, he was panting. His forehead was covered in sweat. Continue. Slaughtering Heaven's Sword wanted to reach the 8th step, but he failed in the end. He was even more miserable than Jiang Kuang. After Slaughtering Heaven's Sword's failure, Wei Xiang and Rhino of the human sacred land took the test one after another, but they all stopped at the 6th step. It seems that the human sacred land is only SOSO. The person who spoke was a genius of the Yuan sacred land. The supreme treasure in the welcoming hall is destined to belong to the Yuan sacred land. After saying that, Yuan Qian of the Yuan sacred land climbed the steps. However, although Yuan Qian's tone was arrogant, his strength was really weak. When he reached the 5th step, he felt that he had reached his limit. He tried his best to reach the 6th step. His clothes were tattered and he was sent flying. Below, there was a burst of laughter. Yuan Qian's face was burning as if he had been slapped. His face was cold. He stood up and looked around. What are you laughing at? Yuan Qian said coldly, Kid, I've tolerated you for a long time. Come out and fight. Yuan Qian's gaze fell on Fang Qin. He had just mocked the human sacred land's martial artists, but he was slapped in the face. Yuan Qian was very angry, but he didn't dare to offend others. CCC Pavilion, he happened to see Sanguinati in the crowd. He knew about the grudge between Yuan Ming and Sanguinati. Therefore, he vented his anger on Fang Qin. In the crowd, Fang Qin was a little stunned. How could this be? He was simply unjustly implicated. Sanguinati, you trash! Why are you laughing at me? Yuan Qian cursed Fang Qin mercilessly. Chapter 1518. Yuan Qian was one of the best among the younger generation of the Yuan race. He was originally only at the 5th level of the creation realm, but after entering the ancestral land of inheritance, he gained some enlightenment and stepped into the 6th level of the creation realm. He had just stepped into the 6th level of the creation realm, and his cultivation was not stable yet. However, he felt that his strength was enough to crush Sanguinati. He happened to see Sanguinati here, so how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Hearing Yuan Qian's words, everyone noticed Sanguinati. The Yuan race people looked at Sanguinati fiercely and wanted to tear him into pieces. Sanguinati, you piece of trash! How dare you try to enter the welcoming hall? What a joke! Yuan Qian used words to humiliate Fang Qin. Fang Qin was a little helpless. He had been attacked even though he was standing still. He had to admit that Yuan Qian was really digging his own grave. Moreover, he still did not know how good he was at digging his own grave. What's the point of having a sharp tongue? You mocked the human race's sacred ground and got slapped in the face instead. How dare you vent your anger on me? What a joke! Fang Qin exposed Yuan Qian's humiliation. Yuan Qian was furious and strode in front of Fang Qin. Sanguinati, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Yuan Qian was already a little ashamed, and after hearing Fang Qin's words, he was even more furious. Yuan Qian, why are you talking nonsense with him? In the Yuan race area, a warrior with a strong aura said indifferently, Brother Yuan Liang, don't worry. I'll capture and kill this kid right now. With that, Yuan Qian attacked. The aura of the 6th level of the creation realm instantly spread out. Kid, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Yuan Qian cultivated the tri-elemental body tempering art, a secret technique of the Yuan race. Everyone in the mortal universe knew about the tri-elemental body tempering art. It was said that this body tempering secret technique was created by the ancestors of the Yuan race and was very powerful, especially when combined with the Yuan race bloodline, its power sword. There were many secret techniques in the Yuan race, but Yuan Qian had always been studying the tri-elemental body tempering art. He possessed the Herculean demonic ape physique, which was known for its strength. This kind of special physique was very rare. When Yuan Gu, the leader of the Yuan race, discovered Yuan Qian's Herculean demon ape body, he praised it as unique in the universe. In other words, only Yuan Qian possessed the Herculean demonic ape body. In the ancient times, the Herculean demonic ape body was extraordinarily tyrannical, and its name shook the universe. Yuan Gu had personally imparted the three-elemental body refinement art to Yuan Qian. He thought highly of Yuan Qian. The latter lived up to everyone's expectations, and his physical body continued to grow stronger. Yuan Qian had once used pure strength to kill a human martial artist at the creation realm with a single punch. His power was publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the Yuan race. Of course, his overall combat strength was a little weaker. Boom Yuan Qian clenched his fists tightly, urging all the strength in his body, and suddenly punched out. There was a layer of black light on the surface of his skin. This represented the first level of the three-elemental body refinement art. The three Yuan body refinement art had a total of 3 layers, and its power was tyrannical. Now, Yuan Qian had only displayed the first level, and it was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. What a domineering three-elemental body tempering technique. No wonder it's the top secret technique of the Yuan race. It's really enviable. He hasn't even activated the Herculean demonic ape body, but he already has such powerful strength. This Yuan Qian has hidden his strength too well. It seems that Sanguinati is in danger. The disciples of the 3 divine races were not optimistic about Fong Chen's chances. Even the martial artists of the human race's sacred land shook their heads slightly. Jiang Kuang, Tu Tianjian, and the others were still comprehending and did not even open their eyes. The 3 Yuan body refinement art? Fong Qin chuckled as he looked at Yuan Qian. Then he casually threw a punch. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little speechless. What is Sanguinati doing? Why isn't he dodging, but competing with Yuan Qian in strength? Is Sanguinati out of his mind? Or is he so confident that he can suppress Yuan Qian's strength? Fong Chen's punch caused an uproar. However, he ignored it. Competing with me in strength? You're courting death. Yuan Qian sneered. His fist was surrounded by a black halo as it fiercely smashed towards Fong Chen. Dong, the 2 fists collided, and a dazzling light burst out. The surrounding violent aura instantly dissipated. Dust flew everywhere, and the smoke was dazzling, drowning the 2 of them in an instant. The 3 Yuan body refinement art is very powerful. If it weren't for my strong physical body, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fong Qin thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying force coming from his fist, and his figure instantly retreated. Crash! When all the smoke dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Sanguinati is unharmed? Sanguinati withstood Yuan Qian's strength attack. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He's actually not at a disadvantage when competing with Yuan Qian in strength. Shocked voices were incessant. Many martial artists stared at Fong Qin with their eyes wide open. Yuan Qian clenched his fists, and his aura surrounded him. Layer after layer of red halo spread out, and in the blink of an eye, the black halo was swallowed up. This was the performance of the 2nd level of the 3 Yuan body refinement art. Your strength is not bad. You were able to withstand my punch. However, that's all. After saying that, Yuan Qian punched out again. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with fist shadows. There were a total of 3 levels of the 3 Yuan body refinement art, and so far, Yuan Qian had only mastered the 2nd level. Yuan Gu, the master of the Yuan clan, had once said that if he could master the 3rd level, with the help of the great demon ape body, Yuan Qian could dominate the creation realm. Since I mastered the 2nd level of the 3 Yuan body refinement art, I have defeated all kinds of geniuses and have never been defeated in a competition of strength. This legend will continue. With your strength, you can't shake me at all. Yuan Qian was very confident in himself. As he spoke, the purple fist shadows in the sky whizzed towards Fang Qin at a speed invisible to the naked eye. So strong! After feeling the power of the 3 Yuan body refinement art, Fang Qin no longer held back and activated the perfect sword body. Buzz! Terrifying sword qi spread out from Fang Qin's body. Sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin, giving people a very shocking feeling. What kind of constitution is this? Everyone exclaimed, feeling oppressed. No matter what kind of constitution you have, you can't resist my strength. Yuan Qian sneered. The purple fist shadows that filled the sky hit Fang Qin's body with a rumble. With the perfect sword body activated, Fang Qin's defense was raised to the strongest. At the same time, he clenched his fists and erupted with his strongest strength. I've never been afraid of anyone in a competition of strength, Fang Qin said in a deep voice. He suddenly punched out and directly smashed the purple fist shadows that were close to him. Boom! Punch after punch. Fang Qin's punches were so fast that it made people speechless. He constantly blocked the purple fist shadows that attacked him. However, even so, there were still some that slipped through the net. Some of the purple fist shadows still landed on Fang Qin's body. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes revolved, and a powerful sword, qi, soared into the sky. The purple fist shadows couldn't shake the sword-shaped runes at all, and finally dissipated in the air under the impact of the sword qi. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qian's smile disappeared and was replaced by a dignified look. What kind of constitution is his? His intuition told him that Sanguinati's constitution must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he resist the attack of the 3 elemental body refinement art? No, I don't believe it. Yuan Qian roared angrily. The aura around his body gushed out and condensed into a 30-meter-tall ape behind him. The ape bared its fangs and brandished its claws, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. It was a peerless demonic ape. Great demonic ape body. Fang Qin raised his head and grinned at the 30-meter-long demonic ape. Yuan Qian was proud of the 3 elemental body refinement art and the great demonic ape body. If he defeated them both, then he wouldn't have any right to be proud. Roar! The demonic ape roared at the sky, feeling the anger in Yuan Qian's heart, and stepped forward step by step. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble. Great earthquake kill. Fang Qin didn't hesitate to use the great earthquake kill. Through the earth, energy was transmitted to the demonic ape. Roar! The demonic ape felt the attack coming from underground and roared angrily. It directly came to Fang Qin's side. It stretched out its claws and quickly clawed. Sanguinati, go to hell. Yuan Qian roared and controlled the demonic ape to use the 3 elemental body refinement art again. Crack! Fang Qin raised his hands and blocked the demonic ape's big claws. The powerful force instantly tilted downwards, and his body was forcefully sunk into the soil. So strong! Fang Qin sighed in his heart. The great demonic ape body was indeed the pinnacle of strength constitution. His perfect sword body was known as the strongest constitution in the world, but it didn't belong to the strength constitution. In terms of strength, there was still a gap between it and the great demonic ape body. Fortunately, the perfect sword body had other advantages, so he could barely resist the demonic ape's attack. Kill! Yuan Qian's eyes were scarlet and he fell into a state of madness. He controlled the demonic ape to kill Fang Qin. It's too difficult to destroy the demonic ape. I can only do it from Yuan Qian. A thought quickly flashed through Fang Qian's mind. Then, while resisting the demonic ape's heavy pressure, he used the Great Earth Annihilation to deal with Yuan Qian. Pucci! Yuan Qian, who had leaped high in the air, suddenly fell from the sky. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Sanguinati, you despicable man! Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened and why Yuan Qian was suddenly injured. They looked at Fang Qin in confusion. After the Great Earth Annihilation hit Yuan Qian, he was not seriously injured. However, Fang Qin then used the 5 Thunder Tribulation Art. Rumble! The Thunder and Soul Path aura merged and hit Yuan Qian's head. Yuan Qian roared angrily. His aura was a little weak. The demonic ape that attacked Fang Qin swayed and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Sanguinati, I'm going to kill you. Yuan Qian glared at Fang Qin. He took a step forward and jumped onto the devil ape's back. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. After attacking Yuan Qian continuously, his body was injured and he was temporarily disconnected from the demonic ape. This affected the demonic ape. At this moment, Fang Qin seized the opportunity. He launched a large-scale attack and activated the perfect sword body. The red glass sword stabbed into the demonic ape's body. Crash! Chapter 1519. With the Herculean demonic ape body broken, Yuan Qian's body was exposed in front of Fang Qin. What other means do you have now? Fang Qin sneered, and the red glass sword in his hand emitted a sword hum, as if responding to its master. I'm going to kill you. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his Herculean demonic ape body was broken by his opponent. This was a disgrace to Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian's face was gloomy, and he once again displayed the 3 elemental body refining technique. However, the Herculean demonic ape body being broken had a great impact on him. In the following battle, Yuan Qian's attack was no longer a threat to Fang Qin. Whoosh! With a slash of the sword, tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged in the sky. The sword light soared into the sky and merged with the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, turning into a terrifying attack that shot towards Yuan Qian. In the battle, Yuan Qian gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and Fang Qin completely controlled the battle. No one had expected this. If someone said before the battle that Sanguinati could defeat Yuan Qian, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. But now the truth was in front of them. Although Yuan Qian had not been defeated yet, everyone was well aware of it. Yuan Qian could not hold on for long. What a freak! There were such whispers in the crowd. Many people looked at Sanguinati in shock, and only the people of the Yuan clan looked gloomy. Especially Yuan Liang, who had spoken before, glared at Yuan Qian fiercely. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Yuan Liang said coldly. Yuan Qian, who was in the middle of the battle, was stunned and immediately felt ashamed and angry. Brother Liang, give me time and I will kill him. Until now, Yuan Qian was still unwilling to give up. In this case, Fang Qin would not give him a chance. However, in front of so many Yuan clan disciples, he could not kill Yuan Qian. Otherwise, if he aroused the anger of the Yuan clan, he would not be able to enter the main hall. Whoosh! A terrifying pressure shot out from the red glass sword and immediately stabbed at Yuan Qian. Yuan Qian desperately tried to dodge, but it was no use. Bang! Fang Qin found the opportunity to display the space-time true meaning and suddenly appeared behind Yuan Qian and then kicked him away. Yuan Qian's body fell to the ground, his face full of shame. The geniuses of the Yuan race are only so. Fang Qin glanced thoughtfully at the Yuan race area and said, Brat, so what if you defeated Yuan Qian? Fight me if you have the ability. Yuan Liang was a little angry as he said, coldly, Fight with you? You are a sixth-tier creation realm genius of the Yuan race. Who knows how many trump cards you have? I'm only at the second tier of the creation realm. Don't you think it's embarrassing for me to fight with you? Fang Chen mocked the Yuan race mercilessly. Yuan Liang's expression changed. What's the point of trying to win with words? In the end, you're just a clown. If I attack, you'll die without a doubt. Yuan Liang's aura surged as he prepared to make his move. Yuan Ming was not with them because of some matters. Yuan Liang was the strongest person in the Yuan clan. Since Yuan Qian was humiliated, he naturally had to step in. If you want to kill me, you Yuan race will have to pay the price. Believe me, none of you can bear that kind of price, Fang Chen said indifferently. He had a trump card, so he was very confident. Not to mention the celestial dragon boat, there were very few people who could catch up with him when he used the true meaning of space-time. Besides, he also had the jade pendant that Tao ancestor he gave him. If he was forced into a corner, it was not impossible for him to kill Yuan Liang. Is that so? No one has ever dared to threaten the Yuan race. You're the first. Yuan Liang said sinisterly, you can't bear the consequences of threatening the Yuan race. As soon as Yuan Liang finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, pieces of purple crystals appeared in his arms and floated in the sky. Formation complete. With Fang Chen's low shout, the Chaos Origin killing formation was set up. Yuan Liang was directly trapped in the Chaos Origin killing formation. Let's break the formation first, said Fang Chen. In the formation, Yuan Liang was still full of confidence. You want to trap me with a mere formation? What a joke. After saying that, Yuan Liang displayed his domineering and peerless power and forcibly broke the formation. I don't have time to play with you. Seeing Yuan Liang break the formation, Fang Chen took a step forward and came to the top of the stairs. Buzz! As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Fang Chen felt a terrifying sold-out aura coming from all directions. Fang Chen was a little stunned and immediately became ecstatic. He did not expect that this level would actually test the essence spirit. It's much easier to test the essence spirit. Fang Chen's essence spirit was already strong enough after being tempered. Among the people present, there was almost no one whose essence spirit was stronger than his. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Chen easily reached the seventh step while everyone was dumbfounded. So far, only Tu Tianjian and Jiang Kuang had reached the seventh step. Even Wei Xiang and Rhino stopped at the sixth step. He actually reached the seventh step so easily. Below, Rhino and Wei Xiang looked at each other and shook their heads. The two of them were considered the top in the human race's 100 list. Apart from Jiang Kuang and Tu Tianjian, they were the strongest. However, they stopped at the sixth step, while Sanguinati easily reached the seventh step. At this time, Tu Tianjian also opened his eyes. Can he reach the eighth step? Stare. The eighth step. There was an uproar below. Countless martial artists were shocked. Sanguinati actually reached the eighth step and was tied with Jiang Kuang. Oh my God, what kind of monster is Sanguinati? Too powerful. Jiang Kuang stopped at the eighth step, but Sanguinati easily reached it. I wonder if he can break Jiang Kuang's record. It seems that another genius of the human race's sacred land has risen. Below, with a boom, Yuan Liang broke the Chaos Origin killing formation and roared angrily. Sanguinati, your time of death has come. However, as soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong. Everyone was looking at the steps. His gaze shifted to the steps. He was stunned by what he saw. Sanguinati reached the eighth step. Yuan Liang couldn't believe it. That damnable fellow, he really is lucky. Yuan Liang believed that Sanguinati had reached the eighth step because he had cheated. He went up. Sanguinati reached the ninth step. Suddenly, startled cries came from the crowd. Everyone was completely stunned. They stared blankly at Sanguinati. After reaching the 8th step, he paused briefly before continuing on to the 9th step. Buzz. When he stepped onto the 9th step, a gentle light shone from the reception hall and enveloped him. 10 golden stone platforms appeared on the 9th step. After the golden platforms appeared, Feng Chen's body was wrapped in a gentle light. He arrived on the first golden platform. Once the 10 golden platforms are full, the second stage of the trial will begin. An ancient voice came from the reception hall. The golden platforms are full. The second stage of the trial will begin. There are only 10 golden platforms. Doesn't that mean that only 10 people can pass the first stage of the trial? At this time, everyone's expression changed. They finally felt a sense of urgency. Crash! In the Yuan clan's area, Yuan Liang rushed up the steps. Thump! Thump! Yuan Liang quickly climbed up the steps and easily reached the 7th step. After a short pause, he stepped on the 8th step. When he wanted to take another step, he was sent flying. Damn it! Yuan Liang, who had retreated, shouted in his heart. If Sanguinati could reach the 9th step, why couldn't he? Cultivate! Yuan Liang sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to comprehend. For a time, many cultivators rushed to pass the trial. Feng Chen sat on the golden platform and looked down. Jian Kuang and Heaven Slaughtering, Sword of the Human Sacred Land, are the most likely to reach the golden platform. As for Rhino and Wei Xiang, their Yuan spirits are slightly weaker. I'm afraid they don't have a chance. With that, Feng Chen turned his gaze to the Yuan clan's area. Although he hated the Yuan clan, he had to admit that the Yuan clan's overall strength was still very strong. Feng Chen guessed that it wouldn't be a problem for Yuan Liang to reach the golden platform. Unknowingly, a day had already passed. During this period, Yuan Liang had tried 3 times, all of which ended in failure. However, after each failure, he was able to gain some insights. After a little comprehension, his improvement was very fast. It wouldn't be long before he could reach the golden platform. Originally, Feng Chen guessed that among these people, Yuan Liang should be the first to ascend the golden stone platform. He didn't expect that he had underestimated Jiang Kuang. This person was very low-key. In a day, his Yuan spirit improved greatly. Finally, in the 3rd trial, he succeeded and reached the 2nd golden platform. In this way, the human sacred land had already occupied 2 seats, which made the 3 god races envious. At the same time, they were even more anxious. However, at this time, uninvited guests arrived. The 9 powerful beings of the non-human race had arrived. The golden platform belongs to our sea demon race, said the leader coldly. The sea demon's words angered the human race. Humph! This is the human race's ancestral land. You sea demons want to reach the golden platform? What a joke! If you're not convinced, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The sea demon's attitude was very arrogant. They wanted to suppress the human race with absolute strength. I'll fight you. The spiritual race's genius, Ling Chi-Hu, couldn't help but step forward and point at the 3-eyed sea demon. Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 3-eyed sea demon was known as the 3-eyed Spear King in the Void Ocean. He had 3 eyes and was a member of the blue-eyed golden-eye race. However, he had 3 eyes. Legend said that his 3rd eye could erupt with destructive power. Once it opened, it would destroy everything. All this time, no one of the younger generation had been able to force the 3-eyed Spear King to open his 3rd eye. You freak! Do you think you can scare me with 3 eyes? Ling Chi-Hu sneered and his aura spread. The 3-eyed Spear King's face was gloomy, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He was known as the 3-eyed Spear King because other than his 3 eyes, he was also known for his spear techniques. His spear technique was very strange and powerful. You're too weak. The 3-eyed Spear King waved his hand, and the long spear danced wildly, stabbing out one after another. Ling Chi-hu and the Three-Eyed Spear King fought. Chapter 1520. The Three-Eyed Spear King's spear was like a dragon. Every thrust of the spear caused people to hallucinate. It was very shocking, so powerful. Ling Chi-hu, who was fighting with the Three-Eyed Spear King, also felt the power of his opponent. However, he was a genius of the spiritual tribe and would not admit defeat so easily. Kill! Ling Chi-hu roared and used his most powerful skill. The Three-Eyed Spear King sneered and waved his hand. His spear shot out like a dragon. Chi-hu, watch out! The Sky Pride of the Spirit Tribe, Ling Ming shouted. Then he stomped his foot and dashed towards Ling Chi-hu in a flash. Too late! The Three-Eyed Spear King sneered when he saw Ling Ming coming to his rescue. The dragon-like spear stabbed toward Ling Chi-hu. Ling Chi-hu, who was opposite him, felt the strong pressure and his face changed. Am I going to die? At this moment, Ling Chi-hu displayed an incomparable thirst for life. He tried his best to dodge the Three-Eyed Spear King's spear. However, it was useless. The spear seemed to have a mind of its own and locked onto Ling Chi-hu's body. No matter how he tried to dodge, he could not. The spear was about to pierce Ling Chi-hu's body. At this critical moment, a talisman appeared in Ling Chi-hu's hand. He activated the talisman without hesitation. Immediately, berserk flames spread out and enveloped his body. The talisman was very powerful. Hiss! The long spear stabbed into the raging flames and stopped abruptly, unable to move forward. Whoosh! Ling Ming arrived in a moment. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying force bombarded the long spear, forcing it back. The Three-Eyed Spear King landed on the ground and stared at Ling Chi-hu. The humans let out a sigh. Everyone who entered the ancestral land of inheritance had a life-saving treasure on them. The talisman was probably Ling Chi-hu's life-saving treasure. Everyone knew what it meant to lose his life-saving treasure. Ling Chi-hu was no longer qualified to fight for the strongest inheritance. However, it was worth it to exchange his life for this. Ling Ming, it's not good for you to interfere in their fight. A seductive woman from the Sea Demon tribe giggled and said, if I don't make a move, the 7 tigers will be in danger. Ling Ming snorted coldly, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction with the Sea Demon clan. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. The enchanting woman walked out. Her body was filled with a charm that wasn't any weaker than Luo Feng. Xinyue, be careful, the Three-Eyed Spear King reminded. Su Xinyue was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Sea Demon clan. Her strength was not inferior to the Three-Eyed Spear King. Moreover, she was also one of the leading figures of the Sea Demon clan. Since the Sea Demon clan wanted to occupy the Golden Stone platform, they had to display unparalleled combat strength. Su Xinyue walked in front of Ling Ming and prepared to attack. At this moment, Yuan Liang spoke. We humans have already been very merciful by agreeing to give you 10 spots. You still want to snatch the strongest inheritance of our human race? You must be dreaming. Yuan Liang said, if you really push us too far, we can join forces and destroy the 9 of you easily. The outstanding younger generation of the Luo clan also stood beside Ling Ming and expressed their attitude. The Sea Demon clan, didn't expect things to turn out this way. They looked at each other and didn't act rashly. However, at this moment, a deafening voice resounded through the sky. 9 steps suddenly appeared on the right side of the reception hall. The Sea Demon clan can attempt the right step. However, I'll say this first. The right step is twice as difficult as the left step. Each of you only has 5 chances. If you fail all 5 times, your soul will be scattered. Hearing this, the 9 Sea Demon clan members' faces turned serious. The human race's ancestral land was still very hostile to the Sea Demon clan. Double the difficulty brought with it a lot of unknowns. I'd like to see how long the Sea Demon clan can be so arrogant, Ling Chi-hu said angrily. The 9 members of the Sea Demon clan gathered together to discuss countermeasures. As for the human race, they ignored the Sea Demon clan and continued to explore. Perhaps it was because of the Sea Demon clan's provocation. Yuan Liang's attempt was successful. After crossing the 9th step and stepping onto the 3rd golden stone platform, a faint smile appeared on Yuan Liang's face. However, when he looked at Sanguinati, who was on the 1st golden stone platform, a trace of killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. It seems like it'll take some time for the 10 golden stone platforms to be full. Fong Qin inwardly thought to himself. Soon after, he sat down cross-legged and began comprehending the burial sword art of heaven and earth. His main body and clone comprehended together at an extremely fast speed. The chants of the burial sword art of heaven and earth rapidly circulated in his mind. Sword chi vaguely coiled around his body. The outside world naturally didn't know what was happening in the ancestral land. Green Bamboo Island. During this time, Green Bamboo Island could be said to be in a passive position. The Sea Demon clan was constantly harassing Green Bamboo Island, perhaps because they were afraid of angering the human race's sacred land. The Life and Death Emperors didn't make a move. Only the Fortune Realm sea demons came to harass them. Yin Fang and the others had to fight for a long time every day to defeat the Sea Demon clan. Island Master Mansion, Conference Hall, Vice Island Master, we can't continue like this. Yes, we need to think of a way. Don't we have a lot of formation masters? We can let them set up some defensive formations. Each elder expressed their own opinions. After hearing it, Yin Fang kept shaking his head. Right now, they needed a sweaty battle to deter the Sea Demon clan. Otherwise, they would continue to harass them. If only Island Master was here. Vice Island Master, Yin Fang muttered to himself. He still didn't know that the reason why the Sea Demon clan attacked Green Bamboo Island was entirely because Island Master Sanguinati had killed a prodigy of the Sea Demon clan in the human race's sacred land in front of Blood Fiend Sovereign Emperor. Report. A hurried voice came from outside the conference hall. Speak quickly, Yin Fang hurriedly asked. Vice Island Master, we just received news that our Crimson Jellyfish Mine has been completely occupied by the Sea Demon clan. All the martial artists mining the mine have died, the subordinate quickly reported. Hearing this, Yin Fang was furious. Damn, the Sea Demon clan. While Yin Fang and the others were frowning, on a towering tree that pierced through the realm wall on Green Bamboo Island, the originally tranquil towering tree suddenly shook its branches and leaves. Fong Qin, that brat, told me to take good care of Green Bamboo Island. I only slept for a little while, and Green Bamboo Island already became like this. After the old faker woke up, he immediately sensed the changes on Green Bamboo Island. After carefully sensing, he discovered that the Crimson Jellyfish Mine had a problem. The Crimson Jellyfish Mine was a cultivation resource that Fong Qin had set his eyes on. The old faker had been paying attention to the Sea Demon clan situation. Damn, the Sea Demon clan. Are they tired of living? How dare they come to my territory and steal things? The old faker was somewhat angry. In any case, he was an immortal tree that had touched the threshold of deity realm. His strength was comparable to a life and death sovereign emperor, but he was relatively low-key and didn't take action under normal circumstances. Right now, he had no choice but to take action. Immediately, the old faker made his decision. His roots began to sway in the void ocean. Immediately, a huge whirlpool appeared in the void ocean. The old faker's roots rapidly arrived before the Crimson Jellyfish Mine. Inside the mine, the Fortune Realm clansmen of the Sea Demon clan had gathered together to discuss how to deal with Green Bamboo Island. Everyone, the mission that Blood Fiend Sovereign Emperor gave us is to destroy Green Bamboo Island. The leader said, however, due to the monitoring of the human race's sacred land, we can only cause small disturbances and disturb the operation of Green Bamboo Island, making them collapse on their own. That's right. We'll destroy all their cultivation resources and see how they develop. Although the Crimson Jellyfish Mine is nothing to us, Sea Demon Clan, it's definitely incomparably important to Green Bamboo Island. Destroy the Crimson Jellyfish Mine as soon as possible, and then continue to think of ways to destroy Green Bamboo Island. While the Sea Demon Clan was in the midst of their discussion, a root suddenly drilled into the mine with a rustling sound. Swish! The root wrapped around a fortune realm martial artist and pulled him out of the mine. Crack! The old faker's move was naturally incomparably tyrannical. Just the root's entanglement directly killed a Fortune Realm Sea Demon. Crack! The Fortune Realm Sea Demon's body directly disintegrated. The old faker released a trace of terrifying aura, which enveloped the entire Crimson Jellyfish Mine. Who are you? The Sea Demon Clan's leader's expression changed greatly as he asked coldly, "You bastards dare to rob my territory? Are you tired of living?" The old faker's voice sounded. Human race expert. The Sea Demon Clan's leader's expression changed greatly. Come out if you have the ability. What's the point of hiding in the dark? The Fortune Realm clansmen of the Sea Demon Clan looked around vigilantly. Crack! The root appeared again, wrapped around a person, and quickly pulled him out of the mine. Elder, something's wrong. Finally, they realized that something was wrong. Let's attack together. I don't believe that he can destroy all of us. Old bastard, come out if you have the ability. See how I destroy you. Hearing the clamor of the Sea Demon Clan, the old faker was enraged. Countless roots directly entered the Crimson Jellyfish Mine. Not a life and death realm emperor. Feeling the aura emitted by the old faker, the Sea Demon Clan's leader furiously roared. He didn't understand why a life and death realm emperor of the human race would attack. Chapter 1521. The old faker's attack power was unimaginable. The Fortune Realm clansmen of the Ocean Demon Clan were unable to resist at all. Numerous roots wrapped around the Ocean Demon Clan and strangled them to death. In a few breaths' time, the clansmen of the Ocean Demon Clan, who had invaded the Crimson Jellyfish Mine, were all killed. You dare to cause trouble in my territory? You're courting death, the old faker said coldly. Shortly after, his roots wrapped around the entire Crimson Jellyfish Mine. He protected the Crimson Jellyfish Mine, and only Green Bamboo Island's clansmen could enter. Human race's sacred land, inside the sacred palace. The human race's sacred lord suddenly opened his eyes. His divine sense spread out, instantly enveloping the entire universe. Shortly after, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. That's a quasi-god tree. A slight ripple appeared on the human race's sacred lord's face. Even as a sacred lord whose Yuan spirit had fused with the universe, this was his first time seeing a quasi-god tree level plant. I didn't expect Green Bamboo Island to be hiding such a plant. The human race's sacred lord sighed. Soon after, he waved his hand, and a crack appeared in the void before him. Then he entered the crack. At the same time, the masters of the three god races also sensed that aura. Every time a life and death realm emperor was born, they would sense it. Yuan race. Yuan Gu was playing chess with Blackblade Monarch. Blackblade, your disciple can't be underestimated in this trip to the ancestral land. Yuan Gu chuckled. He held a Shirako and placed it on the chessboard. Blackblade Monarch glanced at the chessboard and grinned. He then grabbed a Shirako and placed it on the chessboard near Yuan Gu. Immediately, a strange phenomenon appeared on the chessboard. Ha ha ha, I won. Blackblade Monarch looked at the chessboard and laughed loudly. Yuan Gu's chess skills were very strong. He would lose every time they played, but this time he actually won. Yuan Gu didn't think too much about it. Blackblade, what do you think about the matter I told you about? Yuan Gu asked. Blackblade Monarch's smile disappeared, and he looked at Yuan Gu solemnly. Yuan Gu, Allow me to think about this matter for a while. At the very least, I'll have to wait until my disciple comes out of the ancestral land, Black Blade, Monarch said. Yuan-gu nodded and did not pursue the matter any further. Suddenly, an indescribable aura shook the world. Then, Yuan-gu and He-Rin looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. Someone broke through to life and death realm. In the mortal universe, there weren't many life and death realm monarchs. Therefore, the birth of one would attract the attention of many parties. When they caught a trace of aura in the air, they knew that a life and death powerhouse had been born. The two of them spread out their divine senses and discovered an astonishing scene. The aura originates from Green Bamboo Island. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, the two giants tore through the void and left the Yuan clan's sacred land. In the clouds above Green Bamboo Island, the 5 giants gathered. The first person to arrive was the human race's holy master. His deep gaze was fixed on the towering tree on Green Bamboo Island as his heart trembled. A plant that has touched the threshold of the divine realm has actually appeared. He had only heard of it before, but had never seen it before. It was said that in ancient times there were plants that had cultivated to become gods. This had always existed in legends, but now he had seen it with his own eyes. It's actually a plant. Yuan-gu said, "This plant was on Green Bamboo Island before, but we didn't discover it." Black Blade Monarch said. His eyes were filled with greed. "It's a waste to leave such a plant on Green Bamboo Island." Yuan-gu said. After saying that, Yuan-gu came to the top branch of the towering tree. "Fellow Taoist, the environment here isn't suitable for you to grow. How about I bring you back to the Yuan clan's sacred land?" Yuan-gu asked. The other 4 giants looked at the old faker. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here." The old faker transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Yuan-gu's expression changed slightly. "Fellow Taoist, you've already touched the threshold of the divine realm. You shouldn't stay here. If you follow me to the Yuan clan's ancestral land, I'll help you reach the divine realm as soon as possible." Yuan-gu continued to persuade. Deity rank, that was a very tempting thing. Plants were different from humans. Their cultivation system was completely different from the human race's. Therefore, although the old faker's current strength was only equivalent to a human monarch who had just entered the life and death realm, however, the 5 giants wouldn't underestimate him, because as long as he took one more step, he would reach the divine realm. That kind of earth-shattering change was not something the 5 giants could compare to. From a certain point of view, the cultivation of the human race was based on a lot of accumulation and required a lot of potential. Some people were trapped in the life and death realm and couldn't touch the threshold of the laws. For example, the current giants. How could they not want to enter the eternal realm and enter the divine realm? But even with their amazing talents, they still couldn't touch the threshold of the laws. It was too difficult. Since ancient times, there were too few geniuses who could enter the divine realm. But the old faker was different. Their cultivation system was simple to begin with. With his current state, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to enter the divine realm in a few decades or a few centuries. At that time, no one in the mortal universe would be his match. Therefore, Yuan-gu wanted to rope in the old faker. Once he roped in the Yuan clan, the strength of the Yuan clan would skyrocket. "Fellow Taoist, the Ling clan is more suitable for you to live in." The leader of the Ling clan couldn't hold back and said. The leader of the Luo clan also asked the old faker for his opinion. "I'm not going anywhere." The old faker's attitude was firm. He wasn't going anywhere. For a moment, the 5 giants looked at each other. Rumble. At this moment, a huge wave rose up in the void ocean. A terrifying bloody aura spread out instantly. The 5 giants' faces changed slightly. Blood, fiend, monarch had appeared. I was wrong. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying plant to be hidden in Green Bamboo Island. When Blood Fiend Monarch saw the old faker, his eyes widened. Although he had lost some Creation Realm clansmen, he didn't care at all. Blood Fiend, what are you doing here? The human clan's holy master said in a deep voice, This plant is fated with me. I'm bringing it to the void ocean. Blood Fiend Monarch's attitude was firm. He waved his hand, and a terrifying aura surrounded the old faker. Creak! Countless branches swayed on the old faker's main body. Damn it! The old faker cursed. He wanted to resist, but Blood Fiend Monarch was too strong. Blood Fiend, stop! The 5 giants naturally wouldn't allow Blood Fiend Monarch to take the plant away. You can't stop me. Blood Fiend Monarch's hand grabbed the old faker's main body. Blood red aura spread out, and the old faker's body kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it became a palm-sized plant and fell into Blood Fiend Monarch's hand. Seeing this, the 5 giants were furious. Blood Fiend, hand over the plant. Black Blade Monarch scolded. They didn't expect Blood Fiend Monarch to have such means to take away the plant. I won't hand it over when it's in my hands. Blood Fiend Monarch said, and was ready to leave. The 5 giants attacked, wanting to stop him. A shocking battle broke out in the sky above Green Bamboo Island. The 5 giants fought against Blood Fiend Monarch. These 6 were already standing at the top of the universe. They were the 6 most powerful people in the universe. When the 5 giants joined forces, their attack power was extremely strong. Blood Fiend Monarch retreated and was at a disadvantage. Blood Fiend handed over. The sacred leader of the human race said. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. His body turned into a ray of red light and disappeared into the void ocean. Where do you think you're going? The 5 giants chased after him. In front of the reception hall in the ancestral land of inheritance, on the first golden stone platform, Fong Qin sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the burial sword technique of heaven and earth. Below, the members of the Sea Demon clan were fighting against the human race. Originally, Fong Qin didn't want to pay attention to these things, but suddenly he opened his eyes. Old faker. There was a special connection between Fong Qin and the old faker. He immediately sensed that the old faker was taken away by Blood Fiend Monarch. But after a while, he couldn't sense the old faker anymore. Damn it! Fong Chen's heart was filled with anger. Blood Fiend Monarch, the strongest person of the Sea Demon clan, was so narrow-minded. In Fong Chen's opinion, Blood Fiend Monarch must have attacked the old faker because he had killed the outstanding genius of the Sea Demon clan. Fong Chen tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He looked down. It just so happened that Ling Yu of the Spirit Clan was defeated by the Sea Demon Clan. I really want to know what your attitude will be when the 9 most heaven-defying people of your Sea Demon Clan all die in the ancestral land of inheritance. Fong Chen's killing intent surged as he walked down the golden stone platform, step by step. Jiang Quang of the sacred land of the human clan was a little stunned when he saw this. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. As for Yuan Liang of the Yuan clan, he was secretly delighted. If he left the golden stone platform, could he come up again? Crash! Fong Qin landed in front of the reception hall. He helped Ling Yu up from the ground and then looked at the Sea Demon clan. Brother Xue. Ling Yu exclaimed when he saw this. The others were also very puzzled as to why Sanguinati would give up the golden stone platform. Sanguinati, are you here to die? The speaker was called Sima Yueshing. Fong Chen killed Mu Fong in the sacred land of the human clan, and the 9 of them held a grudge against him. At this moment, seeing Sanguinati take the initiative to come down from the golden stone platform, they were full of killing intent. Die. Pucci. Without saying a word, Fong Chen backhanded with a sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and the heaven and earth burial sword art was instantly displayed. A terrifying red sword light quickly pierced toward Sima Yueshing. At the same time, Fong Qin used the great earthquake kill, transmitting energy through the earth, hitting the cow across the mountain. Pucci, Sima Yueshing saw Sanguinati make a move, sneered, and was ready to fight back. However, before he could make a move, the red sword light penetrated his body. At the same time, a shock force came from the ground, injuring his internal organs. Sima Yueshing vomited blood. Pucci, another sword strike, a clean and nimble strike. Sima Yueshing's head was directly cut off. Chapter 1522. Sima Yueshing was dead. 2 of the top 10 prodigies of the Sea Demon clan had died in the hands of Fong Qin. If killing Mu Feng was still acceptable, then killing Sima Yueshing gave them too much shock. Sima Yueshing was at the peak of the 5th level of the creation realm, and his combat strength was comparable to the 6th level of the creation realm, or even stronger. He was beheaded before he could even make a move. This was a naked provocation. Fong Qin held the red glass sword in his hand, his gaze falling on the other 8 people. The 8 great sea demons were also a little stunned, and immediately their killing intent soared. "Boy, you dare to kill the elites of my sea demon clan," the three-eyed Spear King said angrily. "What's the harm in killing them?" The people of the human clan did not understand why Sanguinati suddenly flew into a rage. The strength of the three-eyed Spear King was obvious to all, but Fong Qin was not afraid in the slightest. "You are courting death." The three-eyed Spear King finally could not help but make a move. The long spear in his hand turned into a long dragon, whistling as it came. Clang the red glass sword was held horizontally in front of his chest, easily blocking the long spear of the three-eyed Spear King. "Is that all you can do?" Fong Qin mocked, deliberately angering the three-eyed Spear King. Sure enough, the latter was enraged. "I swear, I will tear you to pieces," the three-eyed Spear King roared angrily. Immediately he stomped his foot, and his body floated in midair. The long spear in his hand was constantly waving. Numerous spear shadows were densely packed, like rain, suspended in the air. "Kill!" The three-eyed Spear King growled, and the rain-like spear shadows whizzed over. "Sanguinati, be careful." The heaven-slaughtering sword roared. No matter what, Sanguinati was fighting for the human clan. At this moment, the people of the Yuan clan also put down their prejudice against Sanguinati. In the face of the Sea Demon clan, the human clan should not have internal strife. Even if the Yuan clan master, Yuan Gu, was here, he would do the same. Everyone was worried about Sanguinati. The attack power of the three-eyed Spear King was too strong, and every time he struck, he could move space. However, Fong Qin's strength should not be underestimated. His combat strength was already very strong. Coupled with the true meaning of space and time, he could easily dodge the three-eyed Spear King's attacks. Dong the three-eyed Spear King's spear and Fong Qin's red glass sword fiercely clashed together, resulting in a deafening explosion. The three-eyed Spear King could not help but take a few steps back. His expression was gloomy. "Brat, you should be proud to be able to force me to open my third eye," the three-eyed Spear King said coldly. At the same time, the third eye in the middle of his forehead slowly opened. A vast aura shot out from the third eye. When the third eye fully opened, it was like a black hole, swallowing everything. Yes, it can affect space-time. Sensing the aura emitted from the third eye, Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. Who would have thought that the third eye of the three-eyed Spear King would actually have such a powerful effect? Die. The three-eyed Spear Monarch controlled his third eye and looked at Fong Qin. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light shot out in an instant. Using the true meaning of space and time, Fong Qin's figure disappeared. The terrifying beam of light bombarded the ground, smashing a large pit. In the Sea Demon area, Su Xinhua looked at all this indifferently. There was a different kind of charm on her pretty face. She did not seem to be worried about the three-eyed Spear King. This brat has some ability. He actually forced the three-eyed Spear King to this extent, Su Xinhua said. Even I dare not resist the third eye of the three-eyed Spear King. This brat is dead. Mu Hanfu sneered. She was one of the only 2 women among the 10 geniuses selected by the blood fiend monarch. Her strength was slightly inferior to Su Xinhua, but she was also very strong. The human race can't hold on any longer, Yan Guiyuan said. On the battlefield, the three-eyed Spear King's third eye was extremely destructive. It constantly shot out terrifying beams of light to attack Fang Qin. The latter's figure fluttered, constantly dodging. Swoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chen's body was locked on by the beam of light. Sword burial art of heaven and earth. Fang Chen displayed the burial sword art of heaven and earth, shooting at the terrifying beam of light. Crack! The red sword light was instantly shattered. His expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. 5. Thunder Tribulation Technique. At the critical moment, Fang Chen displayed the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. In the sky, a lightning snake swooped down with the terrifying power of thunder. Under Fang Chen's control, it instantly collided with the terrifying beam of light. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying beam of light directly swallowed the lightning snake. In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit shook. Puchi! Fang Chen vomited blood, injured by the terrifying beam of light. Brat, let's see what else you can do. The three-eyed Spear King sneered. He took a step forward and came in front of Fang Chen, ready to attack. Roar! The little mouse appeared and displayed its innate ability, extreme piercing. The purple spear turned into a stream of light, shooting at the three-eyed Spear King's third eye at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Courting death. The three-eyed Spear King did not care about the sudden attack. The terrifying beam of light shot out again. This time he was wrong. The purple spear, in an indestructible manner, pierced through the terrifying beam of light and ruthlessly stabbed into the three-eyed Spear King's third eye. Ah! A miserable cry came from the three-eyed Spear King's mouth. He held his forehead with both hands, blood splattering all over the sky. The terrifying beam of light in the sky instantly exploded. The three-eyed Spear King's body swayed and fell to the ground. Everyone looked over and exclaimed. The three-eyed Spear King's third eye was tattered and his skull was shattered. What a terrifying attack! In the crowd, everyone looked at the little mouse with shock. Oh my! Facing the little mouse, the three-eyed Spear King was too careless. With his third eye pierced, his body suffered heavy injuries and lost his fighting strength. Three-eyed. This sudden turn of events caused the other members of the Sea Demon clan to be stunned. They came in front of the three-eyed Spear King and checked his body. A moment later, Su Xinhua and the others' faces were incomparably gloomy. The three-eyed Spear King's injuries were too severe, and his third eye was equivalent to his life. Now that his third eye was destroyed, he did not have much life left. In other words, even if he did not die, he would be a cripple. This was a heavy blow to them. If we don't kill this kid, how can we continue to live? Yan Guiyuan said furiously, Don't worry, he will die. Su Xinhua's face was covered with frost. She had already pronounced Sanguinati's death. Fang Chen used the 5 lightning tribulation technique and suffered a backlash, sitting on the ground to heal. The little mouse stood beside him, staring at the sea demon race. With me here, don't even think about hurting my boss. I'll kill you, then kill your boss. Yan Guiyuan attacked. He fought with the little mouse. The little mouse's defense was strong, but its attack power was not strong. With the three-eyed Spear King's loss, Yan Guiyuan was naturally very careful. When he saw the little mouse use its innate ability, he immediately hid far away. The battle was very intense, and Yan Guiyuan soon suppressed the little mouse. Bang! Bang! The little mouse's defense was too strong, and Yan Guiyuan could not do anything about it. His defense is very strong, and it will be futile if this continues. Mu Hanfu said, "Suppress it, then kill Sanguinati." Hearing this, Yen Guiyuan nodded. Immediately, he suppressed the little mouse with one hand and reached for Fang Chen with the other. "Boss!" The little mouse's eyes were scarlet red, and it roared furiously. In the human race's area, several geniuses were ready to attack. Stop. As humans, how could they watch Sanguinati be killed? Sanguinati is dead meat. Yen Guiyuan sneered. When his big hand approached Fang Chen, something strange happened. Rumble, the clear and boundless sky, was suddenly covered by dark clouds. In a breath's time, the sky completely darkened. Immediately after, thick lightning snakes swam in the rolling sea of clouds. These lightning snakes seemed to have a mind of their own as they roared at the sky. At the same time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit vibrated in his mind, and the Five Thunder Tribulation Technique was automatically activated. The Five Thunder Tribulation Technique, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, actually broke through at this moment. Every time the chant was activated, the number of lightning snakes in the sea of clouds would increase. In the end, it was so dark that the human race's martial artists felt their hearts palpitate. Hurry up and attack, or something unexpected will happen. Su Xinyue also felt that something was wrong, and she spoke out. Yan Guiyuan was a little scared, but when he heard Su Xinyue's words, he gritted his teeth and attacked. When his large hand came into contact with Fang Chen's body, the densely packed lightning snakes in the sea of clouds immediately swooped down. Rumble, the deafening sound of thunder, resounded in the sky. The entire world shook. Countless lightning snakes attacked Fang Chen's body fiercely, beating his body. Yen Guiyuan's big hand was instantly broken by the lightning snakes. Blood kept flowing out. The lightning snake's attack power was too strong. Countless lightning snakes all smashed onto Fang Chen's body. The latter was directly drowned in the sea of lightning. It was too terrifying. The aura made Tu Tianjian and the others continuously retreat. Boss! Little Mouse saw the situation and bared its teeth. While Yen Guiyuan was in pain, it opened its mouth and bit Yen Guiyuan's other hand. Crack! Yen Guiyuan's only remaining hand was also bitten off. The pain swept through his entire body. Yen Guiyuan was severely injured, and the lightning snakes entered his body through the wound, destroying his body. Little Mouse, of course, would not let go of such an opportunity. It jumped onto Yen Guiyuan's shoulder and bit off half of Yen Guiyuan's head. Guiyuan. Seeing this, Su Xinyue attacked. She waved her small white hand, and a gray aura appeared around her. She rushed toward Little Mouse, trying to save Yen Guiyuan. Sensing the threat, the Little Mouse leaped and directly jumped away. Bang! His body was sent flying by the gray aura. At the same time, Yen Guiyuan's body fell to the ground. Damn it! The Sea Demon clan was completely furious. They had lost several geniuses consecutively, and the culprit, Sanguinati, was still alive. This was a disgrace. Little Mouse got up from the ground and looked at Boss worriedly. He and Boss were telepathic and knew that Boss was still alive. Chapter 1523. Only Fang Chen could understand the pain of being struck by thousands of lightning bolts. In the beginning, his perfect sword body could still withstand it. However, in the later stages, even the perfect sword body's defense could not withstand the terrifying lightning snake's bombardment. In the sea of clouds, the dense lightning snakes continued to descend and bombarded Fang Chen. The place where the latter stood was immediately flooded by lightning. It's too terrifying. It's too difficult for Sanguinati to survive under such lightning attacks. Yeah, what kind of secret technique did Sanguinati cultivate to cause such a huge commotion? Many human martial artists felt their hearts palpitate. Even Jiang Kuang and the others were stunned. After Yen Guiyuan died, there were only 6 of the Sea Demon race left. They were Su Xinyue, Mu Hanfu, Zhong Wenxin, Fan Dong, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame, and Dao Ancestor Monster. Among the six, only Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu were stronger than Yan Guiyuan. The others were at most on par with Yan Guiyuan. Yan Guiyuan's death had completely enraged the sea demon race. Damn it. Fan Dong could not hold back his anger and directly attacked. Boom! However, before he could get close to Fong Qin, he was bounced back by the terrifying lightning light. He seems to be transforming. Stop him. Fan Dong's face was pale as he said coldly, "Let's attack together." The 6 sea demons attacked together, with Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu taking the lead. The 6 of them displayed their most powerful attacks. Seeing this, the human race could not sit back and do nothing. As a human race, how can we watch the sea demon race kill our compatriots? Slaughtering Heaven sword roared and grabbed. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the void. Then they entered a chaotic battle. Kill. The young geniuses of the Spirit race, Yuan race, and Luo clan all attacked. Even Jiang Kuang on the Golden Stone platform attacked. Jiang Kuang walked down from the Golden Stone platform and rushed into the battlefield. "I'll deal with her," Jiang Kuang shouted and appeared in front of Su Xinyue. Slaughtering Heaven Sword, who was fighting with Su Xinyue, turned to deal with the others. Pucci. The human race and the sea demon race were in a full-scale war, and the human race had the absolute advantage. The sea demon clan didn't expect things to turn out this way. Fan Dong was the first to succumb to the humans' attacks. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. While the human race and the sea monster race were fighting, Fong Qin was undergoing the final transformation. At the end of the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique, one would encounter misfortune. When he had obtained the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique, the old man had told him about it. Boom! After a quarter of an hour, the 10,000 lightning strikes finally came to an end. His body, which was engulfed by lightning, was gradually revealed. Fong Chen's clothes were in tatters, and his skin had exploded. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to effectively avoid the deadly attack of the terrifying lightning snake. Otherwise, he would have died countless times already. If he cultivated according to the incantation, the myriad lightning body would end and he would be considered to have succeeded in reaching the 4th level. But it's not that easy. Bad luck had arrived. Fong Qin suddenly had an ominous premonition. Immediately after, an incomparably thick bolt of lightning in the sky suddenly bombarded his head. Dong! His primordial spirit trembled. After this strange aura drilled into his body, it instantly dissipated throughout his body. Immediately after, Fong Qin was shocked to discover his primordial spirit had undergone a great change. What's going on? Fong Chen's heart trembled. His primordial spirit had become like this, and he felt a trace of the threat of death. Could this be the curse? Fong Qin thought to himself. Break. Fong Chen urged his primordial spirit, trying to break the curse. However, a red halo appeared on the surface of his skin. This red halo was corroding his skin. Not good. Fong Qin cursed inwardly. Soon after, he stood up. While resisting the misfortune, Fong Qin rushed into the battlefield. He happened to encounter Fan Dong, who was retreating. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed Fan Dong. Immediately, the red halo on the surface of his skin penetrated his hand and drilled into Fan Dong's body. Fan Dong's body began to twitch, and white foam came out of his mouth. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Fan Dong's mouth. His vitality was disappearing. Bang! Fong Qin exerted force with his palm and crushed Fan Dong's head. This, Fong Qin was a little stunned. The red halo on the surface of his skin was corroding his skin, but it could also cause fatal damage to the enemy. Kill Sanguinati. Seeing Fan Dong fall, Mu Hanfu roared and rushed directly towards Fong Qin. However, at this moment, a fist light was placed in front of her chest, blocking her advance. Your opponent is me. Ling Ming said coldly. Hiss! Fang Chen was resisting the misfortune. His golden heart was beating rapidly, constantly absorbing the red halo. Okay. Fang Chen discovered that after the red halo was absorbed by the golden heart, it seemed to be suppressed. Could it be that the golden heart can eliminate the red halo? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Although he had cultivated the 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique, something unexpected happened midway. His essence, spirit, had changed, and a fatal red halo appeared on the surface of his skin. If he did not resolve this, his life would be in danger. Continue to absorb. After discovering this shocking scene, Fang Chen naturally would not let go of this opportunity. He increased his strength and urged the golden heart. It kept absorbing the red halo. In a few breaths, the red halo on the surface of his skin disappeared. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that the red halo was completely suppressed in the golden heart. Great! Fang Chen was overjoyed. Did this mean that the curse of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique had been broken by him? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen saw a cultivator from the human race's sacred land in danger. Swoosh! Using the true meaning of time and space, Fang Chen appeared beside him, helping him block the fatal blow. Sanguinati, go to hell. Seeing Sanguinati take the initiative to attack, Zhong Wenshin roared angrily. Immediately, he used the innate ability of the sea demon race. However, the current Fang Chen was not the same as before. After the breakthrough of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique, his strength had skyrocketed. 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique. Having just broken through, Fang Chen also wanted to try how strong the 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique was. Boom! 10,000 lightning bolts struck him. However, the target of the bombardment this time was not Fang Chen, but Zhong Wenshin. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Zhong Wenshin's body was drowned in lightning. He didn't even say a word before his soul completely dissipated. Moreover, his body was blasted into pieces. So strong! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The 4th level of the 5 Thunder Great Tribulation technique was indeed much stronger than the 3rd level. Sanguinati. The sudden turn of events caused the Sea Demon clan to be furious. As for the people of the human race, they were a little dazed. Sanguinati has broken through. He's too strong. He killed Zhong Wenshin with one blow. Has his strength surpassed Jiang Quan's? Many martial artists were shocked. The battle was also interrupted because of this. Mu Hanfu and the others quickly returned to Su Xinyue's side. They looked at each other, their faces full of anger. Sanguinati, you killed a disciple of the sea demon race. You and I are irreconcilable. Su Xinyue said coldly, her words full of killing intent. Irreconcilable. Fang Chen sneered. When the Blood Fiend Emperor forcibly took the old faker away, he was already irreconcilable with the sea demon race. So what if I'm irreconcilable? So what if I kill all of you? Fang Chen's aura fluctuated and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Su Xinyue and the others in his eyes at all. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill all of us. Don't think that you're on the same level as us just because you've broken through. You think too highly of yourself. Sanguinati, you're going to die in our hands in the end. That's right. Even if I can't get the strongest inheritance today, I'm going to kill you. Fang Chen looked at the remaining 4 people, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. The strongest geniuses of the sea demon race. If I kill all of them, I wonder what the Blood Fiend Emperor will think. Fang Chen said casually. But when the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. The 10 strongest geniuses of the sea demon race were personally selected by the Blood Fiend Emperor. The Blood Fiend Emperor had high hopes for them and even fought with the human race's sacred leader to get the 10 spots. If they were really killed in the ancestral land, the Blood Fiend Emperor would definitely go crazy with anger. But so what? Fong Qin had already thought about it. Even if he killed all of them, the Blood Fiend Emperor wouldn't attack him in the human race's territory. The 5 giants weren't just for show. They would definitely stop him when the time came. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Moreover, the old faker had been captured by the Blood Fiend Emperor, and he didn't know if he was still alive. Now he would collect some interest first. If we fight one-on-one, I'll kill 10 of you. Purple Flame, Tao, Ancestor sneered. Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you can kill 10 of me alone. Fong Qin opened his palm and stared at Purple Flame Tao Ancestor as he said coldly, Xinhua, let me kill this kid. Purple Flame, Tao Ancestor said. Su Xinhua was silent for a moment and then nodded. Be careful. Use your trump card at the critical moment. Su Xinhua had certain understanding of Purple Flame Tao Ancestor and knew that he had a very strong trump card. That was why she agreed to let him fight. Sanguinati, wash your neck. Purple Flame, Tao Ancestor, was full of fighting spirit. Fong Qin turned around and looked at the human race martial artists. Everyone, leave the remaining 4 to me, Sanguinati. You can just watch from the side. Hearing Sanguinati's words, the crowd didn't think too much about it. As long as they killed the Sea Demon clan, it didn't matter who attacked. From fighting for the Golden Stone platform to killing the Sea Demon clan, this was something that no one had expected beforehand. Among the 10 Golden Stone platforms, only Yuan Liang didn't move. It wasn't easy to come to the Golden Stone platform, and he didn't want to give up. Moreover, he also hated Sanguinati. It would be best if both sides were injured, and then he would come out to clean up the mess. Chapter 1524. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor was dressed in a purple robe and surrounded by purple flames. Fong Qin could tell that this person should be proficient in the Tao of Fire. Sanguinati, I will burn you alive. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor was very confident in his own flames. He did not believe that there was a flame more powerful than his own in this world. Is that so? Fong Qin sneered and looked at Purple Flame Tao Ancestor quietly. The latter stretched out his palm, and the purple flames that surrounded his body instantly gathered in his palm. The rich purple flames emitted an aura that was suffocating. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor looked at Fong Qin playfully. Are you afraid? Unfortunately, it's too late. Until now, Purple Flame Tao Ancestor had not recognized the reality. He thought that Sanguinati would be afraid and terrified. The flames that you are so proud of are just trash in my eyes. Fong Qin sneered. Humph. Who doesn't want you to say that later? Purple Flame Tao Ancestor said calmly in the face of Fong Qin's sneer. You are still pretending when you are about to die. You are really courting death. Demon Tao Ancestor sneered. Purple Flame Tao Ancestor no longer talked nonsense and directly attacked. The purple flames in his palm gathered into a ball of light and erupted with a scorching aura. At this moment, the temperature in the air became extremely hot. In the next moment, the purple flame ball of light rushed toward Fong Qin. Facing the powerful purple flame ball, Fong Qin shook his head gently. Too weak. In his opinion, the purple flame ball could not be compared to the black flame at all. One had to know that the black flame had the characteristics of the undying flame. The undying flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, was the king of flames. In front of the undying flame, who dared to be superior, although the black flame that Fong Qin controlled had not completely evolved into the undying flame. However, its power far surpassed that of the purple flames. If it was a head-on confrontation, Purple Flame Tao Ancestor might be able to hold on for a while. But he chose to fight with flames. He wanted to suppress Sanguinati with a strong stance. However, the nightmare had only just begun. Fong Qin stood there quietly, motionless. He allowed the purple flames to wrap around his body and burn him. Seeing this, the human race cultivators were all shocked. When Su Xinhua and the others saw this, they smiled dejectedly. This was the consequence of being arrogant. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The purple flame enveloped Fong Chen's entire body, burning continuously. The human martial artists nearby all retreated. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. Sanguinati, how does it feel? Purple Flame laughed wildly and taunted. In his opinion, Sanguinati was already a dead man. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded. You're just SOO. Fong Chen's voice was heard leisurely. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame was slightly taken aback. Then he stared fixedly at the ball of purple flames. In an instant, something strange happened. The incomparably powerful purple flame instantly turned into nothingness at this moment. It was replaced by black flames. The black flames jumped around Fong Chen's body and swallowed the powerful purple flame. Buzz! The temperature in the air rose sharply. Seeing this, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's expression changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily, "How can the undying flame be possible?" Dao Ancestor Purple Flame was very shocked. He was good at flames and knew the flames of the world very well. His purple flame was considered a top flame in the mortal universe. However, in his memories, there had always been a type of flame that was superior to the purple flames. That was the legendary Undying Flame. However, the Undying Flame had always been a legend and could not be found in the world. He never thought that Sanguinati actually had the Undying Flame. How could this be possible? The Undying Flame was the exclusive flame of the ancient divine beast, the Undying Bird. Once the Undying Flame appeared, who could compete with it? But now, it had appeared on a human race cultivator. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's thoughts were in a mess. He kept shaking his head. He could not believe everything in front of him. No, his flame is not the Undying Flame. It just has the characteristics of the Undying Flame. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame finally realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he discovered an even more shocking scene. The Undying Bird's blood essence. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame noticed that Fong Chen's body was emitting the aura of the Undying Bird's blood essence. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The reason why the black flame had the characteristics of the Undying Flame was entirely because of the Undying Bird's blood essence. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with greed. If he could obtain the Undying Flame's blood essence, he would definitely be able to evolve his purple flame into the ultimate Undying Flame. At that time, who among the younger generation would be able to compete with him? Thinking of this, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's heart was burning and his blood was boiling. Sanguinati, hand over the Undying Bird's blood essence, or else, before Dao Ancestor Purple Flame could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fong Chen. What can you do to me in this state? Fong Chen sneered and looked at Dao Ancestor Purple Flame as if looking at an idiot. The next moment he made his move. Under his control, the black flames around him quickly turned into a huge black dragon. The dragon's mouth was filled with extremely dense black flames, and it rushed straight at Dao Ancestor Purple Flame. Purple Flame. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame retreated and waved his hand, urging the purple flames to the extreme. However, under the attack of the black flames, Purple Flame himself felt fear. This was the suppression of flames, the suppression of all flames in the world by the Undying Flame. Purple Flame was no exception. Purple Flame trembled and did not dare to confront the black flames head-on. No. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame roared to the sky. He was unwilling to give up. The Undying Bird's blood essence is mine. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's eyes were filled with killing intent. Immediately, a jade pendant appeared in his palm. Boom! Without hesitation, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame crushed the jade pendant. Immediately, a wild aura spread out in all directions. Sanguinati, be careful! Jiang Kuang roared. A terrifying aura swept over and immediately caused all the warriors to retreat. Space was distorted because of this. and Fong Chen's body was directly swept by the wild aura. This aura was comparable to the peak of the creation realm. Fong Chen could not avoid it at all. This time, let's see if you can survive. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's eyes were scarlet as he stared at the center of the terrifying aura. This was his trump card. If he could kill Sanguinati and get the undying bird's blood essence, it would be worth it. Su Xinue and the others also curled their red lips, thinking that Sanguinati would definitely die. However, boom! An even more terrifying fluctuation spread out from Fong Chen's body. At the critical moment, he crushed the jade pendant given by Dao Ancestor Crane. This jade pendant was comparable to Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's jade pendant. The two terrifying auras collided and the ground was blasted open. However, Fong Chen was safe and sound, wrapped in a layer of gray fluctuation. Dong dong dong. The two auras represented the peak of the creation realm. They fought fiercely, and in the end, both sides were injured. The two auras dissipated at the same time. As for Fong Chen, he appeared in front of Dao Ancestor Purple Flame, completely unharmed. Impossible. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's face was pale, and he had suffered a great blow. He had even used his last trump card, but Sanguinati was unharmed. Damn it! Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's heart was full of hatred, but he knew his own limits, and his body was retreating. Die! After the terrifying aura, Fong Chen immediately activated the black flame and blasted towards Dao Ancestor Purple Flame. The true meaning of time and space was activated, and Dao Ancestor Purple Flame's body flickered. He was wrapped in the black flame. Xinue, save me! Dao Ancestor Purple Flame roared miserably. Seeing this, Su Xinue leaped and her delicate body came in front of Dao Ancestor Purple Flame. She punched out, trying to force Fong Chen back. Fong Chen waved his palm, and the black flame spread out. Su Xinue felt the danger and took a step sideways. In the blink of an eye, Dao Ancestor Purple Flame was burned to death by the black flame. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. Dao Ancestor Purple Flame fell. Sanguinati. Su Xinue was extremely furious in her heart. She wanted to tear Sanguinati into pieces. Don't worry, you're all going to die, Fong Chen said calmly. Su Xinue, Mu Hanfu, and Dao Ancestor Monster. Fong Chen was not afraid of the last three. I'm going to kill you. Su Xinue attacked aggressively. Dong! There was a tremor in the reception hall. Then an old voice came out. Enough! All grudges can wait until the test is over. The old voice came out to stop Fong Chen, and he stopped attacking. Su Xinue did not dare to move. After all, this was the ancestral land of the human race. If she was not careful, she would die. After half an hour, the 9 steps will close. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They immediately rushed towards the 9 steps frantically. Xinue, let's also participate in the test. Purple Flame and the others will not die in vain. Sanguinati must die, Dao Ancestor Monster said in a low voice. The remaining 3 people of the sea demon race came to the right side of the reception hall and climbed up the 9 steps. Many warriors swarmed up. However, they did not go far before their bodies were sent flying. Fong Chen and Jiang Kuang were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the Golden Stone platform again. Fong Chen looked at Yuan Liang thoughtfully and stood on the first Golden Stone platform. Of the 10 stone platforms, 7 were left. The 4th to reach the Golden Stone platform was Ling Ming. The 5th was Luo Qinghan, the 6th was Ling Lianju, the 7th was Luo Xia, the 8th was Yuan Jiaojiao, and the 9th was Tu Tianjian. There was only 1 Golden Stone platform left, but there were many warriors who were qualified to fight for it. Rhinoceros and Wei Xiang of the human race's sacred land, Yuan Hongyan, Yuan Liao, and Yuan Qian of the Yuan race's sacred land, Ling Yi, Ling Xian, and Ling Feng of the spirit race's sacred land. Luo Huakai, Luo Rue, Luo Feng'er, and Luo Qin of the Luo clan's sacred land. These were the young geniuses of their respective sacred lands, and they all had the strength to fight for the last golden stone platform. As for the remaining 3 people of the sea demon race, they had all climbed up the golden stone platform on the right side of the reception hall. They were glaring at the human race warriors. However, just as everyone was fighting, Yuan Ming of the Yuan race arrived. CCC Pavilion Che came together with Black Blade Emperor's disciple. I almost missed the test in the reception hall. Yuan Ming's gaze fell on the golden stone platform. There was only 1 spot left. He tapped his foot and stepped onto the 9 steps. He then occupied the last golden stone platform. As for Black Blade Emperor's disciple, his gaze fell on Sanguinati. Chapter 1525. Sovereign Emperor Black Blade's only disciple, Purple Saber. There were 10 people on the golden stone platforms and 2 from the Yuan race. Purple Saber could not attack Yuan Ming and Yuan Liang. As for the others, the spiritual races Ling Ming and Ling Lianju were very strong. Purple Saber was not confident of defeating them. Even if he defeated them, it would be a Pyrrhic victory and would be disadvantageous for the later tests. The human holy lands, Jiang Quang and Heaven Slaughtering Sword were not weak either. It was the same for Luo Qinghan and Luo Xia. Sanguinati, get down here. Purple Saber's voice resounded in this place. All the cultivators left the 9th step. Originally, they still had a chance to fight for the last golden stone platform. Now, it looked like they no longer had a chance. Ling Xian and the others shook their heads helplessly. Since they could not obtain the strongest inheritance, they might as well search for other inheritances. Let's go, Ling Xian said. After Ling Xian and the others left, the other cultivators quickly left as well. Inheritances were everywhere in the inheritance ancestral lands. Although they could not obtain the strongest inheritance, they could not waste time here. It was the same for the other inheritances. It would be best if they could find an inheritance suitable for themselves. Not long after, the front of the reception hall was empty. Only Zi Dao had managed to reach the 9th step. Purple Saber was furious that Sanguinati ignored him. Since you are not willing to come down, then I will force you down myself, Purple Saber said sullenly. Step by step, Purple Saber crossed the 9th step. Purple Saber arrived before the first golden stone platform. Get down! Purple Saber suddenly punched, wanting to force Fong Qin back. However, Shao Chun was not to be trifled with. You are seeking death. Fong Qin clenched his fist tightly and punched, clashing with Purple Saber's fist. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and Purple Saber was forced back a few steps. After Purple Saber steadied himself, his expression turned even more sullen. Brat, I underestimated you. However, do you think that you can fight me, Purple Saber, with this? Purple Saber said coldly. Purple Saber was very strong, at least on the same level as Yuan Ming. If Purple Saber fought him alone, it would be more troublesome. Just as Purple Saber was about to attack, Fong Qin took out the dark demonic wheel. If you want to die, continue. The dark demonic wheel emitted a terrifying aura that made the scalps of the others tingle. What is this? Those who didn't know Sanguinati were shocked. Sanguinati actually had such a heaven-defying treasure. Yuan Ming was the only one who was quietly watching everything. This, Zi Dao's expression changed. He did not expect Sanguinati to have such a precious treasure. This aura is too strong. In an instant, Zi Dao made his decision. If he angered Sanguinati, he might really die under the dark demonic wheel. He couldn't act rashly. Zi Dao forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly calmed himself down. If my guess is correct, although this treasure is powerful, it cannot be used without limit. You are afraid of it. Otherwise, you would have activated the treasure long ago, Zi Dao said. Killing you won't be a problem, Fong Qin said calmly. Sanguinati, I'll let you off today. If I have the chance, I will definitely behead you." After saying that, Purple Blade left the first golden stone platform. Finally, he stopped in front of the 9th golden stone platform. His target was slaughtering Heaven's Sword. "So, are you going to go down, or do you want me to do it?" Zidao said coldly, "Humph, even if I die, I will die standing." Slaughtering Heaven's Sword stood up and said coldly with a long sword in his hand, "Then let's fight." Zidao's figure flashed and landed on the ground. He held his purple longsword in his hand and stared at Slaughtering Heaven's Sword. "Come down and fight." Slaughtering Heaven's Sword jumped and arrived in front of Zidao. "Let me see how strong Monarch Blackblade's disciple is," Slaughtering Heaven's Sword said. "You will know in a while." Zidao attacked. His sword light was like a shadow, and purple sword light filled the sky. "Zidao is very strong." This was Fang Chen's evaluation of Zidao. Zidao's strength was not weaker than Yuan Ming's, especially that purple blade. It should be at least a rank 8 divine weapon. The battle between the sword and the saber was very intense. Actually, Slaughtering Heaven's Sword was already strong enough. However, he met Zidao. After hundreds of rounds, Slaughtering Heaven's Sword was defeated. Whoosh! Zidao's long sword carried an earth-shattering power. He slashed out and hit Slaughtering Heaven's Sword's long sword. Crack! The long sword cracked, and Slaughtering Heaven's Sword's body flew out. "I have lost." Slaughtering Heaven's Sword stood up and looked very calm. "However, I will defeat you one day." Although Slaughtering Heaven's Sword had lost, he did not lower his head. "There will never be such a day." Zidao laughed coldly. He leaped up and landed on the golden stone platform. As for the Heaven Slaughtering Sword, it left behind a lonely figure and left. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The test of the 9 steps has been completed. Those who have reached the golden stone platform are qualified to continue. A voice came from the welcoming hall. Whoosh! Suddenly, a towering tree appeared in the sky above the welcoming hall. On the towering tree, there are countless branches. When a gust of wind blew, the branches swayed endlessly, and the leaves on them drifted down. That is, Jiang Kuang was shocked when he saw the tree. He immediately shouted, "Enlightenment, ancient tree!" After saying that, Jiang Kuang attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Kuang's silhouette directly dashed towards the towering ancient tree, after which he stretched out his hands, grabbing at the fallen leaves floating in the air. "Grab it!" Suddenly, everyone moved and grabbed the leaves in the sky. "Enlightenment, ancient tree!" Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Although he had moved a little late, he used the true meaning of time and space to move at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed a leaf. Whoosh! Whoosh! He continued to grab. The Enlightenment ancient tree was a legendary plant. It was said that if a martial artist could comprehend the martial Tao under the Enlightenment ancient tree, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Enlightenment ancient tree was a cultivation resource that martial artists dreamed of. He did not expect it to appear in the ancestral land. The leaves of the Enlightenment ancient tree were also supreme treasures that were of great help to a martial artist's cultivation. Moreover, Fang Chen believed that the welcoming hall would not release the Enlightenment ancient tree for no reason. It must have something to do with the next test. Therefore, he tried his best to grab the leaves. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Chen had already snatched over 40 leaves. He was far ahead of everyone. However, he did not give up and continued to grab. After 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally stopped. This was because he already had 81 leaves in his hand. It was not that he did not want to, but that no matter how hard he tried, he could not grab any leaves. It seemed that 81 leaves was the limit. Fang Chen's body landed on the golden stone platform. The 81 leaves in his hand surrounded his body. He suddenly had an epiphany and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. After a while, Purple Saber also grabbed 81 leaves and began to comprehend them like Fang Chen. The third was Yuan Ming, the fourth was Jiang Quang, the fifth was Luo Qinghan, and the sixth was Ling Ming. As for the remaining 4 people, each of them only had about 50 leaves. As for the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, it had already disappeared. What should we do? The few of them looked at each other with complicated feelings. The second test is to grab 81 leaves of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and comprehend the secret method within. Those who do not have 81 leaves will be automatically eliminated after 15 minutes. Ling Lianju and the others were anxious when they heard the voice from the reception hall. Yuan Liang, Yuan Jiao, Ling Lianju, and Luo Xia. The 5 of them did not have 81 leaves. This meant that one of them would definitely be eliminated. Everyone, I have 51 fallen leaves in my hands. If you can give me the fallen leaves in your hands, I, Yuan Liang, will definitely reward you handsomely, Yuan Liang said aloud. The 4 of them had more than 200 leaves of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Therefore, at least 2 of them would be able to stay. The others shook their heads. How could they give something so important away so casually? Yuan Liang and Yuan Jiao looked at each other and then at Luo Xia. Luo Xia, hand over the leaves in your hand, said Yuan Liang coldly. His words were full of threat. The Yuan race is really shameless. They showed their true colors so quickly, sneered Luo Xia. Attack! Time waits for no one. Yuan Liang did not want to waste any more time. With a shout, he and Yuan Jiao attacked Luo Xia together. Luo Xia was definitely unable to deal with Yuan Jiao and Yuan Liang by herself. Once they defeat Luo Xia, they will definitely target me, thought Ling Lianju. Then, without another word, she helped Luo Xia. With Ling Lianju's help, the pressure on Luo Xia was greatly reduced. Many thanks. A smile appeared on Luo Xia's face as the 4 warriors started fighting. Seeing that the time limit was almost up, Yuan Liang became even more anxious. Bang! After a fierce collision, the battle stopped. Yuan Liang looked at the time. His face was filled with anxiety. Big brother Yuan Liang, what do we do? Asked Yuan Jiao. They had no advantage in a 2 against 2 battle. If they continued, they would only lose their qualifications. There's no other way. Continuing to fight is just a waste of time. Yuan Liang looked at Yuan Jiao. Jiao, give me your Enlightenment Ancient Tree. I will compensate you. Yuan Jiao's body trembled. She sighed and handed over the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Buzz! Yuan Liang gathered all 81 leaves and sat cross-legged on the golden stone platform. He began to comprehend. Ling Lianju was about to give up when Luo Xia spoke. Miss Ling, thank you for helping me, said Luo Xia with a smile. I did for myself, said Ling Lianju. Luo Xia shook her head. No matter what, you still helped me. Right now, both of us do not have 81 leaves. We are destined to be eliminated. Luo Xia took out her Enlightenment Ancient Tree and gave it to Ling Lianju. You stay. I will leave, said Luo Xia. How can you do that? Ling Lianju shook her head. Chapter 1526. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree disappeared, and the 8 human prodigies passed the second round of the test. The 8 of them were surrounded by 81 leaves of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Martial Tao aura filled the air as they comprehended. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree contained the truth of the martial Tao. If a martial artist could comprehend it, it would be a great benefit. The competition on the golden stone platform on the left was very fierce. Out of the 10 human prodigies, only 8 of them passed the test. Yuan Jiao from the Yuan clan and Luo Xia from the Luo clan were eliminated. The former was forced, while the latter gave up on her own accord. On the golden stone platform on the right, the 3 prodigies from the Sea Demon clan had it easier. This was because their second test was the complete opposite of the human race's test. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree was not open to them. Therefore, they could only watch the human clan's martial artists seize the Enlightenment ancient tree and comprehend it. Their second test was relatively more dangerous. However, the remaining three were extremely powerful. Su Xingyue and Mu Hanfu, the two prodigies, were not only beautiful but also powerful. Their cultivation was on par with Jiang Quang and the others from the human clan. There was also Dao Ancestor Monster, who was relatively weaker. However, as long as the three of them did not encounter a 9th level creation realm expert, they would not be in any danger. Huff, huff, huff. Dao Ancestor Monster's forehead was full of sweat. He panted as he stood on the golden stone platform, his face pale. The second test was beyond their imagination, and they had almost died. Fortunately, they had all passed the test. Dao Ancestor Monster looked at Su Xingyue and said, "Xingyue, the human clan's ancestral land rejects the Sea Demon clan. Our test will become more and more difficult. No matter how difficult it is, we must persevere. Our clansmen cannot die in vain." Su Xingyue's pretty face was full of gloom. Beneath her beauty was a vicious heart. Mu Hanfu nodded. The group of 10 had wanted to control the entire ancestral land. Who would have thought that only the 3 of them were left? The other 7 had all died. The biggest reason for all of this was Sanguinati. Sanguinati must die. Otherwise, how will we have the face to return to the limitless ocean? Su Xingyue's eyes were cold. Sanguinati. Everything was because of Sanguinati. If it wasn't for him, the others wouldn't have died. The 3 of them hated Sanguinati so much that they could no longer tolerate him. On the golden stone platform on the left, 8 people sat cross-legged, with Enlightenment ancient leaves surrounding them. Comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaf required extremely strong talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to comprehend it. The first one to wake up from his meditation was Yuan Liang. He opened his eyes, and there was some displeasure on his face. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with his own comprehension. Damn it! Yuan Liang was ambitious and wanted to comprehend it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not comprehend the profoundness within. Maybe this leaf of enlightenment is a scam, Yuan Liang muttered to himself. An hour after Yuan Liang woke up, Ling Lianju also woke up. Ling Lianju, who was dressed in green, revealed a smile on her pretty face. A dense aura surged around her. Boom! A dazzling light burst out from Ling Lianju's sea of qi. The original hexagonal starlight actually turned into a heptagonal starlight at this moment. As expected of the Enlightenment ancient leaf, Ling Lianju was very excited. Comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaf had actually allowed her cultivation to increase by a small realm. Great! Ling Lianju originally thought that she was the weakest among the 8 and could not help Ling Ming. Now, it seemed that she was not as bad as she had imagined. Damn it! Ling Lianju broke through to the 7th level of the creation realm. At the side, Yuan Liang clenched his fists tightly, filled with jealousy. After Ling Lianju woke up, the other paragons also woke up one after another. Everyone had gained a lot, and almost all of them were able to increase their cultivation by a level. Ling Ming and Luo Qinghan were originally at the peak of the 6th level of the creation realm. After comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaf, they easily stepped into the 7th level of the creation realm. Moreover, they had already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the creation realm. This leap made Yuan Liang dumbfounded. Damn it, damn it! Yuan Liang's heart was filled with rage. He clenched his fists tightly. An Enlightenment ancient leaf was directly crushed into powder. Rumble! 6 hours later, Jiang Quang woke up. The aura around his body rippled, causing everyone to be shocked. As expected, his cultivation had stepped into the 8th level of the creation realm. What a powerful force! Jiang Quang smiled and turned to look at the others. There were only 3 people left on the golden stone platform, and they were still comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaf. Yuan Ming's aura was constantly increasing, and he had comprehended it very thoroughly. On the other hand, Zidao's aura was even more strange, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. Only Sanguinati's aura was very calm, and Feng Qin was like a weak martial artist, not moving at all. I wonder who among the three of them will last until the end. Jiang Kuang glanced at the three of them and muttered to himself. The Enlightenment ancient leaf contained the truth of the martial Tao. The longer one comprehended it, the greater the harvest. The first comprehension was the most effective. If one continued to comprehend it, there would not be much of an effect. This was also the reason why everyone could not wait to comprehend it. A day later, Yuan Ming woke up, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the creation realm. He stood up and turned to look at Jiang Kuang. Apart from Jiang Kuang, no one else could pose a threat to him. After Brother Zidao breaks through, I will join forces with him. Not to mention Jiang Kuang. Even if everyone joins forces, they will not be a match for us. Yuan Ming thought to himself. A trace of killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. However, there was something that puzzled Yuan Ming. Why was Sanguinati able to persist for so long? Damn it, I want to see what a second level of the creation realm martial artist can achieve. Yuan Ming thought to himself. Zidao's potential was very strong, and everyone knew that. After all, Zidao was the disciple of one of the 5 giants, Black Blade Monarch. Black Blade Monarch was a rogue cultivator, and he did not have any restrictions. He focused on nurturing his own disciple. All the good resources were given to Zidao. Moreover, he could personally teach Zidao. All of this was due to Purple Saber's heaven-defying strength and abnormal talent. Yuan Ming could understand why Zidao had been comprehending the Tao for a longer time than him. However, Sanguinati was not a disciple of the human race's sacred land, and he did not have a large amount of resources. Yet he was able to persist until now. Yuan Ming was jealous of Sanguinati, and he wanted to get rid of him. Brother Yuan Ming, congratulations. At this moment, Yuan Liang cupped his hands. Yuan Ming collected his thoughts and nodded gently. The second stage of the test was not over yet, and everyone could only wait. They had just broken through, and they were all stabilizing their cultivation. Zidao and Sanguinati's comprehension had exceeded everyone's expectations. After 7 days, Zidao finally woke up. Whoosh! The 81 leaves of enlightenment that were originally floating around him suddenly turned into powder and entered his body. Everyone was shocked. Zidao was too domineering, and he even swallowed the enlightenment ancient leaves. Buzz! Zidao opened his eyes, and 2 rays of saber light shot out. Suddenly, the soil on the ground flew up, and a huge pit appeared. Saber chi filled the pit, and it was very terrifying. Congratulations, Brother Zidao. Yuan Ming was the first to go forward and congratulate him. Zidao withdrew his aura, and his aura changed drastically. It was as if he was a completely different person from before, and he gave off a very shocking feeling. Brother Zidao, what did you gain? However, from Zidao's aura, he could not tell how much Zidao had improved. Thus, Yuan Ming asked. Zidao's attitude towards Yuan Ming was more gentle. 9th level of the creation realm. Zidao did not hide his cultivation, and he directly said. Although his voice was soft, everyone present was a creation realm martial artist, and their hearing was very sensitive. What 9th level of the creation realm? Zidao's potential is too strong. In an instant, many human geniuses, including Jiang Kuang, sighed. Zidao's potential was too heaven-defying. After comprehending the enlightenment ancient leaves, he actually broke through to the 9th level of the creation realm. Among the younger generation, Zidao was the only one who could reach such heights. Even the geniuses of the 4 sacred lands could not compare. As expected of the Black Blade Monarch's only disciple, I admire you. Jiang Kuang laughed. Yes, to be able to break through to the 9th level of the creation realm at such a young age, you will definitely become a monarch in the future. Congratulations, Zidao. Amazing, I admire you. As a human, everyone was very happy that Zidao's strength had become stronger. Zidao nodded indifferently, and his gaze fell on Sanguinati. Yes, Zidao frowned slightly, but he immediately looked away. With his current strength, Sanguinati was just a clown. No matter how strong his potential was, he could only break through a small realm. The golden stone platform on the left was very lively, while the people on the right were a little anxious. Damn it, Zidao actually broke through to the 9th level of the creation realm. This is troublesome, said Dao Ancestor Yao. The ancestral land's protection for the human race is too strong. The Enlightenment ancient leaves are precious, but they did not hesitate to give it to the human race. What can we do? Mu Hanfu was very dissatisfied. However, there was no other way. This was the ancestral land of the human race, and they were the sea demons. In the eyes of the human race, they were a different race. So what if I broke through? Su Xinyue's red lips moved slightly, and she said softly, Xinyue. As soon as Dao Ancestor Yao finished speaking, Su Xinyue's aura spread out. Then, a violent aura spread out from Su Xinyue's body. When Dao Ancestor Yao and Mu Hanfu saw this, their faces were filled with excitement. Su Xinyue's breakthrough was really timely. Although she had only broken through to the 8th level of the creation realm, the significance was extraordinary. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Su Xinyue withdrew her aura, and her face was still indifferent. Xinyue, I didn't expect you to break through at this juncture. Chapter 1527. The ancestral land of inheritance was the foundation of the human race. Every martial artist who entered the ancestral land of inheritance could soar to the sky because of it. However, it was also very dangerous. Those who passed the second test had gained a lot. Except for Yuan Liang, the others had broken through. 7 of the 8 people of the human race had woken up. Only Sanguinati had been comprehending the Tao. 81 leaves of enlightenment were dancing slowly around him. Wisps of martial Tao aura entered his body. At the same time, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The golden heart was no different. So far, according to various guesses, the golden heart was at least the means of a divine realm almighty. In the mortal universe, there were very few things that could cause the golden heart to beat rapidly, unless it was the birth of a true heavenly treasure or something that would benefit Fong Qin greatly. Hiss! As the golden heart beat, a clear stream appeared and absorbed the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment. As time passed, Fong Chen's heart was empty. He entered a state of enlightenment. This state lasted for a long time. The path of martial Tao was to go against the heavens, cut off fear, and have the belief of invincibility. A deafening sound rang in Fong Chen's mind. He gritted his teeth and almost couldn't hold on anymore. Hold on. Fong Chen was shouting in his heart. He must hold on. This was a great opportunity. He could feel that the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment was changing his body. Half a month. A full half a month. Fong Chen maintained the state of enlightenment. During this time, the martial Tao aura in the leaves of enlightenment had become very weak. In the end, the leaves of enlightenment turned yellow and cracks appeared. It could be blown away by the wind at any time. What's going on? Jiang Kuang and the others were shocked and confused. Zidao was expressionless and closed his eyes. He didn't care at all. Crack! At a certain moment, a cool breeze blew past. All of a sudden, the 81 leaves of enlightenment were blown away by the wind. They turned into powder and scattered on the golden platform. Dong! The golden stone platform shook and Fong Chen's body twitched. Puchi Fong Chen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Did you suffer a backlash? Seeing this, Yuan Ming and Yuan Liang of the Yuan race were secretly delighted. Looking at Sanguinati's current state, he must have been bitten by the leaf of enlightenment and was severely injured. Humph! Some trash just can't recognize their own status, trying in vain to absorb the power of the martial way from the Enlightenment ancient leaf, only to be devoured by it instead. What a joke, Purple Blade mocked. Brother Zidao is right. A clown will always be a clown. He won't be able to show his face. Yuan Ming chuckled. It's embarrassing for me to be in the same team as trash like you. Yuan Liang added insult to injury. The three of them echoed one another, mocking Sanguinati. The faces of Jiang Kuang and the others changed slightly. They wanted to say something, but stopped themselves. Fong Qin gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Instead of getting angry, a smile appeared on his face. That was because he had noticed that the astral light in his Qi Si had undergone a heaven-toppling change. Since he didn't show it, everyone thought he had failed. Fong Qin calmed himself and slowly stood up. His pale face had regained some color. That's right. A clown will always be a clown. You're always proud of mocking others. But you don't know that you're the most ignorant idiot, retorted Fong Qin. Sanguinati, if you have the ability, then fight me. Yuan Liang was losing his cool. In truth, he had seen that Sanguinati had suffered a backlash and knew his combat power would definitely drop. So he wanted to take this chance to kill him. Are you sure you want to fight me? Fong Qin looked at Yuan Liang with a smile, as though he was looking at an idiot. Humph, if you don't dare, then kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa 3 times. Then I can spare your life, sneered Yuan Liang. It's not that you can't fight me. It's just that you know my rules. When I attack, there must be blood. If I accidentally kill you, what if a mad dog jumps out and bites me? I don't want to waste time, said Fong Qin. Yuan Liang was infuriated. Humph, what a sharp-tongued fellow. If you can kill me, then I'll admit defeat, said Yuan Liang icily. The two of you, the most important thing right now is to pass the trial. Personal grudges can wait until you pass the trial, said Jiang Kuang. He had stepped out to be the mediator, hoping that the two of them wouldn't fight at such a critical juncture. But how could Yuan Liang let go of such an opportunity? Jiang Kuang, this is none of your business. With that, Yuan Liang looked at Fong Qin with provocation in his eyes. Sanguinati, is this all you've got? Sneered Yuan Ming. If you don't use that supreme treasure, then let alone Yuan Liang. Anyone here can kill you. Is that so? Asked Fong Qin. Yuan Ming didn't say anything else. Sometimes I'm really curious. The Yuan race is one of the 3 god races. Why do you have so many idiots who are called geniuses? What a joke. Fong Qin's words were sharp. He had angered Yuan Liang and Yuan Ming, but he didn't care. Kid, you're courting death. Yuan Liang roared angrily and clenched his fists. His figure flashed and whistled. Boom! A punch as fast as lightning landed on Yuan Liang's body. The latter didn't have any strength to resist. His body fell off the golden stone platform like a cannonball. Pucci! Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his internal organs were damaged. The so-called top geniuses of the Yuan race are only SOSO. Fong Qin said coldly with his hands behind his back. His words were full of mockery. Yuan Liang was furious. He forcefully suppressed his rolling blood and jumped back to the golden stone platform. Bang! Before he could get close to the golden stone platform, his body was sent flying again. You've fallen off the stone platform. You've been eliminated, said a voice from the reception hall. Yuan Liang spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. I'm so ruthless. Yuan Liang was furious. His scarlet eyes stared at Sanguinati, who was on the golden stone platform. Sanguinati, if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Yuan Liang swore a martial oath. Hearing the voice from the reception hall, Zidao and Yuan Ming looked at each other. Then the two of them surrounded Sanguinati. Are you going to go down by yourself, or do you want us to do it? Asked Yuan Ming. Boom! A vast aura spread out from the reception hall and enveloped Fong Qin's body. This person is first place. The first place of the second stage will be protected by the reception hall. This sentence directly ruined Zidao and Yuan Ming's plan. The two of them clenched their fists, their hearts filled with killing intent. However, the reception hall's rules couldn't be violated. Fang Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first place of the first stage would be protected by the reception hall. You've passed the second stage. Next, you will take the third stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden bridge appeared in front of the golden stone platform. This bridge is called the Bridge of Helplessness. Those who step on the Bridge of Helplessness will most likely die. The 7 of them looked at each other and stared at the Bridge of Helplessness. The Bridge of Helplessness looked ordinary, but it gave people a strange feeling. The bridge was about 10 meters long and connected to the reception hall. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, one could reach the reception hall. I'll go first. Zidao was bold and took the lead. He took a step forward and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. I can't fly. Zidao's aura spread out as he resisted the pressure on the Bridge of Helplessness and quickly advanced. When he reached the center of the Bridge of Helplessness, a puppet appeared and blocked his path. Boom! Without saying anything, the puppet attacked. What? The puppet was too strong and nearly sent Zidao flying with one punch. Fortunately, Zidao wasn't weak and barely blocked the puppet's attack. Damn it! Zidao held his saber tightly and started a chaotic battle with the puppet. Rumble! The battle was very intense. Zidao's saber's secret technique was very strange. After an hour of intense battle, Purple Blade seized an opportunity and dodged the puppet's full-force attack. He quickly fled to the other end of the bridge. Zidao finished crossing the Bridge of Helplessness and heaved a sigh of relief. The people left behind were full of worry. The puppet's attack power is very strong. It's comparable to the warrior who stepped on the Bridge of Helplessness, or even stronger, Jiang Kuang said to himself. Next, the others took turns to pass the Bridge of Helplessness. At the same time, on the right side of the reception hall, the test of the 3 sea demons had also begun. Their test was more difficult than the human race's test. Xinhua is so strong, but it's so difficult to pass. I have no hope at all, Dao Ancestor Monster thought to himself. After a long time, Dao Ancestor Monster shook his head and sighed. He gave up the test. He was not willing to risk his own life in such a dangerous situation. I withdraw, Dao Ancestor Monster said. Mu Hanfu nodded. Leave this to me and Xinhua. You go find other inheritances. If you have the chance, do your best to kill the human race's geniuses. Don't worry. You and Xinhua have to be careful. After saying that, Dao Ancestor Monster turned and left. On the left side, after Zidao, Yuan Ming also successfully crossed the Bridge of Helplessness. At the last moment, he used a trump card, and his strength increased sharply. Only then did he barely defeat the puppet. As a result, the expressions of the others became more and more serious. Let me try. Jiang Kuang stepped on the Bridge of Helplessness. Boom! Jiang Kuang attacked the puppet first. Crack! The puppet's fist landed on Jiang Kuang's body, forcing him to retreat. Fang Chen discovered that there was a slight fluctuation of power above Jiang Kuang's head. What's this? It was Fang Chen's first time seeing Jiang Kuang use a secret technique of the soul. Sure enough, everyone has a trump card. Crash! Beside Jiang Kuang, a figure that looked exactly the same appeared. It was Jiang Kuang's clone. All along, Jiang Kuang's clone had been kept a secret. No one knew that Jiang Kuang's clone was a very terrifying soul cultivator. Chapter 1528. Almost every creation realm martial artist would condense a doppelganger. Some people condensed a single avatar, while others condensed 2 avatars. The more clones one condensed, the more divided the origin spirit would be, which would affect one's future cultivation. Therefore, Most martial artists would condense a single clone. Jiang Kuang used his clone, and a terrifying Soul Dao secret technique was instantly used. Rumble. Although the puppet didn't have an origin spirit, it had a control center. Jiang Kuang's clone was a martial grandmaster soul cultivator with extremely strong offensive power. When the Soul Dao secret technique was used, it instantly enveloped the puppet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Kuang's main body leaped and crossed the bridge of helplessness. Crack! The puppet broke free from the Soul Dao secret technique's attack and fiercely punched the arm of Jiang Kuang's clone. Blood splattered across the sky. Jiang Kuang's clone broke an arm and fled the bridge of helplessness. Whoosh! On the other side of the bridge of helplessness, Jiang Kuang's face was gloomy. Using one of his clone's arms as the price to pass the bridge of helplessness's test was a heavy loss for him. However, there was no other way. It was for the sake of the final inheritance. A martial grandmaster soul cultivator is really powerful. In Fang Chen's mind, he recalled the soul path secret art Jiang Kuang had used earlier. It was simply too powerful. After Jiang Kuang passed, it was Luo Qinghan, Ling Ming, and Ling Lianzhu. The strength of the three of them was relatively weak. However, passing the bridge of helplessness wasn't just a test of strength. There were other factors as well. Whoosh! In just a few breaths of time, Luo Qinghan failed. He had used his clone as the price to escape this calamity. Crack! Luo Qinghan's clone was shattered, and his main body used this opportunity to escape the bridge of helplessness. "Brother Luo, are you all right?" asked Ling Ming. Luo Qinghan's face was pale. He shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Ling Ming glanced at Luo Qinghan's lonely back, then turned to look at Ling Lianzhu. "Lianzhu, the puppet is too strong. You didn't bring your clone in, so you should give up," said Ling Ming. Ling Lianzhu nodded. She was ready to give up when Jiang Kuang's clone lost an arm. Among the people present, Ling Lianzhu was the weakest. Although she had stepped into the 7th level of the creation realm, her strength was not enough. Even Jiang Kuang had lost an arm of his clone. Given her strength, if she were to force her way through, her main body would definitely be destroyed. Once the main body was destroyed, the clone left behind would also be implicated. It was almost equivalent to cutting off the path of martial arts. For the genius of the spirit race, Ling Lianzhu, this was something that could not be allowed to happen. "Big brother Ling Ming, you have to be careful too," Ling Lianzhu warned. "Don't worry, I'm prepared." Ling Ming nodded heavily. Ling Lianzhu also left the welcoming hall. Only Fang Qin and Ling Ming were left on the golden stone platform. The latter exchanged a glance with Fang Qin before taking the lead and stepping onto the bridge of helplessness. Boom! The moment the puppet appeared, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Ming's body. Silver-gray, complex patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. These patterns quickly formed an extremely strong defense. Ling Ming let out a low growl as all the strength in his body gathered on his fist. Then he suddenly punched out. Dong! The bridge of helplessness trembled. The puppet easily blocked Ling Ming's attack and then launched a counterattack. Just as Fang Qin thought that Ling Ming was about to be defeated, something unexpected happened. Ling Ming's body instantly disappeared. Fang Qin spread out his consciousness and shrouded the top of the bridge of helplessness. However, no matter how he searched, he could not find Ling Ming's body. "What's going on?" Fang Chen's heart trembled. Ling Ming actually had such a heaven-defying technique. He had hidden it too deeply. Swoosh! While Fang Chen was shocked, Ling Ming's body appeared from the void and then gave the puppet a fierce punch. Bang! Caught off guard, the puppet's body was knocked back by Ling Ming. This is the moment. Ling Ming seized the opportunity. With a tap of his foot, his body disappeared again. The next time he appeared, he was already at the other end of the bridge of helplessness. This sudden scene caused Zi Dao and Yuan Ming's expressions to change. Only Feng Qin was enlightened. His eyes were filled with surprise. If he guessed correctly, the technique that Ling Ming used just now was a super strong space-type true meaning. To be able to hide in an instant, it's definitely a space-type true meaning. And from the looks of it, it's definitely a supreme true meaning. It might even be a peerless true meaning. Feng Chen's heart trembled. Apart from him, this was the first time he saw a martial artist who seemed to have a peerless true meaning. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at Ling Ming. In the first 2 tests, Ling Ming had been lukewarm. Although he was the strongest among the younger generation of the Spirit Clan, his limelight was completely suppressed by Jiang Kuang and the others. In everyone's hearts, Sanguinati could even suppress him. However, the test of the Bridge of Helplessness made Feng Qin and the others realize Ling Ming's strength. He's been hiding, Feng Qin thought to himself. He could be sure that Ling Ming's space-type true meaning was different from his space-time true meaning. However, he couldn't be sure what true meaning it was. It's my turn. Shaking his head and putting away his complicated thoughts, Feng Chen's gaze fell on the Bridge of Helplessness. Hula! He took a step and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. Yuan Ming and Zi Dao didn't say anything, their faces full of disdain. Not everyone can step onto the Bridge of Helplessness. The puppet appeared as expected and attacked Feng Qin. Without saying anything, Feng Qin used the 4th level of the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. The 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique was a very powerful Soul Dao secret technique. After reaching the 4th level and breaking the curse, its power was even stronger. Rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed and swooped down. It instantly merged with the Soul Dao aura, forming a terrifying attack. Dong! The powerful attack blasted on the puppet's body. Crack! Such a sound came from the puppet's body. The puppet gave up on defense and attacked with all its might. Although it's a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator, its attack power isn't weaker than my clone. On the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness, Jiang Kuang commented. Before entering the ancestral land of inheritance, he didn't pay attention to Sanguinati at all. However, everything that happened in front of the reception hall made Jiang Kuang feel that Sanguinati was extraordinary. It wasn't easy for a martial artist to have such powerful combat strength and Soul Dao attacks. After using the Soul Dao attack, Feng Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Ling Ming's expression changed for a moment, but it soon returned to normal. The true meaning of space-time could change the flow of time and space around him. Although Feng Qin hadn't fully mastered this point, it was enough to deal with the puppet. The puppet roared at the sky and attacked the void randomly. It couldn't catch Feng Chen's figure at all. Strolling in the void, Feng Qin changed the flow of time. In the blink of an eye, he came to the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness. So far, 2 of the 8 people had issued the challenge, and the remaining 6 had all passed. However, among these people, Zi Dao, Sanguinati, and Ling Ming passed with the most ease. Jiang Kuang and Luo Qinghan had suffered more losses. However, it was worth it to pass the 3rd round. On the right side of the reception hall, Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu had passed the test. Their bodies were covered with blood. The 3rd round of the test was very destructive to them. However, they had finally survived. The 3rd round of the test is passed. Everyone can choose a secret technique. A voice came from the reception hall. Everyone was wild with joy. The secret techniques in the reception hall must be extraordinary. Whoosh! A mirror appeared in the sky. Inside the mirror, there were many illusory images. Each illusion was a book, and the name of the secret technique was written on the book. Everyone choose a secret technique. Instantly, Zi Dao and the others quickly reached their hands into the mirror and grabbed the secret technique they had chosen. Feng Chen raised his head and looked at the mirror. It's best to choose the one that suits me, Feng Chen thought to himself. His gaze swept across all the balls of light. There were offensive secret techniques, defensive secret techniques, formation techniques, refining techniques, and talisman techniques. In short, there were all kinds of secret techniques. For a moment, Fong Qin did not know what to choose. Dong! The golden heart beat rapidly. Immediately after, Fong Qin felt an illusion appear in his mind. I choose the sacred dragon heart technique. Fong Qin did not think too much. He reached out his hand and took back a book with the words Sacred Dragon Heart Technique written on it. You only have 30 minutes to comprehend the secret technique you have chosen. After that, the final battle will begin. Hearing this, everyone did not dare to waste any time. They all sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. This time, the Sea Demon clan could also choose. They did not deliberately make things difficult for the Sea Demon clan. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Fong Qin opened the Sacred Dragon Heart technique to read. He did not know if he did not read it, but when he read it, he was shocked. Fong Qin's face was full of shock. It was not until this moment that he understood why the Golden Heart had guided him to choose this inconspicuous heart technique. One must know that under normal circumstances, heart techniques only played a supporting role. Geniuses would not choose heart techniques at all. They would all choose offensive secret techniques. The Sacred Dragon Heart technique was directly ignored by everyone. The Sacred Dragon Heart technique is a secret technique of the human clan. 80 million years ago, it was created by the Sacred Dragon King, a prodigy of the human clan. This heart technique can assist martial artists to cultivate the secret technique faster. Just reading the introduction, Fong Qin was extremely shocked. The Sacred Dragon Heart technique was actually created by the Sacred Dragon King 80 million years ago. And most importantly, if one cultivated the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, any secret technique could be mastered quickly. What did this mean? It meant that one could learn it immediately. It was simply a heart technique that martial artists dreamed of. Fong Qin wanted to laugh wildly, but he still restrained himself. This time, I really picked up a treasure. Fong Qin was secretly delighted. At the same time, he was also lamenting that, if it were not for the Golden Heart, he definitely would not have chosen the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. Start cultivating. The time was only 30 minutes, but for Fong Qin it was more than that. Chapter 1529. On the path of martial arts, above cultivation techniques were secret techniques. Above that were divine techniques. Divine techniques were extremely powerful and could destroy heaven and earth. Their power was unparalleled. There was an insurmountable gap between secret techniques and divine techniques. As for the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, it was the ultimate technique of the Sacred Dragon King. It was the strongest auxiliary heart technique. According to the book, if a martial artist cultivated the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, he could learn any secret technique below divine techniques. Moreover, he could quickly cultivate it to the transcendent state. It was simply a cultivation tool. 80 million years ago, the Sacred Dragon King was famous in the mortal universe because of this heart technique. In the end, the Sacred Dragon King stepped into the divine realm, and this heart technique was lost. He did not expect the Sacred Dragon Heart technique to be hidden in the ancestral land. Fong Qin felt that he was very lucky to be able to obtain such a heaven-defying heart technique. There were a total of 3 levels of the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. Time was accelerated by 100 times. Both his true body and avatar comprehended together. In addition, Fong Qin's super high comprehension ability. In a breath's time, Fong Qin cultivated the first level. It's too profound. Fong Qin looked at the golden light flowing in his palm and the golden dragon floating above his head. He felt comfortable. Continue cultivating. After successfully cultivating the first level, Fong Qin's understanding of the Sacred Dragon Heart technique reached a very high level. He used 15 minutes to cultivate the second level. If the Sacred Dragon King knew that he had successfully cultivated the second level of the Sacred Dragon Heart technique in 15 minutes, he would definitely be shocked. After cultivating the second level, Fong Qin encountered a bottleneck. He saw in the book that in order to cultivate the third level, he needed the assistance of the blood of a true dragon. It seems that there is no way to cultivate the third level. Fong Qin spread his hands, still unsatisfied. He glanced at the others and saw that they were busy comprehending the supreme grade secret techniques they had chosen. At this time, there was still a little time before the incense stick burned out. Fong Qin gave up on cultivating the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. He was ready to test the power of the Sacred Dragon Heart technique. I wonder if the Sacred Dragon Heart technique is as magical as the legends say. Fong Qin secretly activated the Sacred Dragon Heart technique, and a golden aura flowed around him. Then he began to cultivate the burial sword art of heaven and earth. A miracle happened. When the incantation of the burial of heaven and earth sword technique merged with the golden aura suddenly burst forth. Dong with a loud boom, Fong Qin felt that the burial sword art of heaven and earth had reached the minute subtlety realm. Isn't this too exaggerated? Fong Qin didn't dare to imagine. He continued to cultivate. A moment later, Fong Qin's eyes widened, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Just like that, the supreme grade secret technique, the heaven and earth burial sword art, was cultivated to the realm of perfection. Fong Qin's heart was filled with joy, as expected of a secret technique created by the Sacred Dragon King. While he was happy, he was also sighing. The Saint Dragon King was a peerless expert of the human race. His cultivation was earth-shattering. The secret technique he created was also so powerful. It was too shocking. It's time. An illusory voice sounded from the reception hall. The incense stick had finished burning. Everyone opened their eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed across Yuan Ming's face. He hadn't completely comprehended the secret technique he had chosen. The reception hall contains the strongest inheritance left behind by the human race's ancestors. One of you will definitely be able to obtain it. The illusory voice sounded again. However, if you want to obtain the inheritance, you will have to pay a price. Next, you will fight in pairs until the strongest person is determined. After the illusory voice sounded, the people in the air exchanged glances and then looked at the others warily. "What should we do?" asked Yuan Ming. "Since that's the case, let's fight," said Purple Blade. "Everyone, the sea demon race is eyeing us covetously. Why don't we eliminate the sea demon race first, and then fight for it?" Ling Ming suggested. "All right, let's do that," said Jiang Kuang. "However, the rules say that we should fight in pairs. If we join forces, it will be against the rules. Then let's fight one-on-one." Purple Blade was in high spirits as he looked at the two beauties opposite him. "Which one of you will go first?" asked Purple Blade. "I'll go first." Mu Hanfu had long wanted to fight. The human race had killed several of her sea demon race brothers. She wanted to avenge them. What a clown! Purple Blade sneered. He didn't even take out his battle saber. "Kill!" Mu Hanfu attacked. Her clothes fluttered as she transformed into a gust of wind, quickly arriving in front of Purple Blade. Within the sea demon race, Mu Hanfu was already very strong. However, she had met Purple Blade. Purple Blade was a freak through and through. Bang! Mu Hanfu extended her hand, wanting to crush Purple Blade's head. However, she was forced back by Purple Blade's fist. Yes. Purple Blade stared at Mu Hanfu's hand. Her hand was actually made of metal. "Golden palm race?" asked Purple Blade. Mu Hanfu didn't answer and continued attacking. Her palms instantly turned into extremely hard metal, comparable to a divine weapon. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Mu Hanfu had released her innate ability. The sea demon race had many races. Mu Hanfu's race was called the Golden Palm race. As the name implied, their hands were made of metal. The Golden Palm race's innate ability was related to their hands. Using the metal in their hands, they could erupt with a powerful force and destroy their enemies' defenses. Swish! The battle blade was unsheathed, and a purple light instantly shot out. Crack! Purple Blade's battle blade ruthlessly stabbed into Mu Hanfu's right palm. Ah! Mu Hanfu let out a miserable cry, her delicate body trembling in the void. Bang! Purple Blade pulled back his battle blade and punched out, sending Mu Hanfu flying. Mu Hanfu's delicate body fell heavily to the ground. Her clothes were tattered, and her pure white body was exposed. Hanfu. Su Xinyue asked worriedly. Mu Hanfu gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Most of the metal in her right hand had been destroyed by Purple Blade. Her injury was very serious. Sister Xinyue, I lost. Mu Hanfu said guiltily. Hanfu, it's not your fault. Su Xinyue said. Mu Hanfu shook her head, feeling a little lonely. Failure meant that she was not qualified to compete for the strongest inheritance. Blood Fiend Monarch was full of confidence. He had personally selected the 10 most outstanding disciples of the sea demon race. However, only Su Xinyue was left now. The human race was eyeing covetously. Su Xinyue was under a lot of pressure. However, Su Xinyue didn't give up. Even if she lost, she had to lose righteously. Who's going to fight? In the void, Su Xinyue took a step forward, staring at the human race cultivators with her pitch-black eyes. Purple Blade had fought once and couldn't fight a second time. Jiang Quang and Luo Qinghan, one of them had lost an arm and the other had been destroyed. They had more or less suffered some injuries and were not suitable to fight. Only Ling Ming, Yuan Ming, and Sanguinati were left. Let me do it! Ling Ming was about to fight, but he was stopped by Yuan Ming. Ling Ming, let Sanguinati fight this battle. Yuan Ming said. Ling Ming frowned. Fong Chen also looked at Yuan Ming thoughtfully. Sanguinati, didn't you say that you want to kill all the sea demon race? Now the opportunity is here. Yuan Ming said with a smile, although he knew that Yuan Ming deliberately let him fight. Fong Chen still stood up. Brother Ling Ming, leave this battle to me. Fong Chen said, Brother Blood, be careful. Ling Ming nodded. Seeing Sanguinati fight, a cold smile appeared on Su Xinyue's beautiful face. Sanguinati, I thought you would be a coward and not dare to fight. Su Xinyue mocked. Sanguinati had killed so many sea demon race clansmen. She wanted to take revenge. Saying these words won't change your ending. Fong Chen said calmly, Is that so? I want you to die in this battle. Su Xinyue said bluntly, Sorry, I want your life too. Fong Chen said, Then let's see who has more ability. Su Xinyue attacked. Su Xinyue was the leader of the 10 sea demon race clansmen. Moreover, she was the most outstanding member of the sea demon race's younger generation in the past 10,000 years. Blood Fiend Monarch had high hopes for her. He hoped that she could use the ancestral land to enter the life and death realm. A terrifying aura emerged around Su Xinyue's body. In everyone's eyes, this was bound to be a fierce battle. However, facing Su Xinyue's attack, Fong Chen sneered, You're courting death. Seeing this, Su Xinyue sneered and attacked Fong Chen even more fiercely. Looking at the aggressive Su Xinyue, Fong Chen took out the red glass sword. The level of cultivation doesn't represent one's strength. Fong Chen said inexplicably, Sword burial art of heaven and earth. The low-level, transcendent sword burial art of heaven and earth was used. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light spread out, causing the space to tremble. He has become stronger again. Ling Min and the others were also surprised. Fong Chen's improvement was beyond their imagination. This alone is not enough to make me retreat, Su Xinyue said coldly. Is that so? As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Feng Chen's body, making people's hearts palpitate. In his sea of qi, the five-pointed astral light spun rapidly, and a terrifying aura spread out. Yes, it was the five-pointed astral light. Everyone thought that Sanguinati had suffered a backlash when he was comprehending the Enlightenment ancient leaf. However, the truth was that he had not only increased his cultivation to LV5 creation realm. Moreover, he had also absorbed all the martial Dao aura in the Enlightenment ancient leaf. The reason why he spat out blood was that he had wanted to forcibly melt the Enlightenment ancient leaf and had suffered a backlash. However, it did not matter. Now, Feng Chen had shown his unparalleled strength. When he was at LV2 creation realm, he could fight against a LV7 creation realm martial artist. Now he had increased his cultivation by 3 levels and reached LV5 creation realm. The aura from his sea of qi made Purple Dao's face change drastically. How is this possible? Purple Dao screamed. How could Sanguinati increase his cultivation by 3 levels? It must be the Enlightenment ancient leaf, Purple Dao said in a low voice. Yuan Ming's face was complicated as he watched the scene quietly. What a powerful force! Su Xinyue, who was attacking, was instantly suppressed by the violent aura. Her attack was instantly annihilated. Then a storm came. Su Xinyue could not resist the power of a LV5 creation realm martial artist and the transcendent sword burial art of heaven and earth. Poof! The sword pierced through Su Xinyue's body. The latter's delicate body fell softly to the ground. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. The strength that the Blood Sword Saint had displayed was too terrifying. Chapter 1530. Feng Chen didn't have any pity for the Sea Demon clan. His heart was filled with endless anger. The human clan and the Sea Demon clan coexisted peacefully and didn't invade each other. This balance had lasted for countless years. But now, the Blood Fiend monarch had forcefully taken action and captured the old faker. Feng Chen couldn't take this lying down. He was in the ancestral land and didn't know the situation outside. So he didn't understand the attitude of the 5 giants. He only knew that he had to take revenge for the old faker. He had to kill all the sea demons in the ancestral land. This was just the beginning. Sister Xinyue. Below, Mu Hanfu saw Su Xinyue's body fall to the ground and cried bitterly. However, what responded to her was Feng Chen's shocking sword. Whoosh! The red sword light pierced through the void and appeared in front of Mu Hanfu with the speed of a clap of thunder. Puchi! Without any resistance, the red sword light pierced through Mu Hanfu's body and killed her. This, Jiang Kuang's heart was filled with shock. Not only him, but the others were also shocked. Feng Chen's strength had far surpassed all of them. How did he improve so quickly? Yuan Ming couldn't believe it. The first time he fought with Sanguinati, the latter wasn't his opponent at all. If it weren't for the dark demonic wheel, he would have died in his hands. After that, he could clearly feel that Sanguinati was improving every time they fought. Especially after entering the ancestral land, he wanted to find time to kill him. But now, it seemed that it was uncertain whether he could defeat Sanguinati. Thinking of this, Yuan Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. The strongest inheritance is more important, Yuan Ming said to himself. Everyone woke up from their shock and looked at each other. After 2 rounds of battle, Zidao and Sanguinati won the battle with an absolute advantage. Next, Yuan Ming, Jiang Kuang, Luo Qinghan, and Ling Ming would fight 2 battles. Jiang Kuang, I'll fight you. In fact, Luo Qinghan chose Jiang Kuang for a reason. His clone was destroyed, while Jiang Kuang's clone lost an arm. Comparatively speaking, Jiang Kuang's strength was lower. Ever since he saw Ling Ming's strange methods, he felt that he was unfathomable. All right, I'll fight you. Jiang Kuang laughed heartily as he engaged in battle with Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan was the strongest in the younger generation of the Luo clan. Although he was strong, there was still a gap between him and Jiang Kuang. After an hour of fighting, Jiang Kuang finally found an opportunity to counterattack and soon suppressed Luo Qinghan. Actually, Luo Qinghan could have used his trump card, but he gave up. He had a trump card, but so did Jiang Kuang. Brother Jiang Kuang is very strong. I admit defeat. Luo Qinghan smiled. Even though he was not qualified to obtain the strongest heritage, he had still benefited a lot from his trip to the ancestral land. Jiang Kuang nodded. Ling Ming, admit defeat. You are no match for me, Yuan Ming said in a low voice. How can anyone from my spirit race be defeated without a fight? Laughed Ling Ming. Since that's the case, let's fight. Bang 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 Yuan Ming and Ling Ming started fighting. Yuan Ming's aura fluctuated. His strength was very strong. Moreover, he had also cultivated the spirit race's ultimate arts. He displayed a very strong offensive power right from the start. Ling Ming already knew this, so he did not want to fight Yuan Ming head-on. He used his space-type true, meaning to constantly travel through space. Yuan Ming could not even capture Ling Ming's body. How can you be considered a genius if you keep running away? Roared Yuan Ming. In a battle, the final victory is the most important thing. The process is not important. Ling Ming's voice came from the void. Damn it, I don't believe that you can hide for long. With that, Yuan Ming opened his hand, and a strange black aura came out of his chi si. After this black aura appeared, it caused the space around him to distort. When Fong Qin saw this, his expression changed drastically. Yuan Ming's methods were very strange. Looks like this is Yuan Ming's trump card, said Fong Qin. The space distorted, and the black aura kept drilling into the void. Bang Bangling Ming's body was forced to appear. Still want to run? Seeing this, Yuan Ming continued to unleash his thunderous attacks. Rumble. The battle continued, but the outcome seemed to be determined. Crack! Yuan Ming punched Ling Ming's body, and an armor appeared in front of the latter's chest. Protective armor. Seeing this, Yuan Ming's face darkened. As expected of a member of the three god races, each of them has a trump card. Fong Qin sighed. In front of the welcoming hall, the battle was intense. In other places of the ancestral land of inheritance, there were also many battles. In a certain wasteland, Dao ancestor monster appeared and stopped a few geniuses of the Luo clan. Sister Fong, leave quickly. Luo Chun pushed Luo Fong out and told her to escape. As for himself, he was fighting with Dao ancestor monster. Luo Chun was very young, and he was a genius of the Luo clan who had risen recently. Although he was strong, he was no match for Dao ancestor monster. All of you must die. After Dao ancestor monster gave up the test, he walked in the ancestral land of inheritance, looking for human warriors and killing them on sight. Before this, he had already killed more than 20 human clan warriors. His hands were covered in blood. Bang! Dao ancestor monster sent Luo Chen's body flying with a punch and walked towards him step by step. Luo Chen. At the critical moment, Luo Fong stood beside Luo Chen. If you want to kill Luo Chen, you'll have to step over my dead body first, Luo Fong said coldly. Don't worry, all of you must die. Dao ancestor monster looked at Luo Fong mockingly. All the strength in his body gathered on his fist, and he punched out. Crash! A person jumped out of the void and stood in front of Luo Fong. With a bang, Dao ancestor monster's full-strength attack hit the person. All of you leave quickly. The person spat out blood and shouted loudly. Luo Rui! Luo Fong exclaimed. Seeing that Luo Rui was injured, she wanted to help. Leave quickly. Don't let me die in vain. Avenge me. Luo Rui shouted hysterically, then turned his head and rushed towards Dao ancestor monster. Luo Rui hugged Dao Ancestor Monster, buying time for Luo Feng, and Luo Qin. You're courting death. Dao Ancestor Monster grabbed Luo Rui's head with his big hand and crushed it with a crack. Then a bright light shot out from his palm and shot towards the escaping Luo Feng, and Luo Qin. Pucci! The escaping Luo Chen's arm was pierced. Luo Chen! Luo Feng, carried Luo Chen and quickly fled. Sister Feng, put me down. I'll drag you down, the injured Luo Chen said. I won't give up on you. Luo Feng's face was covered in tears. Whoosh! Dao Ancestor Monster caught up with Luo Feng, in no time. All of you must die. Luo Feng was already in despair, but she suddenly saw some human cultivators appear in front of her. Save me! Luo Feng used all her strength and rushed in the direction of the human cultivators. They were Ling Xian, Ling Yi, Ling Feng, and Ling Yu of the Spirit Clan. They were talking and laughing. They had just obtained an inheritance and were very happy. Brother Ling Xian, the people of the Luo clan are being hunted down. It's Dao Ancestor Monster of the Sea Demon Clan. Should we help? When did the Sea Demon Clan become so arrogant? Let's attack together. Under Ling Xian's lead, the 4 geniuses of the Spirit Clan fought with Dao Ancestor Monster. The battle was earth-shattering. Luo Feng did not have the heart to think about this. She carried the injured Luo Qin and fled this place. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it ended with both sides suffering losses. Dao Ancestor Monster was very strong. At the critical moment, he used his trump card and almost wiped out the 4 geniuses of the Spirit Clan. Fortunately, the geniuses of the Spirit Clan also had their trump cards, so they avoided disaster. After this battle, in the ancestral land of inheritance, the 4 sacred lands cultivators jointly issued a statement to suppress Dao Ancestor Monster. Luo Huakai and Luo Xia were furious and swore to kill Dao Ancestor Monster. The crisis was spreading, and Dao Ancestor Monster was secretly waiting for an opportunity to kill the human cultivators. And the human cultivators could do nothing about it. Above the reception hall, the battle between Yuan Ming and Ling Ming was beyond everyone's expectations. Ling Ming's space-type true intent was very heaven-defying, but it was a pity that the Yuan clan thought highly of Yuan Ming and gave him a battle sword formed by the will of the demon origin sword. When Yuan Ming took out this supreme treasure, he immediately defeated Ling Ming. Although the latter also burst out with his trump card, the will of the demon origin sword was too strong. The final result was that the will of the demon origin sword dissipated, and Yuan Ming was injured. And Ling Ming was directly defeated. Huff huff! On the ground in front of the reception hall, Ling Ming held his knees with both hands, panting, sweat dripping from his forehead. He had tried his best. The Yuan clan is really despicable. Fang Chen somewhat looked down on Yuan Ming in his heart. What was the demon origin sword? Fang Chen knew best. Although it was only a battle sword formed by a trace of will, it was beyond the scope of what a creation realm cultivator could withstand. He felt that it was not worth it for Ling Ming. The latter lost somewhat unjustly. If he had not encountered the battle sword formed by the will of the demon origin sword, he would not have lost. However, the outcome was already decided. There was no way to change it. Luo Qinghan and Ling Ming were eliminated one after another. There were only 4 people left above the reception hall. Purple Sword, Yuan Ming, Jiang Kuang, and Sanguinati. The 4 of them represented the top battle strength of the younger generation in the mortal universe. Before entering the ancestral land of inheritance, no one would have thought that the last person standing here would be Sanguinati. After going through the cruel test, the 4 of them stood at the top of the reception hall. However, the next battle would be even more cruel. It was destined that only one person would be able to obtain the strongest inheritance. Therefore, none of the 4 wanted to give way. Jiang Kuang, I will fight with you. Purple Sword took the initiative to choose Jiang Kuang, not Sanguinati. Chapter 1531. There was another reason why Purple Blade chose Jiang Kuang. Jiang Kuang's clone was injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. 8-8 reading. 23. He could easily defeat Jiang Kuang. If that was the case, he would only be one step away from the final stage. All right, let's fight. Jiang Kuang's body emitted a wild aura. Although his cultivation was not as strong as Purple Blade, he did not show any weakness. Purple Blade took Jiang Kuang very seriously. He held his purple battle saber and stared at Jiang Kuang. A battle between experts could be decided with a single thought. The two did not act rashly. Instead, they looked at each other. They were looking for the opponent's weakness. Once they found the right opportunity, they would defeat their opponent with lightning speed. Jiang Kuang summoned his clone. The clone with a broken arm had stopped bleeding, but his aura was weak. Everlasting, holy light saber. Purple Blade finally made his move. His purple robe fluttered without any wind. In an instant, the 9-pointed star in his sea of chi rotated and rumbled. Then a wild purple aura spread out. The purple battle saber in his hand drew a strange saber light in the sky. The saber light poured down like rain. Each saber light contained a majestic purple halo that shook people's hearts. Everlasting holy light saber. Seeing Purple Blade use this secret technique, Fang Qin could not help but sigh. The everlasting holy light saber was very powerful. It was the Black Blade Monarch's secret technique. If one could cultivate it to the peak, he could destroy his opponent with a raise of his hand. Purple Blade had inherited the Black Blade Monarch's legacy, but this secret technique was very profound. He had not cultivated it to the peak yet. However, even so, it was still very powerful. The saber light contains a strong corrosive power. An ordinary 9th-grade martial artist would not be able to block it. Fang Qin shook his head slightly. Purple Blade was too strong. Jiang Kuang was going to lose. Heavenly Demon Fist. Purple saber light poured down and locked onto Jiang Kuang's body. Jiang Kuang's expression changed. He roared and gathered his aura on his fists. Dong! He stomped his feet and leaped up. Then he punched out with his fists. The entire sky shook. Jiang Kuang's fists were very powerful. Crack! Some of the purple blade lights that were close to his fists were instantly shattered. However, every time he shattered a purple blade light, the power of his fists would weaken a little. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blade lights were shattered. At this time, the power of Jiang Kuang's fist had decreased by more than half. The Heavenly Demon Fist is only SOSO. Seeing this, Zi Dao coldly snorted. With a leap, he arrived before Jiang Kuang. The purple saber in his hand drew a strange trajectory. Swoosh! The purple saber bypassed Jiang Kuang's fists at an extremely tricky angle and went straight for his throat. Left with no choice, Jiang Kuang could only give up on attacking and focus on defending. Bang! Both of his fists struck the side of the purple saber. All of a sudden, the direction of the purple saber was disrupted. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. The air was filled with a terrifying aura. The destructive power of a battle between those at the peak of the blessed realm was extremely strong. He could easily destroy a city with a raise of his hand. Fortunately, there was the reception hall. Otherwise, this space would have been destroyed by the two of them. Zi Dao held the purple saber in his hand. In his pitch-black eyes, there was a hint of ridicule as he stared at Jiang Kuang. To be able to display such power at the 8th level of the blessed realm. Jiang Kuang, you are worthy of my respect, Zi Dao said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a helpless expression appeared on Jiang Kuang's face. He didn't make a move because he knew that even if he used his trump card, he wouldn't be a match for Zi Dao. Rather than that, he might as well admit defeat. At his level, winning or losing wasn't that important to him. Black Blade Monarch's disciple lives up to his name. The most outstanding disciple of the human race's sacred land had lost to Black Blade Monarch's disciple. Jiang Kuang shrugged. He retracted his aura, feeling relieved. You've won. However, I'll work harder. One day I'll surpass you. Jiang Kuang's face was filled with confidence. Under the life and death realm, everything is like an ant. Let's see who can enter the life and death realm first. After speaking, Jiang Kuang leaped and disappeared in front of the reception hall. Hearing the words life and death realm, Zidao's face turned incomparably grave. Even if he was so talented that he could suppress all the younger generation in the mortal universe, he still didn't dare to say that he could enter the life and death realm. The life and death realm was a threshold. 99% of martial artists couldn't step into this realm in their lifetime. I'll definitely enter the life and death realm. Dao clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. At the same time, he looked at the reception hall with a burning gaze. If he could obtain the strongest inheritance in the reception hall, he might be able to break through to the life and death realm. The strongest inheritance belongs to me, Zidao. Zidao shouted in his heart. Congratulations, brother Zidao. Yuan Ming chuckled. Zidao faintly nodded and said, It's your turn now. Zidao stood to the side, waiting for the final result. Whether it was Yuan Ming or Sanguinati, neither of them could pose a threat to him. The strongest inheritance was already in the bag of Purple Saber. Sanguinati, do you still remember the scarlet jellyfish mine under Green Bamboo Island? Yuan Ming stared at Fang Qin and asked, Of course I remember. I destroyed your clone there, Fang Qin said casually. Humph. I, Yuan Ming, swore that I would definitely kill you, Sanguinati. And now is the best opportunity. Yuan Ming coldly snorted and said, What last words do you have? Hurry up and say them. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you finish them. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Yuan Ming's words were filled with killing intent. He wasn't planning on letting Sanguinati off. Are you sure you can kill me? Fang Qin asked. If I activate the dark demonic wheel, you won't even have the chance to resist. Hearing the words dark demonic wheel, Yuan Ming's expression changed. However, he quickly calmed down. I bet that you won't activate the dark demonic wheel. Yuan Ming smiled sinisterly and said, That supreme treasure is an extraordinary item. With your strength, you won't be able to activate it for a long time. If you use it even once, your primordial spirit will be damaged and you'll fall into a coma. Even if you don't fall into a coma, your combat strength will be greatly reduced if your primordial spirit is damaged. You should know that there are still the Purple Blade brothers behind me. I believe that you won't use the dark demonic wheel, at least not now, Yuan Ming analyzed. Fang Qin spread his hands. You can try. If he didn't even have life, what else was there to talk about? Everything was based on the premise that he had life. Of course, even if I don't use the dark demonic wheel, I can still defeat you. Fang Qin deliberately attacked Yuan Ming. Kid, do you really think that the younger generation of the three god clans is weak? Yuan Ming said coldly. His aura spread out and locked onto Fang Qin's body. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Crash. As soon as Yuan Ming finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. He suddenly punched out, and a rumbling sound was heard. Then he took out his mace and used his strongest skill, smashing it towards Fang Qin. Sanguinati die, Yuan Ming bellowed, his eyes filled with excitement. It's important to know one's own limits. As a disciple of the God Clan, you can't even see your own position clearly. You can't blame others if you die, Fang Qin said softly. In the next moment, the five-pointed star in his sea of qi instantly exploded. A terrifying aura spread across the entire world. Using the true meaning of space and time, Fang Qin's figure was faintly discernible as he shuttled through the void. With the red glass sword in hand, he used the burial of heaven and earth art. At the same time, the clone that had not shown up suddenly appeared on the side and used the fourth level of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique. Die! Yuan Ming roared. The mace in his hand smashed the red sword light and hit the red glass sword hard. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing resounded in the sky, and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, Yuan Ming's head was struck by a bolt of lightning that swooped down from the sky. Ah! A miserable cry came out of Yuan Ming's mouth. Crash! Yuan Ming lost control of the mace and was sent flying by the red glass sword. As for Yuan Ming's body, he was directly sent flying. His skull had been smashed, and smoke was coming out of his head. In his mind, Yuan Ming's primordial spirit was shaken. The fourth level of the Five Thunders Tribulation technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, Yuan Ming was caught off guard and could not block it at all. Clone! Seeing Fang Chen's clone, Zidao's expression changed. Sanguinati, you forced me to do this. Since both my original body and clone are here, I can destroy them both. At this moment, Yuan Ming still did not give up. Die! Yuan Ming quickly took out a talisman from his chest. Then he activated the talisman instantly. Rumble! A terrifying aura spread out from the talisman. A sea of fire instantly enveloped Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was shocked. The power that this talisman could unleash was too powerful. Rank 9 talisman. Zidao at the side said in a deep voice. Rank 9 talisman was a talisman in the legends. In the entire mortal universe, there were many rank 8 talismans, but very few rank 9 talismans. This was because there were only a few 9-star divine talisman masters. Yuan race seems to have a 9-star divine talisman master. A 9-star divine talisman master had the same status as a 9-star divine blacksmith, 9-star divine alchemist, and 9-star divine array master. Such an expert status was also one of the best among the life and death realm emperors. Even the 5 giants had to treat such an expert with respect. Rumor had it that the 9-star divine talisman master of Yuan race was invited personally by the Yuan race's master, Yuan Gu. Moreover, he had invited Yuan race more than 10 times before he managed to invite Yuan race. Yuan race really put in a lot of effort to give Yuan Ming a rank 9 talisman. In the Sea of Fire, the perfect sword body was activated and the sword-shaped talisman was activated. Fang Chen was trying his best to block the attack of the rank 9 talisman. Sanguinati, I want to see how you block it this time. Chapter 1532. 9-star Divine Talisman Master was the pinnacle of divine talisman masters in the mortal universe. Although 8-star was only a step away from 9-star, it was like the distance between heaven and earth. Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of this. He had displayed heaven-defying potential in the Array Dao. In less than 50 years, he had reached 8-star Divine Talisman Master. However, he had only caused a small commotion, which wasn't enough to enter the eyes of the 5 giants. Even if Fang Chen had great potential, the 5 giants didn't think he could reach 9-star Divine Talisman Master in a short time. In fact, it was impossible for him to do so in this lifetime. Sanguinati, you should be proud to die under my Grade 9 talisman. Originally, he had prepared the Grade 9 talisman for the final battle. However, Sanguinati's strength had exceeded his expectations. Thus, he had used it in advance. The sea of fire that filled the sky gave people a very shocking feeling. Purple Blade's figure flickered as he left the welcoming hall. The power of the Grade 9 talisman was too strong. It was comparable to the all-out attack of a high-level life and death emperor. However, because it was activated by Yuan Ming, its power couldn't reach its peak. Even so, it was enough to make Fang Chen feel his life was in danger. Even the perfect sword body can't block it. Fang Chen could feel the sword-shaped runes on his skin being rapidly devoured by the sea of flames. Once the sword-shaped runes were completely devoured, he would die. The clone at the side was also doing his best to fight. True intent of space-time. Fong Qin pushed the true intent of space-time to the limit, wanting to travel through the void. However, he was disappointed. The sea of flames sealed the void. Although the true intent of space-time was heaven-defying, it was useless. Damn it! Fong Qin glanced at the spreading flames and recalled his clone into the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Then, he also entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Dong! Above the welcoming hall, a divine cave of similar size appeared. What is this? The moment the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave appeared, it isolated the sea of flames. Fong Chen's crisis was resolved. As expected of the Coiling Moon War Immortal, Fong Qin sighed to himself. He carefully sensed the sea of fire outside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. The sea of fire enveloped the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, locking down the void. There was no way to leave. I wonder if the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave can hold on. Fong Qin was somewhat worried. In the outside world, when Yuan Ming saw this scene, his face was incomparably gloomy. Sanguinati, do you really think that a spatial treasure can withstand the attack of a 9th rank talisman? Yuan Ming said coldly. Today you will die. With that, Yuan Ming waved his hand. Terrifying flames continued to erupt from the talisman, drilling into the sea of fire. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was enveloped in a sea of fire above the reception hall. Master, do you plan on being trapped here forever? Suddenly, the dark demonic wheel artifact spirit spoke. Yeah, what do you have in mind? Fong Qin hurriedly asked. Master, why are you so muddle-headed? Don't you have the blood essence of the undying bird? If you use your black flame to absorb the sea of fire outside, you might be able to completely transform it into the undying flame, the artifact spirit said slowly. Hearing this, Fong Qin was startled. Why didn't he think of that? When faced with danger, he was still somewhat impatient. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's defenses were extremely strong, able to withstand the sea of fire. Just as the artifact spirit said, he could take advantage of this opportunity to completely fuse the blood essence of the undying bird into the black flame. If he could truly transform it into the undying flame, then it would be extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Fong Qin began to try. As the master of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, he could control it as he wished. With a thought, he arrived at a certain edge of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Here, he could vaguely see the flames outside soaring into the sky. Absorb. Fong Qin controlled the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave and opened a small corner. Immediately, a wild sea of fire rushed in. Fong Qin hurriedly controlled the small corner to slow down the speed at which the sea of fire rushed in. Then, he urged the black flame to drill into the sea of fire. Hiss! Although the flames within the sea of fire were powerful, they were unable to contend against the black flame. The black flame was rapidly absorbing the power within the sea of fire. At the same time, the blood essence of the undying bird appeared and covered its entire body. Fong Qin closed his eyes and tried to fuse the blood essence of the undying bird with the black flame. Outside, beside the welcoming hall, Sanguinati, there's no need to struggle in vain. You will definitely die. Yuan Ming sneered. As long as Fong Qin was not extinguished, the sea of fire would not be extinguished. He did not believe that Sanguinati could hide in this cave for the rest of his life. Seeing this scene, Zidao shook his head slightly. This Sanguinati is really heaven-defying. As the disciple of the Black Blade Monarch, Zidao's master had given him all the resources to nurture him to this level. However, this Sanguinati started from scratch. He came from a weak continent and relied on his own efforts to reach this level. It was not easy. In some aspects, Zidao was ashamed of his inferiority. However, their standpoints were different, so their views were different. What he wanted was the strongest inheritance. Whoever stopped him would be his enemy. If Sanguinati was not defeated, he would not be able to fight with Yuan Ming for the last person. Hence, he could only wait. Sanguinati, give up. You have no chance, Zidao roared. He did not want to waste time. However, if Sanguinati continued to hide in the cave, he would not be able to do anything. There was no movement inside. Zidao's expression changed slightly. He sat down cross-legged and said, "The ancestral land will be open for 3 years. I have plenty of time. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to hold on." After speaking, Zidao closed his eyes and cultivated. Inside the coiling moon divine cave, at first, the speed of absorbing the energy in the sea of fire was very slow. However, as the undying bird's blood essence merged, the speed of absorption became faster and faster. After 2 hours, more than half of the undying bird's blood essence had merged. Indeed, using the sea of fire can merge the undying bird's blood essence. Fang Chen was delighted and continued to absorb. Half a month later, Yuan Ming felt that the power of the sea of fire had weakened significantly. His expression changed slightly. What's going on? Why did the sea of fire weaken? Yuan Ming carefully checked the rank 9 talisman. There was no problem. However, why did the sea of fire weaken? It was too inconceivable. Could it be that Sanguinati was burned to death? Thinking of this, Yuan Ming approached the sea of fire, wanting to check the cave situation. He spread out his divine sense and found that the cave was still floating in the air. When his divine sense swept through a certain part of the cave, he found a small corner. The flames in the sea of fire were constantly entering the small corner. Ha ha ha! Sanguinati must have been killed. Yuan Ming was overjoyed and laughed wildly. However, after a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. That was because the flames in the sea of fire suddenly became wild, and then all of them rushed into the cave residence. Crash! In a moment, the raging fire in the reception hall was gone. It was as if it had never happened. What's going on? My rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming turned pale with fright. He checked the rank 9 talisman. He was shocked to find that the energy in the rank 9 talisman had dried up. This meant that the rank 9 talisman was completely useless. Sanguinati must be dead. Yuan Ming comforted himself. If he couldn't kill Sanguinati after wasting a rank 9 talisman, then it would be a huge loss. At this time, in the coiling moon immortal cave, Fang Chen was surrounded by a sea of fire. The black flames in his body had completely merged with the undying bird's blood essence. After half a month of transformation, traces of purple flames appeared in the black flames. Black with purple. This was the characteristic of the undying flame. Buzz! Fang Chen's mind moved, and the black flames instantly emerged. The sea of fire surrounding him was instantly devoured. In the next moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A bright smile appeared on his face. He was very happy. Black flames, no, it should be called the undying flame now. The black flames had completely transformed into the undying flame. Although it had just been transformed and its power wasn't too strong, it wouldn't take long for the undying flame's power to be completely exposed. The overlord of flames, the undying flame, was not an exaggeration. Fortunately, I have the undying bird's blood essence. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Fang Chen muttered to himself. With a thought, he put away the undying flame. It's time to go out. After being trapped for half a month, not only did Xiao Qin not die, but he also benefited from the disaster. Xiao Qin wondered what Yuan Ming would think after seeing this. After putting away the coiling moon celestial cave, Fang Chen's main body suddenly appeared above the welcoming hall. How can this be? When Yuan Ming saw Sanguinati, he cried out involuntarily. Yuan Ming quickly shook his head, not daring to believe everything before his eyes. The rank 9 talisman actually did not injure him at all. Impossible. This can't be real. Yuan Ming was somewhat dazed. Purple Dao, who was at the side, immediately stood up. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Sanguinati. This person is too terrifying. Even if I can't be his friend, I definitely can't be his enemy. Purple Dao thought to himself. Purple Dao could feel a scorching flame aura from Fong Chen's body. That flame aura made his heart palpitate. Did I disappoint you? Fong Chen asked. Why? Why? Yuan Ming cried out crazily. He did not understand how Sanguinati could survive the attack of the rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming, you lost. Purple Dao reminded him. If Yuan Ming did not know what was good for him and forcefully attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Purple Dao's words, Yuan Ming was stunned. Then his face filled with a bitter smile. Yuan Ming, have been known as an outstanding talent of the Yuan race since I was young. Countless resources have been given to me. All along, I thought that I was the strongest genius of the mortal universe's younger generation, Yuan Ming said in a deep voice. Yuan Ming said in a deep voice as he looked at Fong Chen with a burning gaze. Sanguinati, I admit that you are very strong, but I will not give up. But I won't give up. One day I will surpass you. At this point, Yuan Ming had actually already admitted defeat. Even a trump card like the rank 9 talisman could not do anything to Xiao Qin. If he continued fighting, he would just be sending himself to death. You tried to kill me time and time again. Now that you can't beat me, you admit defeat, Fong Chen sneered. Chapter 1533. Yuan Ming had tried to kill Fong Chen time and time again, and he was even willing to deal with his disciple. This grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. He could not let Yuan Ming go. You want me to let Yuan Ming go? Impossible. Fong Chen's attitude was tough as he said directly. Zi Dao's expression changed slightly. At the critical moment, he wanted to help Yuan Ming. Sanguinati, I want to leave. You can't stop me. Yuan Ming roared with a ferocious expression. He hated Sanguinati very much, but he was not strong enough now. He could not force himself. He was extremely regretful. When he entered the ancestral land, he should have searched for Sanguinati immediately and killed him. Damn it! Yuan Ming clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Fong Chen walked towards Yuan Ming step by step, emitting a cold aura. You don't dare to go to Green Bamboo Island to find me, so you sent a martial artist to deal with my Heaven Star Border Realm disciple. Only you, Yuan Ming, can do such a thing, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zi Dao was also a little surprised. At their level, even if they had a grudge against their opponent, they would only fight head-on. Zi Dao could not do such a thing to deal with a Heaven Star Border Realm disciple. If I did not appear in time, my disciple would have died in your hands. Who can I reason with about this? Fong Chen asked. If I lost to you, Yuan Ming, today, would you let me go? The answer was obvious. Definitely not. Yuan Ming wanted to kill him all the time. If he won, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Yuan Ming's expression was gloomy, and he remained silent. He was thinking of a way to escape. It was not realistic to fight Sanguinati head-on. Sanguinati, if you dare to touch me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yuan Ming threatened. He wanted to use the Yuan race to threaten Sanguinati and force him to retreat. Unfortunately, he used the wrong person. Sanguinati was not afraid of threats. Yuan race? Fong Chen grinned. His smile was very strange. Swoosh with the red glass sword in hand, the sword burial art of heaven and earth was suddenly displayed. In the sky, extremely terrifying sword chi emerged in an instant. Fong Chen's figure disappeared into the void. Run! Without another word, Yuan Ming immediately fled. Stop! Purple Blade attacked. His master had a good relationship with Yuan Gu. Furthermore, this quota of his was also given by the Yuan race. Although the Yuan clan had also obtained the benefits they deserved, he still had to help Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming, leave quickly. Purple Blade blocked Fong Chen's real body. He stared at Fong Chen and said, Sanguinati, with me here, you won't be able to kill him. He must die. As he spoke, Fong Chen's doppelganger whizzed out, shuttling through the void and bypassing Zi Dao's obstruction. Rumble, the fourth level of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, was unleashed. The terrifying power of thunder, combined with the aura of the soul path, struck Yuan Mingning's head at lightning speed. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Yuan Ming's body twitched twice, and then he fell to the ground. At the same time, Fong Chen's doppelganger released the undying flame. Hiss! The undying flame was too powerful. Even Zi Dao did not dare to take it head-on. The undying flame carried a powerful force and enveloped Yuan Ming. Miserable cries rang out continuously. Yuan Ming! Zi Dao roared. He wanted to save Yuan Ming, but he was stopped by Fong Chen's real body. In the blink of an eye, the undying flame burned Yuan Ming to ashes. The top genius of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ming, died just like that. Whoosh! A breeze blew past, and the ashes on the ground instantly fluttered in the wind. The undying flame quickly returned to the doppelganger's body. The doppelganger and the real body stood side by side, staring at Zi Dao. "Are you going to avenge Yuan Ming?" Fong Chen asked. Zi Dao shook his head. Although he had a good relationship with Yuan Ming, it was not to that extent. "I've already tried my best," Zi Dao said softly. He looked at Sanguinati with a complicated expression and said, "But you killed Yuan Ming. Yuan Gu will not let you off. That's a matter for the future. Now we should understand the battle between the two of us," Fong Chen said. Zi Dao nodded, doing his best to calm his heart. The two stared at each other. The air was heavy. Zi Dao held his purple saber. "Sanguinati, I have to say that even I envy your potential. After entering the inheritance ancestral land, you improved too quickly. I, Zi Dao, rarely admire a person. You have relied on your own efforts to reach this point. I, Zi Dao, admire you. However, only the last person can obtain the strongest inheritance." "I'll do my best," Zi Dao said. "Actually, there is no need for us to fight," Fong Chen said. Hearing this, Zi Dao's expression changed. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. "Are you going to admit defeat?" Zi Dao asked. Fong Chen shook his head. Then, with a thought, the dark demonic wheel appeared in his palm. "If I activate the dark demonic wheel, you have no chance of winning." The dark demonic wheel gave off a horrifying aura. For the first time, Zi Dao felt danger. Zi Dao's heart trembled. His heart was filled with unwillingness. "We'll know after we fight." Zi Dao made his move. The dark demonic will gave him a lot of pressure. He was afraid that the situation would change if he delayed. The purple saber in his hand turned into a purple saber light and whizzed out. Rumble, the red glass sword waved and blocked the purple saber light. Then, Zi Dao attacked with all his might. An earth-shattering sound was instantly heard. The Dao light was like a rainbow, and the sword Qi was like a dragon. This was a battle between the saber Dao and the sword Dao. Zi Dao's saber technique was very fierce and overbearing. On the other hand, Fong Chen's sword technique was very bold and gave people a very shocking feeling. The burial sword art of heaven and earth was the burial sword emperor's secret skill. Although it was only a supreme secret skill, its true power was comparable to a divine skill. Of course, there was still a gap between it and a real divine skill. Everlasting Saint Light Saber. Zi Dao used his secret skill, Everlasting Saint Light Saber. Rays of saber light gathered together like rain. "Go!" Zi Dao shouted. His purple saber pierced towards Fong Chen along with the rays of saber light. The latter released the undying flame. The space instantly turned into a sea of fire. Splash! Any saber light that entered the sea of fire was instantly refined. Damn it! Zi Dao was not willing to give up. He looked at the sea of fire around Fong Chen with fear. Undying flame. Zi Dao recognized the undying flame. He felt the powerful aura of the undying bird. Zi Dao naturally knew how powerful the undying flame was. He could not fight it head-on. "Let's fight." As he spoke, Zidao's body flashed. 3 puppets suddenly appeared beside him. These 3 puppets were all at the 9th rank of the creation realm. Their combat power was very strong. Most importantly, these 3 puppets had a set of combined formation. As long as Zidao was trapped in it, he would not be able to escape easily. Go. Zidao controlled the 3 puppets and attacked Sanguinati with all his might. Seeing this, the latter sneered. The sea of fire spread and engulfed the entire area. After the 3 puppets entered the sea of fire, their footsteps slowed. Fong Chen looked at the 3 puppets in surprise. The undying flame was unable to enter their bodies. Fong Chen was shocked. This was a technique of the heaven puppet race. "Where did you get these 3 puppets?" Fong Chen asked in a low voice. "You know them?" Zidao asked. "How could I not know the techniques of the heaven puppet race?" Fong Chen said. He had once cultivated the heaven puppet race's puppet Dao with Qing Ho. However, due to his recklessness, he had broken through the barrier and charged into the sea of void. He had almost died. As for Qing Ho, he had completely inherited the heaven puppet race's inheritance. He had become a puppet grandmaster. He was very clear about the heaven puppet race's techniques. The puppets of the heaven puppet race were very strong. After recognizing them, Fong Chen gave up on using the undying flame to burn them. This was because the undying flame had no effect on the puppets. "I didn't expect you to know the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Since you know, it's not too late to admit defeat," Zidao said confidently. Fong Chen shook his head. He held the red glass sword and used the true meaning of time and space. His body kept flashing. Although he was trapped by the 3 puppets' joint attack formation, Fong Chen was not worried at all. As long as he had some time, he would be able to find the weaknesses of the puppets and destroy them one by one. Sanguinati admit defeat. Zidao held his battle saber and used the everlasting sacred blade outside the joint attack formation. Terrifying saber lights kept entering the joint attack formation. Bang! Bang! Fong Chen blocked the saber lights while observing the 3 puppets. After a while, Fong Chen was secretly delighted. The puppets of the heaven puppet race have no weaknesses. You are trapped and cannot break free. Zidao was very confident in his trump card. His grandfather had once told him that even an expert at the peak of the manifestation realm would not be able to break free from the 3 puppets' joint attack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the red glass sword stabbed out in a strange trajectory. Crack! The red glass sword stabbed into the neck of one of the puppets. "It's useless. You can't break it." Zidao sneered. Bang! The smile on Zidao's face froze and was replaced by fear. With a bang, the puppet that Fong Chen stabbed exploded from the inside and shattered. Then, Fong Chen used the same method to defeat the other 2 puppets. How is this possible? Zidao cried out. He kept shaking his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. The 3 puppets were the trump cards that his master had given him to save his life. The trump card that he was so proud of had been broken by Sanguinati so easily. 88. I'm too familiar with the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Seeing Zidao go crazy, Fong Chen shook his head. If it had been any other method, it might have caused trouble for him. But it just had to be the puppets of the heaven puppet race. Zidao was not willing to give up. He was about to get the strongest inheritance. But Sanguinati had interfered. For the strongest inheritance, I cannot give up. Zidao tried hard to calm down the madness in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Sanguinati with his red eyes. Chapter 1534. Recommended reading. Before entering the inheritance ancestral land, Purple Saber had made ample preparations. His master, the Black Saber Monarch, had also given him a lot of help. His master had paid a huge price to obtain the 3 puppets. According to his master, the Black Saber Monarch, there were very few cultivators in the younger generation who could force him to use the 3 puppets. In other words, as long as he took out the 3 puppets, he would be able to secure victory. The reason why the Black Saber Monarch had paid a huge price to obtain a slot from the Yuan race was for Purple Saber. Purple Saber would definitely obtain the strongest inheritance. However, everything that happened in the inheritance ancestral land exceeded everyone's expectations. Sanguinati had appeared out of nowhere and defeated strong enemies all the way until now. Even the 3 puppets were easily defeated by Sanguinati. Purple Saber was already forced into a dead end. He only had one chance to counterattack. If he failed, he would have no chance of obtaining the strongest inheritance. "You are not my match," Fong Qin said indifferently. He used his absolute strength to suppress Purple Saber. Even now, he had not used the dark demonic wheel. However, Purple Saber did not seem willing to give up. "Give up. Once I activate the dark demonic wheel, you will definitely die," Fong Qin said. He did not want to use the dark demonic wheel so easily. Otherwise, he would fall unconscious, and his survival would be uncertain. "I, Purple Saber, have never given up in my life," Purple Saber said sullenly. Right after he spoke, he suddenly bit his finger. Immediately, drops of blood flowed out from his finger. The sky and earth spun. The stars moved. "Descendant of the purple race, I beg the purple race to descend." Purple Saber muttered an incantation as if he was summoning an ancient expert. "Yes." Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. However, he did not act rashly. Who? The blood dripping from Purple Saber's finger all stopped in midair. At the same time, Xiao Chen's essence, spirit came out and enveloped the blood. In the sky, gusts of cool breeze blew past. Gradually, wisps of purple aura began to spread across the place. Dong! Suddenly the ground shook. The purple aura around Purple Saber grew denser. Descendant of the purple race, summoning the ancestor. Purple Saber's voice resounded in the sky. Rumble, sounds of tremors could be heard from the distant horizon. Immediately after, a strange aura emerged from the blood that flowed out of Zidao's finger. These strange auras resonated with the vibrations coming from the horizon. Space was torn apart, and a suffocating aura spread out. "Deity aura!" Fong Qin turned pale with fright. Purple Saber had actually summoned the purple ancestor. Just as Fong Qin was about to stop him, a god spirit presence suddenly poured down. A shadow appeared. Who summoned me? The illusory figure was an old man in a purple robe. His whole body was filled with the aura of a god. It was the same as the barbarian god shadow that Fong Qin had seen before. Deities of the god realm. Fong Chen's heart trembled. He did not expect Purple Saber's ancestor to be an almighty being of the deity world. However, he wasn't too afraid. He had learned from the god of berserkers that it was extremely difficult for someone from the god realm to descend to the lower world. Purple Ancestor's aura was at most similar to the barbarian gods. Purple Saber had only summoned a wisp of consciousness that he had left in the mortal world. "Ancestor, the descendant of the Purple clan requests your help," Zidao communicated with the Purple Ancestor. "My descendant," the Purple Ancestor said, "what difficulties have you encountered?" "Ancestor, I am fighting with this person for the strongest inheritance in the ancestral land. Please help me," Zidao said hurriedly. As a member of the Purple clan, he had a secret technique that could summon the consciousness of the Purple clan's ancestor. This time, he had no choice but to summon it. Has my descendant fallen to such a state? He can't even defeat a 5th stage creation realm cultivator. The Purple Ancestor was somewhat dissatisfied with Zidao. "Ancestor, you misunderstand. Although this person's cultivation is not high, he is very strong. I can't defeat him even if I use all my strength." Zidao explained, "This person has the undying flame and is very strong. Even the 3 Heaven Puppet Race puppets that Master Blackblade gave me were easily defeated. Oh, the undying flame! Hearing this, the purple ancestor's face finally showed a hint of surprise. Little fellow, give up. I don't want to attack you, the purple ancestor said slowly. He was a divine world's divine spirit. Although the projection was just a consciousness, he could not be questioned. It's just a consciousness. If the real body came, I might be afraid, Fong Qin said indifferently. Yes. The purple ancestor's face darkened. Little fellow, you are forcing me to attack. Whoosh! Fong Qin took out the dark demonic wheel and was ready to activate it. This is the purple ancestor's face kept changing when he saw the dark demonic wheel in Fong Qin's hand. You actually got the dark demonic wheel? At this moment, the purple ancestor was finally surprised. He knew very well how powerful the dark demonic wheel was. He did not expect this 5th stage creation realm cultivator to be so lucky. Do you think that a mere dark demonic wheel can block my attack? Although he was shocked, the purple ancestor's face was very calm. Fong Qin did not speak. The starlight in his chi-si vibrated and a strong force poured into the dark demonic wheel. Little fellow, since you are not willing to give up, then don't blame me. The purple ancestor was ready to strike first. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful God spirit aura surged toward Su Qin. So strong, Fong Qin exclaimed, as expected of a divine spirit. Just a consciousness was enough to oppress him. Dark demonic wheel. Just as Fong Qin was about to activate the dark demonic wheel, a wild aura came from the hall. Purple ancestor, after so many years, you are still the same. As soon as the voice fell, a figure walked out of the welcoming hall. Lightning ancestor. The purple ancestor recognized this person. There were many consciousnesses in the welcoming hall that were left behind by the ancestors of the human race. Some of them stepped into the divine world, while others fell in the universe. The lightning ancestor was one of them. In the divine world, the lightning ancestor and the purple ancestor were acquainted. Purple ancestor, you are a divine spirit of the divine world. Don't you think it is embarrassing for you to attack a junior? Fong Qin stared at the lightning ancestor. He could faintly feel the terrifying aura of lightning emanating from the lightning ancestor's body. What a powerful lightning energy! Fong Qin exclaimed inwardly. Suddenly, Fong Qin could no longer hear the conversation between the lightning ancestor and the purple ancestor. It seems that they have set up a seal, Fong Qin said inwardly. Purple Dao felt uneasy. He had thought that summoning the purple ancestor's consciousness would help him obtain the strongest inheritance. Who would have thought that the welcoming hall would contain the consciousnesses of the human race's ancestors? I hope it succeeds, Purple Dao prayed inwardly. 15 minutes later, the seal was lifted. The purple ancestor's expression was gloomy. It seemed that he had a dispute with the lightning ancestor. Lightning ancestor, are you not willing to give me face? Asked the purple ancestor. Your back lost to this child. He has no fate with the strongest inheritance, said the lightning ancestor calmly. Lightning ancestor, you're just a consciousness. Don't force me to take action, threatened the purple ancestor. Crash. Purple ancestor, it's been so many years, but you're still so protective. Just at this moment, another person walked out of the welcoming hall. This person wore white robes and had delicate features. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary martial artist, but the huge sword on his back was particularly eye-catching. Sword ancestor. The purple ancestor's expression changed when he saw this white-robed old man. Don't you want to fight? Come on, let's fight. The thought I left in the reception hall hasn't fought for a long time, the swordmaster said with a smile, holding the giant sword in his hand. Damn it, cursed the purple ancestor. His gaze swept past the sword ancestor and then landed on the lightning ancestor. Purple ancestor, you can protect your descendants. I won't interfere. But if you want to interfere in the welcoming hall, I won't agree." The lightning ancestor's attitude was very unyielding. The purple ancestor's expression changed. He sank into silence. He had already guessed that the lightning ancestor and sword ancestor's consciousnesses weren't the only ones in the welcoming hall. After a moment of silence, the purple ancestor asked, "Why did you lie to me back then?" The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor glanced at each other, then said, "We didn't lie to you back then. When you came, the consciousnesses of the human race's ancestors were all asleep." The purple ancestor sneered. In the end, he compromised. "If we meet in the deity world, I'll definitely exchange pointers with the two of you." With that, he turned and walked in front of Purple Blade. "My descendant, I can't help you with this matter. But there's no need for this consciousness of mine to remain in the mortal universe. I'll help you one last time." The purple ancestor's body turned into specks of purple light that entered Purple Blade's body. Rumble! In an instant, Purple Blade fell unconscious. His entire body was wrapped in purple light. The purple ancestor's consciousness disappeared. The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor's gazes landed on Fong Qin. "Kid, not bad." The lightning ancestor nodded in satisfaction. "He's a sword cultivator. My inheritance is very suitable for him," said the sword ancestor. "Seniors." Fong Qin was a little dumbfounded. It ended just like that. "Kid, what are you waiting for? You persevered until the end and are qualified to step into the welcoming hall. Come in with me." Seeing Fong Qin in a daze, the lightning ancestor smiled. With a flash of light, Fong Qin entered the welcoming hall. The ancestral land was still operating normally. The young geniuses of the 4 great sacred grounds were all looking for their own opportunities. The ancestral land opened once every 100 years, and each time it opened, it would be open for 3 years. It was less than half a year now. There was enough time. As for the demon race's only remaining demon Tao ancestor, he had been hiding ever since he was chased by the 4 great sacred grounds geniuses. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Gradually, the human race martial artists stopped looking for the demon Tao ancestor. After all, increasing one's strength was the most important. They had no idea that Yuan Ming had fallen, Purple Blade had failed, and Sanguinati had reached the top. They would never have dreamed that Sanguinati would be the one to reach the end. Moreover, he had crushed Purple Blade with an absolute advantage. As a result, the latter summoned the purple ancestor to no avail. On this day, the welcoming hall was closed and isolated from the world. Chapter 1535. Recommended reading. Ancestral Land Welcoming Hall. He had always thought that the welcoming hall would be magnificent, but after entering he realized that he was thinking too much. The welcoming hall was not much different from an ordinary hall. The empty hall was filled with a strong wild aura, giving people a feeling of returning to ancient times. At the front of the welcoming hall, there were countless memorial tablets. There was a name on each tablet. Each name represented an existence that suppressed an era. They were all unparalleled powerhouses of the human race, and their names would go down in history. Fong Qin glanced around and found that the tablets of the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were in the 4th row. There was only 1 tablet in the 1st row. There were 9 tablets in the 2nd row. There were 31 tablets in the 3rd row. There were 81 tablets in the 4th row. The further one went, the more tablets there were. "Kid, what's your name?" the lightning ancestor asked. "My name is Fong Qin, and my alias is Sanguinati," Fong Qin said. There was no need to hide it from the ancestors of the human race. "Well, I just checked your body and was quite surprised. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the divine realms almighty in the mortal universe. This is also your ability," the lightning ancestor said. Fong Qin was secretly shocked. As expected of the lightning ancestor, he could see that there was a divine aura on his body at a glance. We saw your battle outside with our own eyes. It's not easy for the descendants of the human race to have such an outstanding disciple like you, the lightning ancestor said. The sword ancestor frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The lightning ancestor smiled awkwardly and said, "Kid, you are already qualified to know some of the secrets of the human race, since you can reach this step with your own efforts." Fang Chen was looking forward to learning the secrets of the human race. "I think you should know about the great destruction of the universe," the lightning ancestor asked. "I've heard of it, but I'm not too sure," Fang Chen said modestly. After the birth of the universe, countless creatures evolved. These creatures are constantly absorbing the power of the universe. Over time, the universe will gradually be destroyed. The birth of the universe to its destruction is called an epoch, the lightning ancestor said. Each epoch is about 10 billion years. Of course, this was just a general statement, because the exact time limit still depends on the actual situation. The lightning ancestor continued. For example, the destruction of the universe will intensify. In short, there are many factors that affect the destruction of the universe. You won't understand even if I tell you now. Senior lightning ancestor, may I ask how many eras have passed since the birth of our universe? Fang Chen asked. The lightning ancestor said calmly, "Our era is the 18th era." Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. In other words, it had already been 17 eras. Every epoch was about 10 billion years. 17 eras was simply too long. However, our epoch has only just begun. There's still a very long time before the great calamity. The lightning ancestor said, "Only 800 million years have passed in this era." It was only 800 million years. Fang Chen was secretly speechless. For the lightning ancestor and other older generation powerhouses, 800 million years was nothing. But for a martial artist like him who had cultivated for less than 50 years, 800 million years was simply too long. Kid, when your strength reaches a certain level in the future, you'll realize that a universe epoch is just a snap of the fingers, said the lightning ancestor. The sword ancestor sat quietly to the side. In our universe epoch, the strongest person is the bone progenitor, said the lightning ancestor. Fang Chen looked in the direction of the lightning ancestor's finger and saw that on the only tablet in the first row, there were two bold and powerful words. Bone progenitor. The bone progenitor's strength has reached a heaven-defying level. In the mortal universe, it was able to resist the gods. After stepping into the divine realm, it grew rapidly, the lightning ancestor said with a sigh. In a few hundred years, the bone progenitor became a lord of the divine realm. Most martial artists in the mortal universe will rely on the bone progenitor's power after stepping into the divine realm. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. In the mortal universe, it was able to resist the gods. This was too heaven-defying. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the bone progenitor's tablet. Didn't the bone progenitor leave behind a will? Fang Chen asked. It did, but it dissipated 100 years ago, said the lightning ancestor softly. Seeing that the lightning ancestor didn't say anything, Fang Chen didn't ask. By the way, the dark demonic will you obtained was left behind by the demon ancestor, said the lightning ancestor. Fang Chen saw that the demon ancestor's tablet was in the third row. In other words, the demon ancestor's strength was much weaker than the bone progenitor's. In fact, many people left their wills in the welcoming hall. Every 100 years, there will be a human descendant coming here, and correspondingly, a few wills will dissipate, said the lightning ancestor. Senior lightning ancestor. Fang Chen was about to speak when the lightning ancestor interrupted him. I know what you want to ask. I will tell you what you should know. If you don't know, I won't tell you even if you ask. The lightning ancestor waved his hand and said, Okay, let's not talk about other things. You have reached the end, so you should get your own inheritance. Look at these tablets. Which old guy's inheritance is suitable for you? Choose at will, said the lightning ancestor. Feng Qin, you are a sword cultivator. Among the many ancestors of the human race, my achievements in the sword Tao are number one. My inheritance is more suitable for you, said the sword ancestor. Feng Qin, don't listen to the sword ancestor. I see that you cultivate the thunder Tao soul technique. My thunder Tao is also quite suitable for you. Feng Qin was too outstanding. The lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor fought to pass on their mantle to Feng Qin. Seniors, let me take a look. Feng Qin didn't make a choice immediately. He stood up and swept his gaze across the many tablets. Every name on the list represented a heaven's pride of the human race of an era. It could be said that each person's inheritance was very powerful. Feng Qin's gaze finally fell on the bone progenitor's tablet. I wonder what kind of inheritance the strongest person in the history of the human race left behind, Feng Qin said to himself. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Seniors, what kind of inheritance did the bone progenitor leave behind? Yes. Hearing this, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were clearly stunned. The bone progenitor was the strongest person in this era of the universe. It was very difficult to pass on his inheritance. Even for an outstanding genius like Feng Qin, it was nearly impossible for him to succeed. You actually want the bone progenitor's inheritance? Asked the lightning ancestor in surprise. Kid, I advise you to choose other inheritances. You can't touch the bone progenitor's inheritance, said the sword ancestor. The more it was like this, the more curious Feng Qin was. Didn't the bone progenitor leave behind an inheritance? Feng Qin continued to ask. Kid, to tell you the truth, no one has ever succeeded in receiving the bone progenitor's inheritance. The lightning ancestor said, A long time ago, when the ancestral land opened, there was a human genius who was half a step into the life and death realm. He gave up on all inheritances and resolutely chose the bone progenitor's inheritance. In the end, he died in the process. Both his original body and clone were destroyed, and his soul scattered, added the sword ancestor. Why is that? Asked Feng Qin in surprise. The lightning ancestor walked to the bone progenitor's tablet and said with a face full of admiration, The bone progenitor was the strongest person in our era of the universe. He created his own system, which contradicts the system we are currently cultivating. It is also because of this that the bone progenitor's strength is unusually strong. Although there are many peerless experts in the human race, none of them have reached his height. The people you see in the second row are experts second only to the bone progenitor, continued the lightning ancestor. The bone progenitor's strength is number one since ancient times. He also knows that his own cultivation system contradicts the current cultivation system, making it difficult to find a successor, so he gave up in the end. Otherwise, with the bone progenitor's ability, how could he not have a disciple? Said the lightning ancestor. Feng Qin's heart shook. The bone progenitor was too heaven-defying. He had actually created his own cultivation system. Feng Qin stared dumbstruck at the bone progenitor's tablet. The lightning ancestor and sword ancestor looked at each other. Everyone who heard the legend of the bone progenitor would have the same expression. 99% of the geniuses would give up on the bone progenitor's inheritance, because if they failed midway, they would undoubtedly die. Moreover, both their original body and clone would be destroyed, their soul scattered, and they would truly die. This kind of price was simply too great. They simply couldn't bear it. Even a peerless genius with 1 foot in the life and death realm would die with a grievance, let alone Feng Qin. Although your potential is great, your strength isn't enough. Don't rely on luck. Think carefully and choose the most suitable inheritance for you, said the sword ancestor as he gently patted Feng Qin's shoulder. The latter sunk into contemplation. His eyes were emitting a scorching aura and his heart was shaking. Thump the golden heart was rapidly beating. Yes, You want me to choose the bone progenitor's inheritance. Fong Qin communicated with the golden heart. Thump, thump, thump. The golden heart seemed to be responding to Fong Qin, rapidly beating a few times. Once I accept the bone progenitor's inheritance, my soul might scatter, said Fong Qin. Do you think I can successfully accept the bone progenitor's inheritance? The golden heart was of great help to Fong Qin. Moreover, Fong Qin concluded that the golden heart was the method of the God Realm's Almighty. Now he was somewhat hesitant. According to the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor, the bone progenitor's inheritance was too dangerous. However, the golden heart wanted him to try. For a moment, Fong Qin was somewhat in a dilemma. Little guy, give up. Don't hesitate any more, reminded the lightning ancestor. Although they hadn't seen the bone progenitor with their own eyes, they had heard of the bone progenitor's legendary deeds. The higher the cultivation level, the more shocking it was. The height that the bone progenitor had reached in the past was unprecedented. Buzz! For a moment, Fong Qin fell into a state of confusion. A voice came from the endless void in his mind. This voice seemed real and illusory, as if it didn't exist. Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to live. Dong! As the voice fell, Fong Qin felt his primordial spirit tremble. His body twitched, and he instantly woke up. Recommend this book. Bluestone Whispers. Chapter 1536. The bone progenitor inheritance was extraordinary. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to accept the bone progenitor inheritance. Moreover, accepting the bone progenitor inheritance was very dangerous. If one failed, one would die. Moreover, both the original body and the clone would be destroyed. This was very frightening for a martial artist. If the clone was destroyed, there was still the original body. As long as the original body was nurtured for a period of time, it was possible to nurture another clone. If the original body was destroyed, the clone would still be there. Therefore, as long as the original body and the clone were not destroyed, the martial artist was almost immortal. However, some extremely powerful martial artists could directly kill the clone through the martial artist's original body. This kind of expert was very frightening. Right now, Fong Qin was deciding whether to accept the bone progenitor inheritance. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor were unwilling to let Fong Qin take the risk. After all, Fong Qin's potential was obvious to all. A creation realm martial artist could force a 9th level creation realm martial artist, and even force out the purple ancestor's consciousness. This kind of method was not something an ordinary martial artist could possess. The sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor had already concluded that if he did not die prematurely, Fong Qin would definitely step into the life and death realm in the future. It was even possible for him to reach the eternal realm. He was the hope of the human race. He was the genius with the most heaven-defying potential in countless years. Suddenly, Fong Qin's mind shook. Then the complicated expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Just now he had made his decision. The golden heart told him to fight to survive. On the path of martial arts, one should face difficulties head-on. If he could not even accept such a setback, how could he step into the life and death realm? Seniors, I have made my choice, Fong Qin said. Give up. The lightning ancestor chuckled. The sword ancestor also looked at Fong Qin, waiting for Fong Qin to make a decision. I have decided to give it a try. Hearing Fong Qin's words, the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor fell into silence. After a long time, the two raised their heads. I have already told you how dangerous the inheritance of the bone progenitor is. However, if you insist on doing so, I have nothing to say, said the lightning ancestor. Kid, since you've made your choice, you have to walk on bravely. I hope you can succeed. The sword ancestor nodded. We also want to know how powerful the inheritance of the bone progenitor is. The bone progenitor was the strongest human in history. The inheritance he left behind was naturally very powerful. However, for countless years, No one had been able to obtain it. What should I do? Fong Chen asked. He was ready. Send your mind into the Bone Progenitor's memorial tablet. If you can get the approval of the Bone Progenitor, you will know what to do next, the Sword Master reminded him. Fong Chen nodded. With a thought, a strand of his consciousness floated out and swept towards the Bone Progenitor's memorial tablet. Be careful, the Lightning Ancestor warned. Immediately, the phantoms of the Lightning Ancestor and the Sword Ancestor walked to the side to protect Fong Chen. In an instant, Fong Chen's consciousness drilled into the Bone Progenitor's memorial tablet. Boom! Fong Chen felt as if his consciousness had entered endless darkness. Boundless darkness filled the area, and everywhere was filled with empty space. His consciousness floated in the dark space of the void. Senior Bone Progenitor, how can I get your approval? Fong Chen asked. Buzz. The dark void was very quiet. Fong Chen's consciousness moved forward, trying to find the inheritance left behind by the Bone Progenitor. However, no matter where he walked, he was surrounded by the same darkness. Fong Chen did not give up. He moved forward in the darkness. Perhaps this was the Bone Progenitor's test for him. Green Bamboo Island. The Sea Demon clan was still harassing Green Bamboo Island. However, after this period of operation, under the leadership of Deputy Island Master Yin Fong, Green Bamboo Island had formed a very strong defense. They made full use of the Green Bamboo Array to resist the destruction of the Sea Demon clan, especially the two array geniuses that Fong Chen had high hopes for. In recent battles, they had burst out with dazzling light. Chiu Xian had completely stabilized his array formation realm and reached the peak of 5-star. With a raise of his hand, he could set up a top-tier 5th-rank array formation. When he was in a good state, he could even set up a 6th-rank array formation. Compared to Chiu Xian, Niall's improvement was greater. Not long after becoming a 2-star array formation master, he broke through to 3-star. And recently, with continuous combat experience, he broke through to the 4-star array formation realm beyond everyone's expectations. The more he broke through, the more his potential was revealed. Even Deputy Island Master Yin Fong could not help but sigh. The Island Master's vision was too sharp. Back then, Niall was only a very ordinary array formation master among the 300 array formation masters. It had only been a short while, and Niall had already reached the level of a 4-star divine array master. Even Chiu Xian was full of admiration. On Green Bamboo Island, there was a green bamboo array formation and a large number of warriors guarding it. There was nothing to worry about. Below Green Bamboo Island, deep in the void ocean, this was the mansion of Blood Fiend Emperor. Blood Fiend Mansion. At the same time, it was the core of the entire Sea Demon clan. After Blood Fiend Emperor took the old faker back, he planted him in the back garden of Blood Fiend Mansion. The old faker was a quasi-divine tree and had touched the threshold of the divine realm. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it would be fine. In the old faker's main body, there was a very narrow cave. There was a figure inside. It was Tian Xan who was forced into the void ocean by the Sea Demon clan. Back then, Tian Xan fell into the void ocean. The old faker wanted to take action, but it was too late. He thought that Tian Xan had died. But who would have thought that not only did Tian Xan not die, but he also miraculously appeared in Blood Fiend Mansion. When the old faker saw Tian Xan, he naturally kept him in his body. Martial Uncle, is there any way to escape? Tian Xan asked. The old faker heaved a sigh and put away his usual cheerfulness. This is the base camp of the Sea Demon clan, and Blood Fiend Emperor is guarding it personally. As long as I do something, Blood Fiend Emperor will know immediately, the old faker said sadly. I wonder how Master is now, Tian Xan said to himself. Hiding in the old faker's body, he was not in any danger. However, it restricted his freedom. Don't think too much. Cultivate well. When your master comes out of the ancestral land of inheritance, he will definitely find a way to save us, the old faker said. He was living a good life in Bloodfiend Mansion. As long as he handed over some branches and leaves regularly, Blood Fiend Emperor would not attack him. I will work hard to cultivate. Tian Xian clenched his fists and closed his eyes to cultivate. Fang Qin did not know what was happening in the outside world at all. Unknowingly, his consciousness had been walking in the dark void ocean for half a month. It was too lonely and too boring. Even a living martial artist would be tortured to the point of mental abnormality. Fang Chen's consciousness was fluctuating. Senior Bone Progenitor, is this your test for me? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the dark void ocean. There was no reply, only darkness and loneliness. I don't believe that it will continue like this. Fang Chen continued to move forward. He walked for 3 months. For 3 whole months, Fang Chen's consciousness had been walking in the dark void ocean. Loneliness accompanied him. He was completely numb now. If this continued, he did not know if he could stay true to himself. Phew! Fang Chen sat on the ground weakly. Just as he was about to rest, suddenly, there was a trace of warmth from the ground. Fang Chen was shocked. He immediately checked carefully. At this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. What a strange aura! The warmth from the ground entered his body. His body felt like it was being overturned. Intense pain came from his body. It hurts. Fang Chen looked up to the sky and howled. Fortunately, the golden heart helped him suppress the warmth. From the initial discomfort to the later adaptation, gradually, Fang Chen began to actively absorb the warmth from the ground. Finally, Fang Chen noticed that something was wrong. The warm aura coming from the ground contained an extremely pure energy. The power of the Bone Progenitor? Fang Chen was overjoyed. He frantically absorbed the pure power. This state lasted for another month. Finally, an illusory voice came from the dark void ocean. For months is not too late. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After 4 months of tension, he could finally relax. Senior Bone Progenitor, did I pass your test? Fang Chen looked up to the sky and asked, You only received my recognition. If you want to receive my inheritance, you have to pass the test I left behind. The Bone Progenitor said, My inheritance would rather disappear in the long river of history than pass it on to a mediocre person. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. As expected of the Bone Progenitor, he valued his inheritance very much. The Bone Progenitor was a proud person. A mediocre person was not qualified to receive his inheritance. In 3 months, I felt the bone power under the ground. In 1 month, I absorbed it to saturation. Your potential is much stronger than the few little fellows who came here before. I hope you can succeed. The Bone Progenitor's voice was an illusory inheritance. Senior Bone Progenitor, I will not let you down. Fang Chen said solemnly. After 4 months, he received the Bone Progenitor's recognition. The pure power contained in the warmth from the ground is called bone power. However, Fang Chen had some doubts in his heart. What was bone power? Fang Chen did not know. This was the first time he heard of it. He guessed that this bone power might be a power created by the Bone Progenitor. Inside the reception hall, seeing Fang Chen's body twitching, the Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor's expressions changed. They were very worried. Will he fail? The Lightning Ancestor paced back and forth. He was very anxious. You are an ancestor of the human race. What kind of storms have you not experienced? Why are you so anxious? The Sword Ancestor glanced at the Lightning Ancestor. This is different. The Lightning Ancestor retorted. All of a sudden, Fang Chen's twitching body stopped. Yes. The Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor hurried to his side and carefully observed him. His breathing is stable. It seems that his life is not in danger. The Sword Ancestor said. Chapter 1537. In the dark void. Feng Chen's face showed exhaustion. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. His nerves had been stretched taut for 4 whole months. Now he could finally relax. The test set by the bone progenitor was more humane. After being recognized, he had 3 days to prepare. After everything was ready, his test would come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng Chen seized every second to recover his strength, trying to adjust to his best state in 3 days. The body in the outside world had completely calmed down. The Sword Ancestor and the Lightning Ancestor looked at each other and laughed. Feng Chen should have been recognized by the bone progenitor. After being recognized, he had at least taken the first step. "I hope this little guy can succeed," the Lightning Ancestor whispered. "Yes, he has great potential. He is the future of our human race. If he fails..." The Sword Ancestor did not finish his words, but the Lightning Ancestor was also very clear. The current Feng Chen had no room to retreat. He could only charge forward, and if he failed, both his original body and clone would be destroyed. The 2 ancestors were very worried and paced back and forth in the welcoming hall. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moment the time came, Feng Chen opened his eyes. "Pass the test, and you will receive the inheritance. If you fail, both your original body and clone will be destroyed." In the dark void, the voice left by the bone progenitor sounded. "What is the test?" Feng Chen muttered to himself. All of a sudden, a great change occurred in the dark void. The temperature of the hot air dropped sharply. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chen felt a trace of coldness. "What is this?" Feng Chen opened his eyes wide and carefully felt the changes in the surrounding air. He was shocked to find that the previous warmth had completely disappeared and was replaced by extreme coldness. Rumble, just as Feng Chen was thinking, countless ice skeletons suddenly appeared in all directions. These skeletons were completely condensed from ice, giving a very shocking feeling. There are a total of 10 waves of attacks, each stronger than the last. If you can withstand 10 waves of attacks in 3 years, you will pass. Otherwise, you will fail. A voice came from the dark void. During this period of time, if you are unable to withstand the attacks, you can directly tell them to stop. Hearing this, Feng Chen was slightly moved. Only 3 years. It was fortunate that he could call for a halt within the time limit. Otherwise, it would truly be too dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of attacks arrived. With a rough look, there were over 100 ice skeletons in this wave of attack. Bang Feng Chen took the initiative to attack, throwing out a punch. The ice skeletons that approached him were sent flying with a single punch. Seeing this, Feng Chen's face darkened even more. The first wave of attacks was obviously not very powerful. In the following period of time, Feng Chen used his absolute strength to continuously attack the ice skeleton. In less than a quarter of an hour, the first wave of ice skeletons was completely wiped out by Feng Chen. The strength of the first wave of ice skeletons is around the first tier of creation realm. Looking around, the ice skeletons scattered on the ground gradually melted, and the icy aura returned to the dark void. However, at this moment, Feng Chen's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of something. If the first wave is at the first tier of creation realm, then the 10th wave. Thinking of this, Feng Chen's heart raced. If his speculation was correct, then the following waves of attacks would be more terrifying than the previous one. If the 10th wave of attacks was really at the life and death realm, how could he resist it? 3 years. For the first time, Feng Chen felt that time was a little tight. He also finally understood why the Lightning Ancestor and the Sword Ancestor did not let him choose the bone progenitor inheritance. Thinking about it, this was the problem. However, there was no turning back. If he could not resist 10 waves of attacks within 3 years, both his true body and clone would be destroyed. This was not the result Fang Chen wanted, so he had to work hard. Continue. While he was thinking, the second wave of attacks arrived. Just as Fang Chen had guessed, the cultivation of the second wave of ice skeletons was around the second tier of Creation Realm. Although there were over 100 of them, they did not affect Fang Chen at all. Boom! He could resist almost without using his full strength. The third, fourth, and fifth waves of attacks were the same as the first two. Their combat strength was not strong, so Fang Chen could easily resist them. However, when the sixth wave of attacks came, Fang Chen clearly felt that something was wrong. There were a total of 81 ice skeletons in the sixth wave. Their positions were very strange, and they vaguely formed a joint attack formation. Fang Chen finally felt a little pressure. Burial sword technique of heaven and earth. He finally took out the red glass sword and performed the burial sword technique of heaven and earth to resist the attacks of the ice skeletons. The 81 ice skeletons raised their skeletal palms, and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. So cold! For a moment, Fang Chen felt that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. This is only the sixth wave. Fang Chen's face became more and more solemn. The sixth wave of attacks actually gave him so much pressure. Swish! The terrifying red sword light danced in the sky, carrying a powerful force and piercing towards the ice skeletons. Puff! One by one, the ice skeletons were defeated by Fang Chen. After 2 hours, the sixth wave of ice skeletons finally collapsed. Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not let down his guard and carefully looked around. After a while, the seventh wave of attacks came. The seventh wave of attacks was even more powerful. The burial sword technique of heaven and earth could no longer completely resist the attacks of the ice skeletons. In the end, Fang Chen performed the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique to completely defeat the ice skeletons. When the 8th wave of attacks came, Fang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He fought for 7 days and 7 nights before he barely passed. However, when the 9th wave of attacks came, Fang Chen directly admitted defeat. Although he was not afraid of a martial artist at the 9th level of the Creation Realm in a one-on-one fight. However, with so many ninefold ice skeletons working together and emitting an extremely cold aura, Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled. After the ice skeletons retreated, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. He recalled the previous battle. The 9th wave of attacks is too strong. Unless I have a breakthrough, it will be difficult to resist, Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. This was only the 9th wave, but it had already troubled him. Time waits for no man. He only had 3 years. Therefore, he had to resist the 9th wave of attacks as soon as possible. Then he wholeheartedly studied the 10th wave of attacks. At this moment, Fang Chen had already predicted that the 10th wave of attacks should be comparable to the attacks of the life and death realm. A creation realm martial artist challenging a life and death realm martial artist was courting death. Cultivate. There was only one word in Fang Chen's mind. In the reception hall, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor had been observing Fang Chen. Seeing that he had been calm, the two of them relaxed a lot. I wonder what this kid is doing now, the lightning ancestor asked. Logically speaking, he should have been recognized by the bone progenitor. He must be undergoing the test now, the sword ancestor said. I hope he can pass, the lightning ancestor said. Within the ancestral land, the martial artists of the 4 great holy lands were seizing the time to search for inheritances and increase their strength. As for the outside world, danger was gradually approaching under the calm exterior. At a certain edge of the void ocean, there was an extremely hidden island here that was not in the territory of the human race. Countless alien races lived on this island. This was the headquarters of the alien races, isolated from the human race. The island was surrounded by a peerless array left behind by the ancestors of the alien races, capable of isolating everything. Even life and death realm emperors would not be able to sense the array's existence. Therefore, the alien races were very safe. For countless years, the alien races had fought with the human race because of this peerless array. Today, this island was very lively. This was because the ruler of the alien races had come out of seclusion. Ruler Qian Yuan was the absolute leader of the alien races. In the enormous alien race, there were tens of thousands of races. Ruler Qian Yuan's strength had received the acknowledgement of all the alien races. Before entering seclusion, Ruler Qian Yuan's strength was already close to the 5 tycoons. However, he had been enduring silently. The human race was too strong. If the alien races wanted to turn the tables, they had to seize the opportunity and not attack blindly. After coming out of seclusion, Ruler Qian Yuan's strength had greatly increased. After learning of the battle between Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend and the 5 tycoons, he immediately set out for the Blood Fiend Manor in the depths of the Void Ocean. Void Ocean, Blood Fiend Manor. Ruler Qian Yuan, why have you come to my Blood Fiend Manor? Tycoons could sense the other party's presence with just a slight sense. The moment Ruler Qian Yuan stepped into the Void Ocean, Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend already knew. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend, I have something to discuss with you. Ruler Qian Yuan said with a beaming smile, Come in. Suddenly, the door of Blood Fiend Manor opened, and Ruler Qian Yuan entered. In the garden, the blood-red robed Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend sat quietly. The somewhat stooped Ruler Qian Yuan walked in and cupped his hands towards Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend. Blood Fiend, your strength has increased by quite a bit. If you have something to say, say it. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend said gravely. Blood Fiend, you're still so impatient. Ruler Qian Yuan chuckled. 90% of the vast mortal universe is the Void Ocean, and it belongs to you. Blood Fiend, have you never thought of taking over the universe? Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend's expression changed, and he looked straight at Ruler Qian Yuan. What are you trying to say? The sea monsters shouldn't hide in the Void Ocean. The mortal universe is your final destination, said Ruler Qian Yuan. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend shook his head. The human race has a deep foundation and cannot be underestimated. In addition, we sea monsters have an agreement with the human race. We don't invade each other's territory. Ruler Qian Yuan seemed to have a card up his sleeve, as though he had already expected this. Blood Fiend, I know your ambitions. Agreements are useless to experts like us. When you rule over the mortal universe, agreements are nothing more than a blank piece of paper, Hegemon Qian Yuan said. In addition, if we alien races join forces, it should be easy to deal with the human race, continued Ruler Qian Yuan. What do you want? Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend didn't directly refuse. Chapter 1538. In the Dark Void. Fong Qin sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. The 9th wave of ice skeletons was too powerful. With his current strength, he was no match for it. Firstly, Fong Qin chose the true meaning of space-time. The true meaning of space-time was a supreme true meaning, and it was also one of the top true meanings. A long time ago, the true meaning of space-time had reached the 7th grade. Of course, that was when he was trapped in the space-time island in the inner area of the star ruins. He was forced to constantly attack the space-time demon spirit to raise his realm. As time passed, Fong Chen's comprehension of the Tao of space-time deepened. The true meaning of space-time could be separated. Space-time was one of the foundations of the universe. Since ancient times, the 4 directions were the space. Fong Chen's body was surrounded by the rich true meaning of space-time, and his golden heart was beating rapidly. He maintained this cultivation for half a year and finally broke through to the level 8 realm in one fell swoop. Half a year later, Fong Chen opened his eyes abruptly. His body was surrounded by a rich space-time aura. 8th grade. Fong Chen was elated. His strength had increased a lot since the true meaning of space-time had reached the 8th grade. Just as Fong Qin was feeling happy, he suddenly realized that his cultivation base had unknowingly broken through to the 6th layer manifestation realm in the past 6 months. My strength has increased a lot. Fong Qin was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and came to the center of the dark void. Rumble. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out, and the powerful ice skeletons whizzed over. Dozens of 9th layer creation, realm ice skeletons attacked together. Their strength was so powerful that it struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. However, Fong Qin was no longer the same as he was half a year ago. His strength had increased tremendously, and he was fearless in the face of the 9th wave of ice skeletons. Come on, let me see how strong you are. As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. Dong! His fist punched out, causing the void to shatter. Ripples appeared one after another. The ice skeleton closest to Fong Qin was smashed into pieces with a single punch, smashing a 9th level creation stage ice skeleton to death with a single punch. If the outside world knew of this battle prowess, they would definitely be extremely shocked. As expected, as his strength increased, so did his physical strength. While of the following battles were almost all one-sided, Fong Qin used the true meaning of time and space. His figure flickered in the void, faintly discernible. Although there were many ice skeletons and their attacks were powerful, they were unable to capture Fong Qin's figure. This way, they would not be able to attack Fong Qin, who could easily defeat them. As the saying went, the other went up. In just a quarter of an hour, the last ice skeleton of the 9th wave was killed by Fong Qin with a single punch. Whoosh after withstanding the 9th wave of attacks, Fong Qin breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more serious. It was because the next wave would be the most terrifying one, as well as the last one. If they could not withstand this wave, only death would await them. Buzz! Just as Fong Qin was pondering, a vast aura filled the air. So cold! Fong Qin's primordial spirit trembled. The temperature in the air was too low. It made his primordial spirit feel as if it was about to freeze. A life and death stage ice skeleton? Fong Qin's heart trembled. He stared at a certain spot in the dark void without blinking. Dong! The earth trembled. A huge ice skeleton with a snow-white body strolled out of the dark void. Around its body, a gray aura pervaded the air. This aura isolated it from the world, as if it could block the airflow of the world. What is that? Feeling the dangerous aura approaching, Fong Qin cried out involuntarily. There was only one ice skeleton in the 10th wave of attacks. The strength of this ice skeleton exceeded the sum of the previous 9 waves of ice skeletons combined. Too strong. Fong Qin's body trembled. His body was surrounded by the undying flame. Fortunately, he had the undying flame protecting his body. Otherwise, just the extremely cold aura in the air would have frozen his primordial spirit. Is this the power of a life and death emperor? Fong Qin stared at the distant ice skeleton with a burning gaze. The ice skeleton stood there quietly. The aura emitted from its body made Fong Qin's heart palpitate. Life and death realm was filled with endless life and death chi. The ice skeleton before him was brimming with life chi, but not a trace of death chi. It could be seen that this ice skeleton had the strength of a low-level life and death realm expert. The great aura around its body should be the legendary power of law, right? After entering the life and death realm, one could sense the power of law in the world. From there, one could cultivate the law successfully. The law grasped by the ice skeleton was the law of ice. There were countless laws in the universe. Every law was blessed by the heavens and was a part of the universe. Above the law was the law. The law and the law were part of the order of the universe. However, the law was a supreme existence. For example, the law of destruction, the law of life, the law of death, and so on. As for the law, there were more, such as the law of ice, the law of water, the law of fire, and so on. If a life and death realm expert wanted to reach the peak, they had to cultivate a law to the extreme. Only by thoroughly grasping a law could one reach the strongest battle strength. This was also the reason why there were differences in strength between experts of the same realm. Some experts grasped more than one law. The more laws they grasped, the stronger they were. Of course, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The law of ice could command all the ice energy in the world. Facing the ice skeleton, Fang Chen's body continuously retreated. All of a sudden, the snow-white skeleton opened its mouth and spat out a breath of ice. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He used the true meaning of space and time and quickly fled. However, even so, he was still swept away by the ice aura. So strong! In an instant, his body felt like it was about to freeze. The undying flame erupted at full force, and it took a long time to dissipate the ice aura in his body. This snow-white ice skeleton has only grasped the basics of ice laws, Fang Chen guessed. If it fully grasped the law of ice, he would definitely die. I admit defeat. Immediately, Fang Chen admitted defeat. The deadline was 3 years, and only 1 year had passed. There were still 2 years left. The current him was no match for the snow-white skeleton at all. He could only continue to cultivate. If only I could grasp a law. The snow-white ice skeleton disappeared and Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, once again entering a state of cultivation. Inside the reception hall, Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor saw Fang Chen's body move, and their faces changed slightly. For a short while, Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor felt an extremely cold aura in the air of the reception hall. The law of ice. Lightning Ancestor cried out. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he naturally recognized the law of ice at a glance. It seems like Fang Chen is in danger. Sword Ancestor's face revealed a hint of worry as he spread out his hands. A Fortune Realm martial artist had almost no power to fight back against a life and death emperor who had grasped the law. AI, the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor, is too difficult for a martial artist in the mortal universe. Lightning Ancestor said. Sword Ancestor nodded. The bone progenitor has reached the peak, so his inheritance must be unimaginable. He doesn't want his descendants to be mediocre. The two ancestors looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Ever since Fang Chen chose the bone progenitor's inheritance, it was already destined. This path could only be walked by him alone. Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. The bone progenitor was the pinnacle of the human race in this universe era. His methods were heaven-defying and unimaginable. Even if this was only his inheritance, it was not something that Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor could turn the situation around. Therefore, the two could only wait. Outside, in the human race's sacred land, inside the sacred palace, the human race's sacred master and the other 4 magnates were gathered. The atmosphere was very solemn, and the 5 magnates' faces were gloomy. Everyone, tell us your opinions. The human race's sacred master said. The 5 magnates rarely gathered together. The last time they gathered was because the master of the Evil Soul Islands had been killed. And this time it was a matter related to the safety of the human race. It was a matter of great importance, and the 5 magnates did not dare to ignore it. The sea demon race is going too far. Spiritual race master said in a deep voice, our human race and the sea demon race signed an agreement not to invade each other. Blood Fiend Monarch relied on his tyrannical strength to ally with Heaven Origin Ruler and demand territory from our human race. The Luo clan head said, our human race cannot compromise. Previously, during the Battle of Green Bamboo Island, the Luo clan head said, our human race cannot compromise. We didn't want to start a war between races, so we let Blood Fiend Monarch leave. He's asking for a yard after taking an inch. 2 magnates in a row expressed their extreme dissatisfaction with Blood Fiend Monarch. It's said that Heaven Origin Ruler has also taken that step. The 2 of them together have astonishing battle strength. Unless one of us can reach the eternal ancient realm, Yuan Race Master said. Monarch Blackblade did not say anything, but his meaning was obvious. He wanted to fight. Since the 2 of them dared to do this, they must have something to rely on. We can't be careless. It's better to be careful, said the human race's sacred master. But this time we won't back down. Last time, Blood Fiend Monarch had come to Green Bamboo Island. He had taken the old faker away and angered the 5 magnates. The 5 magnates had a shocking battle with him. No one knew what the outcome of the battle was. They only knew that Blood Fiend Monarch had retreated unscathed. Although there were many magnates in the human race, none of them were particularly strong. Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler had both taken that step, which was a great deterrent. Green Bamboo Island. Usually the sea demon race would launch small sneak attacks and wreak havoc, but today was different. When the sea demon race had descended, Yin Fong and the others did not think much of it. 88. Oh, but when the sea demon race really began to fight, Yin Fong realized. Activate the Green Bamboo Array Formation. Vice Island Master Yin Fong roared. With Nile and Chiu Xian in the lead, 300 Formation Masters activated the Green Bamboo Array Formation together. Suddenly, a majestic green aura spread out. Green bamboo covered the ground, and the branches and leaves swayed, trapping the attacking sea demon race. Chapter 1539. A great battle was about to break out. With Green Bamboo Island as his target, Blood Fiend Monarch took the lead. Amidst the clouds, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler stood with smiles on their faces. Blood Fiend, won't this cause those old fellows to be dissatisfied? Heaven Origin Ruler asked. So what if they're dissatisfied? With the 2 of us joining hands, there's no need to fear them. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. If we don't give them a bit of pressure, they won't take us seriously. On Green Bamboo Island, the Green Bamboo Array opened. Within the array, with Vice Island Lord Yin Fong at the lead, numerous creation experts were embroiled in a chaotic battle. The strength of the ocean demon race couldn't be underestimated either. Kill! Yin Fong took a step forward and arrived before an ocean demon. His large hand grabbed the ocean demon's head and crushed it with a kacha sound. Immediately after, he appeared before another ocean demon. The battle was extremely bitter. This was the largest battle in the history of Green Lake Island. Who above Green Bamboo Island? 5 giants appeared one after another. Blood Fiend, you're going too far. Human races, Saint Lord said furiously. The 2 giants stood in the clouds, staring at each other. If you agree to my request, the battle will immediately end. Blood Fiend Monarch said fearlessly. Impossible. Our human race's territory will never be ceded. Spiritual races, Lord rebuked. That's right. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Luo Clan's Lord said. Yuan Gu and Black Blade Monarch also entered a state of battle readiness. I'll wait for you in the void battlefield. Blood Fiend Monarch's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Heaven Origin Ruler followed closely behind, entering the void battlefield as well. In the void battlefield, the 5 giants fought against Heaven Origin Ruler and Blood Fiend Monarch. Rumble, Blood Fiend Monarch opened his hand, and several spheres of light appeared in his palm. Each ball of light represented a kind of law. Kill! Blood Fiend Monarch's figure charged before human races, Saint Lord, and started fighting. A battle between peak life and death experts was too exaggerated. With a raise of their hands, they could destroy an island. If not for the void battlefield, Green Bamboo Island would have long been destroyed. After 15 minutes of fighting, Blood Fiend Monarch's figure. Shwa. Although the two of you are strong, you are no match for us, the human clan's holy master said in a deep voice. Is that so? It's too early for you to be happy. The Blood Fiend Monarch waved his hand. Suddenly, countless clumps of law began to tremble. Not long after, the law of light completely disappeared and was replaced by a jet-black ball of light. This ball of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This caused the hearts of the 5 giants to palpitate. That is, when the 5 magnates saw the black ball of light, their faces turned completely gloomy. Law of Devour. The human clan's Saint Master cried out. The universe contained countless laws. Every law was a part of the order of the universe. There were also strong and weak laws, high and low. Therefore, there was a law list among the life and death realm emperors. The Law of Devour was a powerful law that could be ranked in the top 10 of the law rankings. Legend had it that the Law of Devour could devour all laws. So this is your greatest reliance. The human race's holy master tried his best to stabilize his shock. The Blood Fiend Monarch looked at the jet-black ball of light in his hand, a trace of bloodthirsty malevolence appearing on his face. Correct. After bitterly cultivating for 350,000 years, I finally comprehended the Law of Devour, the Blood Fiend Monarch said. In front of my Law of Devour, your laws cannot withstand a single blow. The Law of Devour had yet to reach its peak. To reach its peak, one's cultivation base had to reach the eternal ancient realm. For the Blood Fiend Monarch to comprehend the Law of Devour at the life and death realm was already heaven-defying. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give way or not? The Blood Fiend Monarch asked. Blood Fiend, what's the point of wasting words with them? The battle continued. However, after revealing the Law of Devour, Blood Fiend Monarch's strength was even more heaven-defying. The human clan's holy master was actually at a disadvantage. Heaven Origin Ruler also used heaven-defying methods. For a moment, the 5 magnates of the human clan were at a complete disadvantage. The battle in the void battlefield lasted for 3 whole months. No one knew what the outcome of the battle would be. The 5 magnates of the human clan had gloomy expressions. On the other hand, Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler's faces were full of smiles. At the same time, the 5 magnates of the human clan notified Vice Island Lord Infong to lead all of his clansmen away from Green Bamboo Island. Infong was shocked, not knowing what was going on. However, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of the 5 magnates. This day was the most shameful day for the human clan. In less than half a day, Fong Chen's friends and family were transferred to the human clan's sacred land. As for Green Bamboo Island, it became the territory of the Ocean Demon Clan. The human clan ceded 3 islands to Blood Fiend Monarch and Heaven Origin Ruler. Blood Fiend, the human clan won't let this matter rest. We have to be careful, Heaven Origin Ruler said. Don't worry, it won't be long before I enter the eternal ancient realm. At that time, the entire mortal cosmos will belong to me, Blood Fiend Monarch. Blood Fiend Monarch was full of confidence. Heaven Origin Ruler lightly nodded. Blood Fiend, I'll take my leave first. All right, human clan's sacred land. In the coming days, I'll leave the protection of the human clan to the 4 of you, the human clan's holy master said. Holy master, what are you planning to do? Blackblade Monarch asked. I'm going to break through, the human clan's holy master said. As a holy master, his primordial spirit was fused with the universe. With a thought, he could spy on the entire void ocean. However, there was a huge restriction. If he wanted to enter the eternal ancient realm, he had to pay a huge price. This time, the human clan was in danger. The holy master had no other choice. The 4 powerhouses fell into silence. We've already given in to this extent. I believe Blood fiend won't push his luck. Otherwise, we'll completely fall out with him. We'll fight to the death, said the Luo clan leader. Let's enter seclusion together and strive to enter the eternal ancient realm as soon as possible. The 4 powerhouses returned to their respective residences and entered seclusion. As for the human clan's holy master, he disappeared from the universe. No one knew where he went. In the distant fiend subduing world, in a quiet and elegant garden, fiend subduing world's holy master was fishing by the pond. He looked up at the blue sky and sighed. The sky is about to change. 3 months, a year and a half, 2 years. Fang Chen's cultivation went from the 6th level of the creation realm to the 7th level, and then to the 8th level. He only stopped when he reached the peak of the 8th level. He originally had hopes of entering the 9th level of the creation realm, but he chose to give up. His cultivation had increased too quickly, and he needed to stabilize it. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable and he would be in danger. The increase in his cultivation did not mean that he could withstand the ice skeleton's law of ice. The law of ice was unparalleled. Unless he had the same development, he could resist it. However, Fang Chen did not give up and continued to cultivate. Just as the 2-year deadline was approaching, the sword scripture broke through to the 3rd level. It was recorded in the sword scripture that a creation realm sword cultivator who could comprehend the 2nd level was considered a rare genius. Comprehending the 3rd level was rare in the world. With his amazing talent, Fang Chen comprehended the 3rd level of the sword scripture when he was at the 8th level of the creation realm. The sword scripture was very special. It could increase the attack power of Sword Dao secret techniques. When the sword scripture was at the 1st level, it could increase the power by several times. Now that it had reached the 3rd level, the increase in power was absolutely incredible. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes. It's been 3 years. Fang Chen muttered, exuding a special aura. After entering the ancestral land of inheritance for 3 years, Fang Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. He remembered that when he first entered the ancestral land of inheritance, his cultivation was only at the low level of the creation realm. Now he had reached the high level of the creation realm. All this was because he had accepted the test of the bone progenitor's inheritance. Phew! Fang Chen stood up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Holding the red glass sword in his hand, he suddenly swung it. Boom! When the red sword light shot out from the red glass sword, a terrifying power suddenly came from his sea of qi. The power of the red sword light was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It had increased by a full 32 times. Dong! The red sword light fiercely struck the dark void. Whoosh! The void was torn apart. An ray of light shot in from the outside. The entire dark void trembled. The snow-white ice skeleton roared to the sky and instantly appeared. An extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Whoosh! The undying flame surrounded its body, resisting the cold aura. The 3rd level of the sword scripture has increased the power of the burial of heaven and earth technique by a full 32 times. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Seeing the snow-white ice skeleton, he was eager to try. 32 times was enough to kill any martial artist at the peak of the creation realm. Fight to the death. Fang Chen said to himself, Roar! The snow-white ice skeleton's huge body exuded the power of law. A terrifying aura penetrated the void. It looked at Fang Chen and roared to the sky. The time was up. Today, it would end this human martial artist. Outside in the reception hall, the lightning ancestor and the sword ancestor were anxiously pacing back and forth. The 2 of them could not sit still anymore. 3 years are up. Is Fang Chen going to die? The lightning ancestor said unwillingly. He remembered that the genius who had 1 foot in the life and death realm had completely died when the 3-year time limit was up. He is still breathing. His life is not in danger for the time being. The sword ancestor checked Fang Chen's body and said in a low voice. Now, the two ancestors felt like a year. They really hoped that Fang Chen could succeed. Once he failed, both his original body and doppelganger would be destroyed. CCC Pavilion. A 5th-level creation realm martial artist can match a 9th-level martial artist. Maybe a miracle will happen in 3 years. Yes, for countless years, he is the most talented human martial artist I have ever seen. If he can't pass the test, then others will have no hope. The God Realm, known as the top of the universe. All the peerless experts were here, in a palace that towered into the clouds. An old man suddenly opened his eyes. 3 years have passed. I wonder how that little guy is doing. Chapter 1540. In the dark void, the snow-white ice skeleton's huge body was constantly emitting a terrifying power of law. The law of ice was extremely cold and could freeze a warrior's primordial spirit unknowingly. This kind of law was very terrifying. It could often kill people without them noticing. However, Fang Chen had the undying flame, so the cold aura could not hurt his primordial spirit. This was something that the snow-white ice skeleton did not expect. Hiss! Hiss! The law of ice surrounded Fang Chen and suppressed Fang Chen fiercely. Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. They could dissipate at any time. From this point, it was enough to see the power of the law of ice. So strong! Fang Chen held the red glass sword in his hand. At this point, the perfect sword body was no longer useful. He completely relied on the undying flame for defense. As expected of the flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, it is too powerful. In the past, although he had a certain understanding of the undying flame, he did not know how powerful it was. Now, Fang Chen finally knew how powerful the undying flame, known as the ancestor of all flames, was. How powerful was the ancient divine beast, the undying bird. However, now was not the time to think about this. He needed to resist the attack of the law of ice and then defeat the snow-white ice skeleton. Kill! The red glass sword danced in the air, drawing a series of incredible trajectories in the dark void. The red sword light was quickly suspended in the void. Buzz! A vast amount of power erupted from within the red sword light. In his body, the sword scripture was activated, and 32 times the power poured out. When all the power poured into the red sword light, this sword had exceeded the limit of the creation realm. Swoosh! Using the space-time true meaning, Fang Chen's figure was hidden in the void. Roar! Seeing this, the snow-white ice skeleton opened its palm and slapped at Fang Chen. The power of the law of ice quickly gathered in its palm. Sword chi, soaring sword chi, pervaded Fang Chen's body, forming the strongest defense. Suddenly, Fang Chen's figure appeared behind the snow-white ice skeleton. Dong! The entire earth was shaking and the void was torn apart. The red sword light with 32 times the strength stabbed towards the snow-white ice skeleton. Hoo in front of the snow-white skeleton, the power of law was wrapped up, blocking the path of the red sword light. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He had underestimated the power of the laws. No matter how Fang Chen attacked, the red sword light was unable to advance an inch. There's no other way. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and took out the dark demonic wheel. His primordial spirit trembled, and the dark demonic wheel erupted with a world-destroying aura. Cracks suddenly appeared in the power of laws surrounding the snow-white ice skeleton. The dark aura instantly surged out. At the same time, the red sword light ruthlessly pierced into the body of the snow-white skeleton. Whoosh! Seeing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, a moment later, a look of shock appeared on his face. After the red sword light pierced into the snow-white ice skeleton's body, it instantly shattered. The terrifying aura released by the dark demonic wheel was also completely absorbed by the snow-white ice skeleton. Although the snow-white ice skeleton looked a little injured. However, it was not yet dead. Did I fail? Fong Chen's face was full of helplessness. He had cultivated bitterly for 3 years just for today. He did not expect to fail in the end. Fong Chen knew best what failure meant. He was unwilling to give up. He had not found his mother, and he had not found his wife. He still had a lot of things to do. He did not want to die. Fong Chen's primordial spirit was falling silent. His eyelids were fighting, and the dark demonic will had drained all the strength in his body. He was about to fall into a coma. He looked at the dark void reluctantly. Perhaps this was his last look at this world. Bang! Fong Chen's body fell to the ground softly, and he fell into a coma. The snow-white ice skeleton looked up to the sky and roared. It looked at the injuries on its body, and then looked at Fong Chen thoughtfully. In the end, the snow-white ice skeleton did not make a move and disappeared into the dark void. A leisurely laugh was heard. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would finally come, while Fong Chen was in a coma at the top of the distant universe. In the God realm, in the palace at the top of the clouds, a gratified smile appeared on the old man's face. As an 8th level creation realm martial artist, he had injured the life and death realm snow-white ice skeleton and blocked the power of the law of ice. Although he had not been completely defeated, he had passed the test. The hope of the human race, the old man said softly. For countless years, the most outstanding martial artist of the human race had been born. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass mine, the old man said to himself. In the reception hall, the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor carefully observed Fong Chen's body. Suddenly, Fong Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, fell to the ground. What's going on? The lightning ancestor stood up and hurried to Fong Chen's side. Quickly check his body. The sword ancestor was also a little anxious. The lightning ancestor spread out his divine sense and enveloped Fong Chen. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fong Chen was still breathing, which meant that he had not died. Fortunately, he's still breathing. He seems to have encountered some danger and fell into a coma, the lightning ancestor said. What's going on with this kid? The sword ancestor frowned. Although the sword ancestor and the lightning ancestor were very anxious, there was nothing they could do. All they could do was wait. In the dark void, the extremely cold aura had long dissipated and was replaced by a scorching aura. Under the ground, a scorching aura gathered under Fong Chen's body and then drilled into his body, nourishing his muscles and bones. The golden heart was also beating slowly. Fong Chen's body was gradually recovering. A month later, Fong Chen woke up. Am I dead? Fong Chen opened his eyes and looked around. It was pitch black. Fong Chen carefully sensed and found the warm aura under the ground. He then spread out his divine sense and found that he was still in the dark void. Slap. He slapped himself and felt his face burning. Ha ha ha. Fong Chen let out a wild laugh. He was not dead. He was still alive. Little guy, in this universe era, you are the person with the strongest potential I have ever seen. You have successfully passed the test and can accept my inheritance. The bone progenitor's voice sounded. Really? Fong Chen was somewhat in disbelief. The snow-white skeleton was clearly not defeated by him. How could he have passed the test so carelessly? However, this was no longer important. Fong Chen was somewhat excited. That was the bone progenitor's inheritance. How could he not be excited? My inheritance contradicts the current cultivation system. After you accept the inheritance, if you feel that your cultivation is not suitable, do not force yourself and give up immediately, the bone progenitor said. Fong Chen nodded. Buzz. In the dark void, a ray of light came. Immediately, Fong Chen felt his mind tremble and a large amount of information appeared. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on your luck. After saying that, the bone progenitor's voice disappeared in the dark void. Thank you, bone progenitor. Fong Chen closed his eyes and hurriedly looked into his mind. In his mind there were many words. This was the bone progenitor's inheritance. Fong Qin read it word by word, looking very serious. After a while, Fong Qin opened his eyes wide and was quite shocked. Space-time cultivation system, Fong Qin muttered to himself. The bone progenitor's cultivation system was a system that had never been heard of before. It was called the space-time cultivation system. This cultivation system was mainly based on time-type true meanings and space-type true meanings. Martialists who cultivated this cultivation system could fuse their bodies into one with time and space. What a powerful cultivation system! Fong Qin sighed. This was different from the true meaning of space-time. Fong Qin had comprehended the peerless true meaning of space-time, but it could only allow his body to merge with the void. It could not merge with time. One had to know that the Tao of time was a very profound Tao. The space-time cultivation system could actually allow a warrior's body to merge with space-time at the same time. This was much more powerful. According to the records of the bone progenitor's inheritance, when cultivated to the peak of the space-time cultivation system, one could merge with the universe. With a thought, one's body could be everywhere. The human race's divine lords could only merge their primordial spirits with the universe. They could not make their bodies everywhere. And this cultivation system, when cultivated to the peak, was actually so domineering. I wonder how far the bone progenitor has cultivated, Fong Qin thought to himself. Just thinking about it made him excited. Moreover, what made Fong Qin the most happy was that this cultivation system was based on time-type and space-type true meanings. And he himself had the true meaning of space-time. Wasn't this specially made for this cultivation system? The bone progenitor is too powerful. He created his own cultivation system, which is unprecedented. He created a school of thought. Fong Qin admired the bone progenitor very much. To be able to become the strongest warrior of the human race in this universe era, it was no exaggeration. Trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Fong Qin continued to look at the space-time cultivation system. Divine art. There was actually a divine art in the bone progenitor's inheritance. But thinking about it carefully, if even the cultivation system could be left behind, a mere divine art was nothing. This divine art was called the Space-Time Book. There were a total of 18 levels. Every 3 levels was a threshold. After cultivating the first 3 levels, one's true meaning of martial path could be raised to the peak of the 9th grade. This, Fong Qin was dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. The space-time cultivation system and the space-time book. The bone progenitor's inheritance was simply a priceless treasure. Fong Qin felt that his chance to rise had come. The 8th grade space-time true meaning is already so strong. How strong will it be when it reaches the peak of the 9th grade? Fong Qin was looking forward to it. This cultivation system, as well as the divine art, was simply tailor-made for him. When the bone progenitor left behind the inheritance, it probably did not expect that a martial artist with the true meaning of space-time would obtain its inheritance. Ha ha ha! Fong Qin could not help but laugh. 3 years of hard work finally paid off. Oh no, the 3-year limit is up. The ancestral land of inheritance is about to close. Suddenly, Fong Qin thought of this, and his face was full of anxiety. If the ancestral land of inheritance closes, won't I have to wait 100 years before I can leave? 100 years was a long time for Fong Qin. Buzz! While thinking, a white light flashed in front of Fong Qin. Chapter 1541. His consciousness returned to his body, and he got up from the ground. The extremely anxious Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. He's awake. Ha ha ha, he's awake. Fong Qin looked up and saw the crazy Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor. He was a little stunned. Fong Qin, are you okay? Lightning Ancestor grabbed his arm and asked. Fong Qin shook his head, indicating that he was fine. How was it? Did you get the inheritance? Sword Ancestor looked at Fong Chun with burning eyes. The inheritance of the bone progenitor was of great importance. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Fong Chun grinned. Hearing this, the two patriarchs jumped up happily like children. It was no wonder they were like this. The bone progenitor's influence on the human race was too great. The two of them grew up listening to the legends of the bone progenitor. When they were young, they set the bone progenitor as their goal and secretly swore that they would surpass the bone progenitor in the future. However, when they reached a certain level, they realized that the bone progenitor was not on the same level as them. It was impossible for them to reach the level of the bone progenitor in their lifetime. For countless years, no one had been able to obtain the inheritance left behind by the bone progenitor. But now it was obtained by Fong Chun. Really? Sword Ancestor could not believe his ears. Fong Chun nodded. You're old and confused. If he didn't get the inheritance, would he be able to come out alive? Lightning Ancestor said. Sword Ancestor touched his head and said awkwardly, I feel like I'm in a dream. The two ancestors were very excited, and it took a long time for them to gradually calm down. Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to obtain the bone progenitor's inheritance. Lightning Ancestor took a deep breath and said, the bone progenitor's inheritance is very powerful. If you can fully accept it, even if you can't reach the level of the bone progenitor in the future, you can still shock the entire universe. Yes, take advantage of this time to comprehend the bone progenitor's inheritance. Sword Ancestor urged. Only then did Fong Chun remember. Ancestors, 3 years have passed. Has the ancestral land closed? Asked Fong Chun. The two patriarchs looked at each other, then widened their eyes and stared at Fong Chun. What happened? The ancestral land is closed. Fong Chun thought that the ancestral land was closed. He felt somewhat disappointed. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait here for 100 years. He didn't want to waste his youth here. You brat, you actually have the mood to care about this? That's right. We have already obtained the bone progenitor's legacy. Why would we care about this? The two patriarchs said snappily. Compared to the bone progenitor inheritance, the closing of the ancestral land is nothing. If the two of them had a choice, they would rather be trapped for 10,000 years, or even longer, as long as they could obtain the inheritance of the bone progenitor. The ancestral land opens once every 100 years. Looks like I can only leave the next time. Fong Chun said helplessly. The lightning ancestor chuckled and said, Kid, the ancestral land of inheritance hasn't closed yet. Yes, it hasn't closed yet. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment before he asked. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral land of inheritance should have closed long ago. The lightning ancestor paused for a moment before continuing. However, because you are receiving the bone progenitor's legacy, the closing of the ancestral land of inheritance has been delayed. That's right. The ancestral land of inheritance was built by the bone progenitor. As long as someone touches the bone progenitor's legacy, the ancestral land of inheritance will naturally sense it, the sword ancestor added. Fong Chun suddenly understood. So that's why. Doesn't this mean that I can leave? When will the ancestral land of inheritance close? Fong Chun continued to ask. Kid, don't worry and just cultivate. Before you finish cultivating, the ancestral land of inheritance will not close, the lightning ancestor said. Outside, in the human race's sacred land. The human race's sacred leader frowned with a complicated look in his eyes. According to the time, the ancestral land of inheritance should have closed long ago. But why hasn't anyone come out yet? Could it be that everyone has been wiped out? The human race's sacred leader thought to himself. However, he quickly shook his head and denied this thought. What's the reason? The human race's sacred leader was puzzled. Not only the human race's sacred leader, but the leaders of the other 3 sacred grounds, Black Blade Emperor and Blood Fiend Emperor were also paying attention to the ancestral land of inheritance. In the depths of the void ocean, Blood Fiend Mansion, the old faker was rooted in an open space. There was a powerful seal around him. Tion Xan was cultivating in his body. Blood Fiend Emperor had arrived. Have you thought about it? Blood Fiend Emperor asked. Impossible. If my main body is broken in half, I will definitely not be able to step into the divine realm in the future. You are cutting off my path of retreat. The old faker refused without thinking. Blood Fiend Emperor smiled eerily when he heard that. Do you think that I can't deal with you? With Blood Fiend Emperor's strength, he could definitely break the old faker's body if he attacked forcefully. However, the old faker was determined to die, so Blood Fiend Emperor did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the old faker would self-destruct and he would not get anything. Splash! Blood Fiend Emperor stretched out his hand and reached the old faker's main body in an instant. There is a human martial artist in your body. I think he is very important to you. If you refuse, I will kill him personally. The old faker was furious. He swayed his branches and blocked Blood Fiend Emperor. If you dare to touch him, I guarantee that you will not get anything, the old faker shouted angrily. I will give you 3 days to think about it, Blood Fiend Emperor said and left the place. The old faker was left alone. When he was in the ancient sword continent, Fong Qin gave him a lot of help. A friend in need is a friend indeed. When his life was in danger, Fong Qin stepped forward to save him. And now, Fong Qin's disciple was threatened. He could not help him. The old faker was in a dilemma. He looked at Tion Xan, who was cultivating in his body, and sighed. Then he made a decision. Blood Fiend Emperor was powerful. If he did not obey, Tion Xan would definitely die. It was worth it to exchange half of his main body for Tion Xan's life. 3 days later, Blood Fiend Emperor made a martial oath. The entire Sea Demon tribe would not attack Tion Xan to ensure his safety. Only then did the old faker nod. Crack! The Blood Fiend Monarch used his godly technique to break the main body of the Blood Fiend Monarch from the middle. In a moment, the old faker seemed to have aged 100 years. The remaining half of the main body emitted a decadent aura. The surrounding branches were a little yellow and seemed to be withering. It's just half of the body. Then, Blood Fiend Emperor turned and left. Martial Uncle, are you okay? Tion Xan woke up and was very worried. I'm fine. Cultivate well, the old faker said in a low voice. Ancestral land of inheritance, reception hall. Fong Qin was cultivating the space-time cultivation system. With the space-time true intent, it was much easier to cultivate the space-time cultivation system. And it was very strange that the space-time cultivation system was not rejected by the body. This caused Fong Qin to be very surprised. However, when he saw the beating of the golden heart, he was relieved. After circulating the space-time book's incantation 36 times in his body, the first level was completed. Buzz! With a thought, a strong space-time aura spread around him. This meant that Fong Qin had officially become a member of the space-time cultivation system. With the compatibility of the two systems, Fong Qin's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Whoosh! Fong Qin activated the space-time book and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Sword Ancestor and Lightning Ancestor could not find traces of him. I can't merge with space-time for the time being. Fong Qin muttered to himself. Kid, this is the bone progenitor's inheritance. Lightning Ancestor asked. What a domineering inheritance. Even I can't find it when it's hidden. Sword Ancestor was shocked. Fong Qin nodded and continued to cultivate. Inside the ancestral land of inheritance, in a certain open space, a figure broke out of the ground. He was the only survivor of the Sea Demon clan, Dao Ancestor Monster. Dao Ancestor Monster had been cultivating in seclusion since he was attacked by the martial artists of the 4 sacred lands. After 3 years, Dao Ancestor Monster had obtained a very strong inheritance, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the creation realm and had undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, even if I face Xinyue, I have nothing to fear. The strongest of the younger generation of the Sea Demon clan was Su Xinyue. At that time, Dao Ancestor Monster was still a distance away from Su Xinyue, but now he believed that he was not weaker than Su Xinyue. Dao Ancestor Monster was very confident and arrogant. It's been a long time since I tasted human delicacies. Dao Ancestor Monster licked his dry lips and said sinisterly. At this moment, a human martial artist approached. You came at the right time. Dao Ancestor Monster's body turned into an afterimage and rushed out. Crack! Before the human martial artist could react, his head was crushed by Dao Ancestor Monster. Dao Ancestor Monster placed his palm on the human martial artist's corpse. Blood gathered from the limbs and bones in Dao Ancestor Monster's hand and then drilled into his body. So delicious! A ghostly smile appeared on Dao Ancestor Monster's face. Immediately, he disappeared into the darkness. Human martial artists formed groups of 3 to 5 to search for opportunities. Dao Ancestor Monster encountered 2 or 3 groups. They were not too strong and could not defeat Dao Ancestor Monster. They were killed by him. Human martial artists, all of you must die. Dao Ancestor Monster said coldly, I want you to know that your so-called monstrous martial artists are like ants in my eyes. I will kill them one by one with my own hands and suck their blood dry. I will make this ancestral land of inheritance a nightmare for the human race. He raised his head and looked at the endless blue sky. Welcome Hall, I'm coming. Dao Ancestor Monster rushed in the direction of the Welcome Hall. Back then, he was forced to give up the inheritance and leave the Welcome Hall. And now he was about to return to the Welcoming Hall in an absolutely powerful manner. Chapter 1542. The Blood Fiend Monarch had chosen 10 of the most outstanding youths of the Sea Demon clan. And now, only Dao Ancestor Monster was left. Of course, he did not know that Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu had died. With their strength, even if they were no match for the geniuses of the human clan, escaping was not a problem. A few days later, Dao Ancestor Monster came to the Welcoming Hall. The Welcoming Hall was still standing on the ground, surrounded by a strong seal. Could it be that Xinyue entered the Welcoming Hall? Dao Ancestor Monster thought to himself. He quickly walked to the front of the reception hall. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. Immediately, his face was filled with a gloomy expression. Xinyue. Dao Ancestor Monster saw Su Xinyue's corpse. After 3 years, Su Xinyue's corpse was still lying on the ground, unharmed. Dao Ancestor Monster's heart was filled with anger. Su Xinyue was a young genius of the Sea Demon clan and also his senior sister. Yao remembered that when he was young, Su Xinyue had always helped him. Su Xinyue was very good to him, as if he was her younger brother. Although Dao Ancestor Monster did not say anything, he treated Su Xinyue as his sister. Various scenes of the past appeared in Dao Ancestor Monster's mind. These were the beautiful memories he had with Su Xinyue. Xinyue, I will definitely avenge you. Dao Ancestor Monster's body was filled with an extremely dense evil aura, and then he walked step by step towards the Welcoming Hall. After taking 2 steps, he saw another corpse. This was Mu Hanfu's corpse. Damn it! Dao Ancestor Monster's eyes were scarlet, and he fell into a state of madness. Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu's death was a huge blow to Dao Ancestor Monster. No matter who it is, I will tear him into pieces. Dao Ancestor Monster tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and came to the Welcoming Hall. Boom! He gathered his strength and punched the Welcoming Hall. Dong! When the terrifying fist light came into contact with the Welcoming Hall, it let out a deafening sound. Rays of bright light spread out, devouring the fist light. The welcoming hall returned to its calm state. What a joke, the welcoming hall created by the strongest person in this era, the bone progenitor. If it was destroyed by a creation realm martial artist, wouldn't it be a joke? Damn it. Tao, ancestor demon, went berserk as he bombarded the welcoming hall with punch after punch. However, it was useless. The restriction around the guidance hall was very strong. With his strength, it was impossible to break it. Inside the reception hall, lightning ancestor and sword ancestor frowned slightly when they sensed that someone was attacking the reception hall. Then they spread out their divine consciousness and found that the attacker was actually a member of the Sea Demon clan. The Sea Yao clan is too arrogant, the lightning ancestor said solemnly. Should I get rid of this annoying fellow? The sword ancestor stopped him. Us two old fellows shouldn't interfere in the battle between the younger generation. Fong Chen's cultivation is about to end, so I can use him to practice. Hearing sword ancestor's words, lightning ancestor nodded with a smile. In the center of the hall, Fong Chen sat cross-legged, practicing the Book of Time and Space. The aura around his body gradually increased, giving people a shocking feeling. At some point, Fong Chen opened his eyes. As expected of the space-time cultivation system, Fong Chen sighed. Although he practiced 2 cultivation systems, his body didn't reject them. This was due to the Golden Heart. Ordinary warriors could only choose the current cultivation system. Once they practiced other cultivation systems, they would be seriously injured or even die. After becoming a member of the space-time cultivation system, it was easier to cultivate the Book of Time and Space. Unknowingly, Fong Chen's space-time true meaning had reached the peak of the 8th grade, and he was only 1 step away from the 9th grade. Fong Chen had also cultivated the Book of Time and Space to the 2nd level. As for the 3rd level, he couldn't cultivate it for the time being. Fong Chen, who was stuck at the bottleneck, gave up on cultivating and stood up. How is it? Lightning ancestor and sword ancestor hurriedly asked. I have some gains, Fong Chen replied simply. The space-time cultivation system was a system created by the bone progenitor. Even experts like lightning ancestor and sword ancestor didn't understand it, so it was better not to say. Moreover, the space-time cultivation system involved very deep things. It was better to keep it a secret. If it was known, there would be many people targeting him. Fong Chen didn't want to put himself in the middle of a whirlpool. I didn't expect that we would be able to meet the successor of the bone progenitor. We're looking forward to the moment you step into the God realm. Lightning ancestor laughed. The sword ancestor also nodded slightly. The bone progenitor was the strongest human in the mortal universe in this universe era. Its talent was so strong that it made countless warriors despair. After entering the God realm, it was also a meteoric rise. It had already become an overlord in the God realm. Fong Chen had accepted the bone progenitor's inheritance and was considered the bone progenitor's disciple. If he entered the God realm in the future, his future would be limitless. I will definitely go to the God realm. Fong Chen whispered. Fong Chen, you have already accepted the bone progenitor's inheritance. Logically speaking, I shouldn't do anything. But seeing how outstanding you are, I really can't help it. Lightning ancestor said, I saw that you cultivated a lightning-attributed soul path secret technique. I'm best at lightning, so I can give you some pointers. In fact, lightning ancestor and sword ancestors' feelings were understandable. They were also thinking for the human race. Their true bodies were in the God realm and couldn't take care of their hometowns. They could only pin their hopes on Fong Chen. Thank you, lightning ancestor. Fong Chen was a little happy and cupped his fists. Tell me about the soul path secret technique you cultivate. Lightning ancestor said. Fong Chen nodded and then told lightning ancestor the details of the 5 thunders tribulation technique. He didn't expect lightning ancestor to have heard of this secret technique. If you want to cultivate this secret technique to the extreme, you need to ingeniously fuse lightning and soul path aura. Lightning Ancestor began to give Feng Qin pointers. Although Lightning Ancestor wasn't a soul cultivator, his control of lightning had surpassed all warriors. The Lightning Ancestor had mastered the law of lightning to the extreme. He could create lightning with a thought. When triggering the void lightning, you have to be undistracted. Lightning Ancestor seriously taught Feng Qin some information about the Tao of lightning. Then, he told the latter the method of ingeniously fusing lightning and soul path aura. Half an hour later, Feng Qin benefited a lot. Thank you, Lightning Ancestor, for your guidance. Feng Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. He vaguely felt that his 5 Thunders Tribulation technique was about to break through. He needed an opportunity. Once it appeared, he would definitely break through. Well, you have to comprehend it well. Lightning Ancestor nodded, very satisfied with Feng Qin's comprehension ability. In half an hour, Feng Qin completely comprehended Lightning Ancestor's teachings. At this time, Sword Ancestor came over. I have nothing to say. This is a little of my sword cultivation experience. Take it and comprehend it. Sword Ancestor pointed his finger, and a silver light drilled into Feng Qin's forehead. Suddenly, a lot of information appeared in his mind. Thank you, Sword Ancestor. The 2 ancestors looked at Feng Qin with some reluctance. Little guy, our consciousness is about to collapse. The next time we meet, it will be in the God Realm. Lightning Ancestor said, I hope you can come to the God Realm as soon as possible. Sword Ancestor said, Ancestors, I will not let you down. Feng Qin said. After a pause, Feng Qin continued, Ancestors, I have a request. Speak. If I meet a woman named Star and Moon in the God Realm, I hope the 2 ancestors can help secretly. Feng Qin said, No problem. This kind of small matter was nothing to the 2 ancestors. While talking, the shadows of the 2 swayed and were about to dissipate. Cultivate well. Lightning Ancestor and Sword Ancestor's consciousness finally collapsed. Feng Qin bowed deeply to the void, then stepped out and came out of the reception hall. Boom! After Feng Qin left, the seal on the welcoming hall was completely sealed off. I'm finally out. For 3 whole years, he had gained a lot in the reception hall. It was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Although his cultivation had not reached the 9th level of the creation realm, his combat strength was comparable to a life and death realm emperor. Almost no one in the mortal universe could do such a thing. Feng Qin walked in the void and saw Tao Ancestor Monster sitting cross-legged below. Beside him were 2 corpses. Whoosh! Tao Ancestor Monster opened his eyes and shot out 2 beams of light. Killing intent surged as he stood up and stared at Feng Qin. Sanguinati. Tao Ancestor Monster gritted his teeth. I thought you had died in the ancestral land. Feng Qin smiled faintly. You are not dead. How can I die before you? Tao Ancestor Monster said in a deep voice. Today, I will take your life to avenge them. I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Feng Qin landed on the ground and walked in front of Tao Ancestor Monster. Boom! Tao Ancestor Monster's body exploded with a terrifying aura. The power of a 9th level creation realm expert was fully displayed. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. Tao Ancestor Monster looked at Feng Qin and sneered. He wanted to see the fear on Feng Qin's face. However, he was disappointed. From the beginning to the end, Feng Qin did not take him seriously. Buzz. With a thought, Feng Qin's aura, which was comparable to a life and death realm emperor, gushed out from his body. It instantly devoured Tao Ancestor Monster's aura and suppressed it. Your little bit of strength is really not enough, Feng Qin sneered. This Tao Ancestor Monster, who was smiling arrogantly, suddenly felt a strong pressure. No, impossible. You can't be this strong. Dao ancestor monster did not believe that Fong Chen was this strong. Stop pretending. Watch how I kill you. Dao ancestor monster used all his strength and used his trump card. Die. Facing Dao ancestor monster's attack, Fong Chen sneered. Bang! A light punch had directly disintegrated the trump card that Dao ancestor Yao was so proud of. Puchi! Dao ancestor monster's body caved in and blood splattered on the ground. His eyes were filled with despair. The heavens want me dead. Sanguinati's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. In front of Sanguinati, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Puchi! Chapter 1543. Although Dao ancestor Yao had obtained the inheritance and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. But in Fong Chen's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. The space-time cultivation system made Fong Chen different from ordinary warriors. He was truly invincible in the creation realm. After killing Dao ancestor Yao, Fong Chen left the welcoming hall. On this day, the ancestral land of inheritance shook as if the end of the world had arrived. All the warriors who were hiding in the dark walked out one after another. They looked up at the sky with grave expressions. What happened? Many warriors were puzzled and did not know what had happened. But soon, the warriors of the 4 sacred lands knew that the ancestral land of inheritance was about to close. It's finally over. Most of the warriors had survived the disaster. They had obtained the inheritance in the life and death battle and had been hiding in the dark to cultivate. They were afraid of being discovered by powerful warriors. Once discovered, they would die without a doubt. Such days had finally come to an end. Now, the ancestral land of inheritance was closed. As long as they left this place, they would be safe. In the sky above the human sacred lands, ripples appeared in the void, followed by a vast aura that emerged. As the doors of the void appeared, one martialist after another walked out in a single file. It's the people of the Ling clan. The 4 sacred lands were the first to know about the commotion in the ancestral land of inheritance. They came to the human sacred lands at the fastest speed. Seeing the warriors of the Ling clan appear, the lord of the Ling clan was full of smiles. Ling Xian, Ling Yu, Ling Lianju, Ling Ming, Ling Chihu, and other geniuses of the Ling clan's sacred lands appeared one after another. This made the lord of the Ling clan heave a sigh of relief. His divine sense enveloped everyone and found that there were many fewer Ling clan disciples. However, most of them were ordinary disciples. He was relieved that Ling Ming and the others were fine. Ha ha ha. The lord of the Ling clan looked at Ling Ming and the others and laughed. The aura around Ling Ming and the others was strong. One could tell at a glance that they had gained a lot. The lord of the Ling clan waved his hand and summoned Ling Ming and the others to his side. He asked in detail about the process. Then, the people of the Luo clan, Luo Fong, Luo Chen, Luo Qinghan, and the others were all there. The Luo clan lord also heaved a sigh of relief. Emperor Blackblade had been waiting for his disciple, Purple Sword. However, even though the 2 Holy Lands cultivators had shown their fists, the Purple Saber had yet to appear. Purple Blade is so strong. He must have obtained some inheritance. Monarch Blackblade believed that Purple Blade would appear at the end. Next were the warriors from the human races, Holy Land. Apart from the deaths of a small number of weaker martial artists, the genius martial artists did not suffer any losses. Among them, Jiang Kuang and the heaven-slaughtering sword's strength had steadily increased. Good, very good. Come over here. An elder of the human clan said happily. No one knew where the human Saint Lord had gone. Until now it had never appeared. After that it was the Yuan clan's Holy Lands martial artists. Yuan Jiao Jiao, Yuan Liao, Yuan Hongyan, and Yuan Liang all came out one after another. Where's Yuan Ming? Yuan Gu frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He shook his head to shake off the thoughts in his mind. If Yuan Liang and the others can come out, Yuan Ming must be fine. Maybe he got the inheritance and was delayed. Yuan Gu had been waiting. However, he was disappointed. After Yuan Liang, the members of the Yuan race all came out. Purple Blade. Monarch Black Blade laughed when he saw Purple Blade. He grabbed Purple Blade and took it away. It's gone. After Purple Blade appeared, the void gate gradually disappeared. This scene made Yuan Gu's face turn gloomy. Yuan Ming was the strongest martial artist of the Yuan race's younger generation. He had monstrous talent. He was also the disciple that Monarch Black Blade valued the most. In order to prepare for the inheritance of the ancestral land, Monarch Black Blade even gave Yuan Ming a rank 9 talisman. Yuan Ming is dead. Yuan Gu could not believe it. The clone left in the Yuan race immediately checked the life slip in the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Yuan Gu's main body trembled. In the ancestral hall, Yuan Gu's life slip shattered. This meant that Yuan Gu had died in the ancestral land. Yuan Gu clenched his fists. He was furious because the ancestral land was isolated from the outside world. The life slip outside would not shatter when one died in the ancestral land. Only when the ancestral land was closed would the life slip change. Purple Blade, tell me, who killed Yuan Ming? The void gate had disappeared. The ancestral land was completely closed. Yuan Ming did not appear. This meant that he had died. It was no wonder that Yuan Gu was furious. Everyone's gaze fell on Yuan Gu. Purple Blade, tell me what you know, said Monarch Black Blade. Purple Blade nodded and said, Yuan Ming was killed by Sanguinati. Impossible. How could Sanguinati kill Yuan Ming? Yuan Ming had a rank 9 talisman. Sanguinati was not his match at all. That's the truth. After entering the ancestral land, Sanguinati's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In a one-on-one fight, Yuan Ming was no match for Sanguinati. At the last moment, Yuan Ming activated the rank 9 talisman, but Sanguinati stopped him. I wanted to help, but Purple Blade did not finish his sentence, but it was no longer important. Damned Sanguinati! Yuan Gu roared furiously. He looked around but did not find any trace of Sanguinati. Where's Sanguinati? Did he die in the ancestral land as well? At this time, everyone realized that Sanguinati really did not come out. Purple Blade was also somewhat puzzled, but he did not say anything. Damn it. Unable to find someone to vent his anger on, Yuan Gu grabbed at the void, and the void directly collapsed. Yuan Gu left, and Monarch Black Blade also left with Purple Blade. After everyone had disappeared, Fang Chen's figure gradually appeared in the void. He guessed that killing Yuan Ming would definitely infuriate Yuan Gu, so he used the space-time book to hide in the void. Amazing. Fang Chen could not help but praise. The space-time book was too powerful. Even the 4 giants could not detect him when he merged into the void. Quietly, he arrived at a certain residence. This was the residence of the human race's Grand Elder. Fang Chen scanned the human race's sacred land with his divine sense and did not find the sacred lord. So he went to find the Grand Elder. Who is it? The Grand Elder, who was sitting in the courtyard, suddenly looked at a certain spot in the void and asked coldly, Voila! Fang Chen's figure appeared. Sanguinati. The Grand Elder was very shocked. The ancestral land had already closed. How did Sanguinati come out? He had carefully checked the void gate before and was 100% sure that Sanguinati did not appear. Grand Elder, I killed Yuan Ming and was afraid that Yuan Gu would vent his anger on me. So when I came out, I hid in the void. Fang Chen explained simply. Although the Grand Elder was full of doubts, he still restrained himself. Grand Elder, where's the Sacred Lord? Fang Chen asked. The Sacred Lord disappeared. I don't know where he went. The Grand Elder's face darkened when he mentioned the human race's Sacred Lord. What happened? Fang Chen asked. The Grand Elder said in a low voice, Not long after you entered the ancestral land, Monarch Blood Fiend sent the Sea Demon race to harass Green Bamboo Island every day. First, your disciple was forced into the void ocean. Then, the quasi-divine tree made a move, but Monarch Blood Fiend sensed its aura and forcibly took it away under the obstruction of the 5 giants. Fang Qin clenched his fists tightly. He was full of anger. Not long after, Monarch Qianyuan of the alien race came out of seclusion. His strength had increased to a very high level. He joined forces with Monarch Blood Fiend to pressure the human race. In the end, the human race was defeated. We ceded some territory to the sea demon race and the alien race, the Grand Elder said. This was a disgrace to the human race. At this point, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. How's Green Bamboo Island? Fang Qin asked anxiously. Monarch Bloodfiend has occupied Green Bamboo Island. But don't worry, all the warriors on Green Bamboo Island have been brought to the human race's sacred land, the Grand Elder said. Hearing this, Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was full of anger. The old faker was forcibly taken away by Monarch Bloodfiend, and the fate of his disciple, Tianxan, was unknown. Monarch Bloodfiend. Fang Qin roared in his heart. Deep in the void ocean, Monarch Blood Mansion. Today, Monarch Bloodfiend was very angry. The entire sea demon race was trembling. They had never seen Monarch Bloodfiend so angry. They were curious about what had happened. In the meeting hall, Monarch Bloodfiend clenched his fists. The air was filled with cold killing intent. The most outstanding geniuses of the sea demon race that I personally selected were all annihilated. Monarch Bloodfiend's eyes were cold. Monarch Bloodfiend knew that the ancestral land of inheritance had closed. However, due to the Cold War with the human race, he did not go. The life slips of the 9 people had all shattered. Su Xinyue and Mu Hanfu, the 2 supreme geniuses, had all died in the ancestral land of inheritance. The talents of the sea demon race have been killed by you. The geniuses of the human race can forget about living. Monarch Bloodfiend gave an order. Assassinate the human geniuses at all costs. Kill one, and there would be a reward. If one could kill the top geniuses of the 4 sacred lands, they could become his disciple. When this news spread, the entire void ocean was in an uproar. Countless sea demons who dreamed of becoming Monarch Bloodfiend's disciple disguised themselves and left the void ocean, sneaking into the human territory. Monarch Qianyuan, I agree to the matter you discussed with me previously. Monarch Bloodfiend sent a voice transmission to Monarch Qian Yuan across the void ocean. Monarch Qian Yuan replied immediately. All right, in that case, I'll start the plan. Monarch Qian Yuan said, I've already sent the sea demon race to sneak into the human territory and wait for an opportunity to assassinate the human geniuses. Are you sure your plan will succeed? Monarch Bloodfiend asked. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. This is my painstaking effort after countless years of research. Monarch Qianyuan was full of confidence. Monarch Bloodfiend nodded. After cutting off the transmission, Monarch Bloodfiend's scarlet eyes looked through the void ocean to the distant horizon. Monarch Bloodfiend Manor was surrounded by blood-red waves. The entire sea demon race was shocked. In this universe era, I, Monarch Bloodfiend, am destined to become the overlord of the mortal universe. Monarch Bloodfiend said in a deep voice. Chapter 1544. In the human race's sacred land, Fang Qin met his family and friends. They were all fine and safe, no matter how bold Emperor Bloodfiend and Ruler Qianyuan were. They wouldn't dare to commit murder here. Island Lord. Nile found Fang Qin. Fang Qin discovered that Nile's Array Dao realm had improved a lot. Not bad. Fang Qin had a high opinion of Nile. When he first saw Nile, he thought that his future Array Dao achievements would not be too low. Island Lord, I have some questions about Array Dao. I hope you can help me. Nile said sincerely, No problem. Immediately, Fang Qin and Nile came to a garden, where the former explained in detail. Fang Chen's explanation was rather unique, and it was easy to wake people up with one sentence. He first asked Niall to talk about his understanding of array Dao, and then talk about the troubles he encountered. He didn't directly point out the problem, but gradually guided Niall to think about it himself. I see. After listening to Fang Chen's guidance, Niall was enlightened. Just as Niall was about to ask the next question, Fang Chen suddenly stood up. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. With that, Fang Chen disappeared into thin air. Demon, subduing world. Realm Lord Fu Mo sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen, asking him to quickly return to the demon, subduing world. Fang Chen didn't say anything and returned to the demon, subduing world. At the highest point of the demon, subduing world, there was a simple and unadorned garden. Realm Lord Fu Mo sat in the garden fishing. When he saw Fang Chen, he chuckled. How was it? Fang Chen knew that Realm Lord Fu Mo was asking him about his harvest. Not bad. Fang Chen said. Realm Lord Fu Mo carefully observed Fang Chen and found that his cultivation had improved to the 8th level of the creation realm. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved a lot. With Fang Chen's current cultivation, he could be considered a 6th level disciple. However, according to his true strength, he could enter the 7th level. There are many powerful legacies in the ancestral lands of the human race. Whose inheritance did you obtain? Realm Lord Fu Mo asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, Bone progenitor inheritance. Hearing this, Realm Lord Fu Mo jumped to his feet. His face was filled with surprise. Are you saying that you obtained the bone progenitor's inheritance? Clearly, Realm Lord Fu Mo had also heard of the bone progenitor. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. I received the bone progenitor's inheritance. Realm Lord Fu Mo laughed heartily, and it took him a long time to control his excitement. Then he looked at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. In this universe epic, the bone progenitor is the pinnacle of the mortal universe. His self-created cultivation system is the dream of countless warriors. I didn't expect you to obtain it. Realm Lord Fu Mo sighed. Realm Lord, you also know about the bone progenitor? Fang Chen asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. Of course. I'm afraid there's no one in the mortal universe who doesn't know about the legend of the bone progenitor. The bone progenitor rose from nothing, from the weakest warrior at the bottom. He walked step by step to the peak of the martial Dao. When the bone progenitor entered the eternal realm, he created his own cultivation system and directly became the overlord of the mortal universe. Fang Chen listened attentively. He didn't expect Realm Lord Fu Mo to know so much. You should know that in the bone progenitor's era, life and death realm emperors could only be considered top experts in the mortal universe. They couldn't be considered overlords. In that era, there were several peerless eternal realm experts. When the bone progenitor entered the eternal realm, he was suppressed by several other peerless eternal realm experts. However, after he created his own cultivation system, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he suppressed those enemies with a flip of his hand. After that, the bone progenitor unified the mortal universe, and the human race became the absolute ruler of the mortal universe. After that, the ancestral land he created entered the god world. Fang Chen's heart trembled. What kind of era was it during the bone progenitor's era? 100 schools of thought contending. 100 schools of thought contending for hegemony. When he thought of the fact that there wasn't a single eternal realm expert in the mortal universe, Fang Chen felt incomparably shocked. Heroes were created in times. The bone progenitor's era could be said to be a golden age. There were several eternal realm experts, and the bone progenitor stood out among them. It was really too strong, as expected of the bone progenitor. Can I see the bone progenitor's inheritance? Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at Fong Qin and asked sincerely. Fong Qin nodded, and a rich space-time, true meaning spread out from his body. Then he dived into the void. Realm Lord Fu Mo's divine sense spread out, and his face was full of shock. His divine sense couldn't find Fong Qin's hiding place. Whoosh! Fong Qin walked out of the void. The bone progenitor's cultivation system is called the space-time cultivation system. When cultivated to the extreme, it can allow a martial artist to merge with space-time, Fong Qin said simply. The space-time cultivation system is too domineering. Realm Lord Fu Mo couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the legend of the bone progenitor. Fong Qin withdrew his space-time aura and looked at Realm Lord Fu Mo. Realm Lord, why did you call me here? I called you here to see what you've gained, and there is indeed something I need you to do, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Please speak, Realm Lord. The world is about to change, Realm Lord Fu Mo suddenly said. Fong Qin didn't understand, but he could roughly guess. Realm Lord, are you saying that Monarch Blood Fiend and Ruler Qianyuan are going to attack the human race? Fong Qin asked. The human race has a deep foundation, so the outsiders and the sea monsters don't dare to launch a large-scale attack. However, this situation is very likely to be broken. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, according to some reliable information, Monarch Blood Fiend has already taken that step and can enter the Eternal Realm at any time. Hearing this, Fong Qin was shocked. He knew best what the Eternal Realm meant. Ruler Qianyuan isn't as strong as Monarch Blood Fiend, but he has a supreme treasure that surpasses the dark, demonic wheel. That's why the two of them joined forces to force the human race to retreat. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued. The thing I need you to do has something to do with the human race's sacred master, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Sacred master? Fong Qin was puzzled. I heard from the Grand Elder that the sacred master disappeared and no one knows where he went. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded. If I'm not wrong, the sacred master should have gone to a different space-time. He's in seclusion and wants to break through to the Eternal Realm. However, I feel that he's in danger and needs your help. Fong Qin was speechless. A peak life and death expert needed his help. How could he help? As if guessing Fong Qin's thoughts, Realm Lord Fu Mo chuckled. You'll know when you get there. Realm Lord, there's something I don't understand. Fong Qin looked straight at Realm Lord Fu Mo and asked, Speak. What's the meaning of the existence of demon subduing realm? It seems like the 5 tycoons don't know about its existence. Fong Qin asked. This was a question that had troubled Fong Qin for a long time. I thought you'd hold back and not ask. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked into the pavilion. With a sigh, he seemed to be lost in his memories. After a long time, he opened his mouth. Actually, what you saw was just a clone of mine. Realm Lord Fu Mo's words shook Fong Qin's heart. Clone? Yes, this is just a clone of mine. My original body is in the God world. Fong Qin was completely confused. How did a clone come to the lower realm if his original body was in the God world? Back then, I offended a big shot in the God world. The big shot chased after me at all costs. In the end, I paid a heavy price and my original body was suppressed. Fortunately, a good friend came forward and made the big shot stop. He only suppressed my original body forever. Realm Lord Fu Mo slowly said. It was at that time that my clone was seriously injured by the big shot. By chance, I found an extremely unstable universe passage. I gritted my teeth and entered the passage. Finally, I came here. Hearing this, Fong Qin was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Realm Lord Fu Mo to be from the God world. No wonder he felt that Realm Lord Fu Mo was unfathomable. Although my clone was seriously injured, it was still a top expert in the lower realm. I wasn't willing to continue like this. I wanted to return to the god world and save my original body. So I created Demon Subduing Realm. The purpose of the creation of Demon Subduing Realm was to select the monstrous geniuses of the lower realm and cultivate them. One day, they will return to the god world with me. Although this is an incomparably long process, I won't give up. It was only at this moment that Fong Qin finally understood. Chapter 1545. For countless years, I've been looking for a monstrous genius. Realm Lord Fu Mo continued, there are many life and death realm disciples in Fu Mo realm, but none of them could meet my requirements. Until you appeared, I saw hope. I'm just a creation realm martial artist. I don't know when I'll be able to enter the god realm. Fong Qin shrugged. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head. No, you're different from others. I see hope in you. In fact, you didn't disappoint me. Whether it was the purgatory trip or the trip to the ancestral land, you always surprised me. I thought you could get the sword progenitor's inheritance at most. I didn't expect you to get the bone progenitor's inheritance and cultivate the space-time cultivation system. It's beyond my expectations. Realm Lord Fu Mo sat on the stone bench, his old face full of joy. He finally vented all the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. This was his secret, and he didn't tell anyone. Today he told Fong Qin. Do you think I'm selfish? Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at Fong Qin and asked. Fong Qin shook his head. Realm Lord Fu Mo did everything for himself. It wasn't selfish. Moreover, he didn't do anything to harm the human race when he established Fu Mo realm. He was just silently nurturing his own disciple. Without Realm Lord's great efforts, I wouldn't be able to grow to this level. Fong Chen was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Realm Lord Fu Mo had been very good to him and played a very important role in his cultivation. How could he forget such kindness? Good, very good. I didn't misjudge you. Realm Lord Fu Mo was very happy. The human race is in a precarious situation. Blood Monarch is breaking through. Once he does, the human race will be in danger. So I asked you to find the human race's Saint Lord and help him break through to the eternal realm. Of course, that place is also very beneficial for your cultivation. Ordinary people can't enter it. In the entire lower world, besides the human race's Saint Lord, only I have the ability to send you there. Fong Chen was startled and immediately asked, Then why didn't Realm Master go? Realm Lord Fuming Demon shook his head. Once my doppelganger dies, I won't be able to do anything. My true self will be completely suppressed. I can't take the risk. Fong Chen understood. Pack up. I'll send you away, said Realm Lord Fu Mo. Fong Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Sector Lord, I have a request. Speak. There's no need to be polite with me, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. My companions and my disciple were kidnapped by the blood fiend monarch. I would like to ask the Realm Lord to step forward and take them back. Fong Chen said. This was Fong Chen's decision after much consideration. The old Faker and Tian Xan had been taken away by the blood evil monarch, and he was worried. With his strength, it was impossible for him to save them from blood fiend monarch. Therefore, he could only thicken his face and ask Realm Lord Fu Mo for help. All right, I'll take you to the Void Ocean. After saying that, Realm Lord Fu Mo waved his hand and tore the void apart. A moment later, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Fong Qin appeared in the depths of the Void Ocean. Actually, Realm Lord Fu Mo is in the deepest part of the Void Ocean. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Fong Chen was shocked. Although Realm Lord Fu Mo was injured, his means were too amazing. Let's go. Whoosh! In the Void Ocean, the two quickly traveled. Soon, they arrived at the Blood Fiend Mansion. This is the Blood Fiend Monarch's mansion. Realm Lord Fu Mo pointed at the blood red mansion in front of him and then brought Fong Qin into the mansion. Blood Fiend Monarch, is this how you greet your guests? Realm Lord Fu Mo's voice spread throughout the Blood Fiend Mansion. When he entered the Blood Fiend Mansion, Blood Fiend Monarch already knew, but he didn't come out to welcome him. Whoosh! Blood Fiend Monarch appeared out of thin air, his blood-red robe fluttering in the wind. It's you! Blood Fiend Monarch recognized Realm Lord Fu Mo. A long time ago, he met Realm Lord Fu Mo once. Blood Fiend Monarch, your strength has improved a lot. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Blood Fiend Monarch noticed Fong Qin beside Realm Lord Fu Mo. Brat, you still dare to come to my Blood Fiend Mansion? Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. Buzz! Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch attacked without warning, but he was stopped by Realm Lord Fu Mo. A big shot of the sea demon race actually lowered his status to deal with a creation realm martial artist. Realm Lord Fu Mo said, What do you mean? Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch retracted his hand and asked coldly, Nothing. I just want to ask you for someone. Realm Lord Fu Mo smiled. Who? My disciple, Tian Xan, and my good friend, the quasi-god tree, Fong Qin said. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch looked at Fong Qin, his eyes flashing. I have never handed over anything that belongs to me. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch, a weak martial artist has no value to you. Why don't you give me face? Realm Lord Fu Mo said. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch already knew that Realm Lord Fu Mo was very strong. He didn't want to fall out with this person. I can give you the person, but not the quasi-god tree. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's attitude was firm. Fong Qin felt that the surroundings were silent. He couldn't hear anything. They didn't want him to hear anything. After a while, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch finished their discussion. I can let your disciple go, but not the quasi-god tree, Realm Lord Fu Mo said. The quasi-divine tree is here, so there's no danger to your life. Let's save your disciple first. Okay. Fong Qin nodded. Thank you, Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch. Realm Lord Fu Mo cupped his hands. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch brought the two of them to the garden. When Fong Qin saw the dispirited old faker with only half of his main body left, his heart burned with anger. However, he suppressed it. The old faker had fallen into a coma and was seriously injured. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch took Tian Xan out. Master! Tian Xan shouted when he saw Fong Qin. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch casually threw Tian Xan to Fong Qin. See him out, Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch said. Realm Lord Fu Mo pulled Fong Qin out of Blood Fiend residence. Before he left, he secretly swore that one day he would kill his way to Blood Fiend residence and save the old faker. At that time, he would return the harm that the old faker suffered 100 times. Old faker, wait for me here. I will definitely come back to find you, Fong Qin said in a deep voice. After successfully saving Tian Xan, he placed him in the human race's sacred land. Fong Qin left his clone in Demon Subduing Realm, while his true body left with Realm Lord Fu Mo. At a glance, the void ocean was boundless. In the sky above the void ocean there were two figures, Realm Lord Fu Mo and Fong Qin. That place is very strange. After entering, don't wander around. Be careful, or you will lose your life, Realm Lord Fu Mo reminded. I know. Fong Qin nodded. Then Realm Lord Fu Mo took out a small token from his chest and injected a wild power into it. Instantly, the aura emitted from the token enveloped Fong Qin and disappeared into thin air. I hope it works. Realm Lord Fu Mo looked at the boundless blue sky and returned to Demon Subduing Realm. At the same time, in the Yuan race's sacred land, Yuan Gu was playing chess with Monarch Blackblade. Suddenly, He frowned slightly and spread out his divine consciousness. Yuan Gu, what's wrong? Monarch Blackblade asked. I sensed Sanguinati's aura. Whoosh! The void ocean tore open, and Yuan Gu stepped into it. After a while, he arrived at a certain place in the void ocean. Yuan Gu spread out his divine consciousness and found that it was empty. There was nothing here. Damn it! I clearly sensed that he was here. Yuan Gu was furious. Sanguinati had not returned. He was in the Yuan clan and was constantly paying attention to the lower realm. The 5 major figurehead class powerhouses. The strength of their divine senses was inconceivable to people. They could scan half of the lower realm with a thought. Just now, he had accidentally scanned with his divine consciousness and found Sanguinati's aura. Whoosh! The void ocean tore open and Monarch Blackblade walked out. Yuan Gu, did you sense it wrongly? Monarch Blackblade asked. Yuan Gu shook his head. There's no mistake. I can't remember Sanguinati's aura wrongly. It must be him. But the ancestral land is closed, Monarch Blackblade said. Yuan Gu's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. There's only one possibility. He has obtained the strongest inheritance in the ancestral land. Chapter 1546. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and towering trees stood tall. What greeted his eyes was an enchanting scenery. Fang Qin calmly stood there. The air was filled with a powerful pressure. Perfect sword body automatically revolved, and sword-shaped runes flickered incessantly. What is this place? Why is the sacred lord here? Fang Qin was puzzled. According to reason, the ancestral land should be the foundation of the human race. But what was this place that had suddenly appeared? Fang Qin took out his communication jade pendant and sent a message to the sacred lord. The sacred lord didn't reply, which made Fang Qin even more puzzled. The realm lord wouldn't lie to me. Fang Qin inwardly said. The first thing one had to do after arriving at an unfamiliar place was to check the surroundings. After making sure there was no danger, one could explore. One couldn't wander around blindly, or one would be killed. Spreading out his divine sense, Fang Qin discovered that there was an ice mountain behind the forest. It's familiar. Fang Qin's heart shook. He immediately leaped and merged with the void, rapidly advancing. Soon he passed through the forest and arrived in front of the ice mountain. Seeing this ice mountain, Fang Qin was shocked. The ice mountain was filled with an extremely cold aura. It towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it. It's exactly the same as the ice mountain in the star ruin. Fang Qin was overwhelmed with shock. What was going on? What was this place? Why was there an ice mountain that was exactly the same as the one in the star ruin? He clearly remembered that the ice mountain in the star ruin was incomparably dangerous. Blue Thunder Emperor, 9 Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master. The 3 Life and Death Emperors didn't have any chance of survival after entering the ice mountain. Both their true bodies and avatars were destroyed. Moreover, they died under the ice. Fang Qin approached the ice mountain, wanting to see what was going on. But right at this moment, he saw an astonishing scene. On the mountainside of the ice mountain, a figure appeared. Sacred Lord! Fang Qin involuntarily cried out. The human sacred lord who was climbing the mountain heard the cry and turned his head. He was astonished. Sanguinati, the saint lord of the human clan, stopped, talking to Fang Qin from afar. Sanguinati, why are you here? Holy Lord, it's a long story. Do you want to climb to the top of the ice mountain? Fang Qin asked. The human saint lord nodded. I once saw a similar iceberg in a certain ruin. The ice mountain is extremely dangerous. Even life and death realm monarchs would die without a doubt. Saint Master, you have to be careful. Fang Qin reminded. Are you talking about the star relic? Asked the human race's holy leader. Fang Qin froze for a moment, then nodded. The Holy Lord of the human clan took a deep breath and then walked down from the ice mountain in a flash. You went to the star ruins? Yes, I have. The human clan's holy master nodded and hurriedly asked, Do you have a token that allows you to enter the star relic? Fang Qin didn't understand what the white race's holy lord meant. The latter explained, Sanguinati, this is related to the survival of the human clan. Holy Lord, are the two icebergs connected? Fang Qin asked. This iceberg is called the dual polar iceberg. There should have been two icebergs here, but the owner of the star relic forcefully took one of them away and placed it inside the star relic. The human clan's holy master explained. When the two icebergs are connected together, they can form an enormous energy field. Legend has it that as long as one can climb to the top of the iceberg, they can comprehend the extreme laws and break through to the eternal realm. Moreover, there are supreme treasures on top of the iceberg that would make eternal realm experts jealous. Hearing this, Fang Qin was shocked. I do have a way to enter the star ruins, but Holy Lord, can you tell me where this place is? Even now, Fang Qin didn't know where he was. This is where the ice progenitor used to cultivate. The human clan's Holy Lord said slowly, The ice progenitor doesn't belong to this era. He's a peerless expert from the previous era. During the ice progenitor's era, the bone progenitor hadn't been born yet. At that time, the ice progenitor was known as the strongest expert in the lower world, reaching the extreme laws of the eternal realm. He spent his entire life creating two icebergs, which were called the dual polar iceberg. After the ice progenitor entered the god world, there was a rumor that if someone could climb the dual polar iceberg, they could break through to the eternal realm. However, to this day, no one has been able to reach the top, the human clan's Holy Lord said. Many years ago, I came here once, but failed. The price of failure was great, so the Holy Lord didn't want to come here often. I see. Fang Qin suddenly realized that the dual polar iceberg was created by an expert from the previous era. He made a mental note of the ice progenitor's name. No wonder the Realm Lord said I could help the human clan's Holy Lord. Seeing Fang Qin's confusion, the Holy Lord continued to explain, The dual polar iceberg is very difficult to climb. Even life and death realm emperors will die without a doubt. Only emperors who have cultivated to the peak can barely survive. The master of the star relic took the iceberg and placed it in the relic. After refining it himself, the difficulty of climbing the iceberg was greatly reduced. This gave people hope. It seems that the Blue Thunder Emperor, Nine Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master were all trying to climb the iceberg. Fang Qin thought to himself. The human clan's Holy Lord looked at Fang Qin with a burning gaze. The Blood Fiend Emperor is very likely to take the final step. I have to break through to the eternal realm before him. Otherwise, the human clan will be in danger, the human clan's Holy Lord said. Holy Lord, I'll take you into the star relic, Fang Qin said. The human clan's Holy Lord nodded, his face filled with joy. Then, Fang Qin took out the star token and activated it. Instantly, the two of them disappeared. In the next instant, the two of them appeared in the star relic. This is the star relic. The human clan's Holy Lord was overjoyed. Let's go. Fang Qin quickly brought the human clan's Holy Lord to the bottom of the iceberg. Under the iceberg, 3 corpses sat cross-legged quietly. Even though they had been dead for countless years, they did not lower their heads. Some memories surfaced in the human clan's Holy Lord's mind. The Blue Thunder Emperor, 9 Firmament Wind Master, and Chaos Origin Demon Master. The 3 of them died here. The human clan's Holy Lord exclaimed. Back then, the Blue Thunder Emperor and the other 2 were famous in the universe. When the 3 of them worked together, their strength was comparable to an eternal realm expert. Not long after they came to the lower realm, they disappeared without a trace. The disappearance of the 3 of them had always been an unsolved mystery in the lower realm. No one had expected the three of them to die under the iceberg. After a long while, the human clan's Holy Lord sighed and shook his head. In the end, such an expert had died here without a sound. What was the use of being glorious when they were alive? No one remembered them after they died. The human clan's Holy Lord sighed. In order to reach the peak of the martial path, the three of them stepped onto the iceberg despite knowing it was dangerous. They died with no regrets. The human clan's Holy Lord admired the three of them. It took a lot of courage to make such a decision. Holy Lord, Fong Qin called out. The human clan's Holy Lord shook his head and collected his thoughts. Holy Lord, could you please bring their bodies out? Fong Qin asked. He had promised that if he had the chance, he would bring their bodies out and give them a proper burial. Okay. The human clan's Holy Lord moved. His body flashed, and Fong Qin could not catch him. In the blink of an eye, the human clan's Holy Lord returned. When he returned to Fong Qin's side, the three corpses sat quietly beside him. The three of you are all heroes worthy of respect. Give them a proper burial. After that, Fong Qin and the human clan's Holy Lord personally buried the three of them. The three of them were resolute in their decision, even in death. Fong Qin buried the three of them under the iceberg so that they could see the iceberg at all times. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fong Qin felt that his primordial spirit had improved. Sanguinati, wait here. I'll go and try. The human clan's Holy Lord dashed toward the iceberg as soon as he finished speaking. At the same time, Iron Armor and the others sensed Fong Qin's arrival. Kid, I haven't seen you in a while. Your strength has increased a lot, Iron Armor said with a smile. 88. 8. The old man guarding the soul power source exclaimed when he sensed the soul path aura around Fong Qin. You actually broke the curse of the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Fong Qin chuckled and looked at the iceberg. The top of the iceberg was covered by clouds. There was a blood-red eye with complicated patterns on it. Each pattern could activate the power of heaven and earth. The blood-red eye gave off a terrifying aura. Chapter 1548. Ever since the Bone Progenitors era, the lower worlds had been on the decline. After so many years, a peerless immemorial realm expert had finally appeared. The change in cultivation environment made the resources in the lower worlds even more scarce, making cultivation extremely difficult. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to cultivate to the immemorial realm with one's own efforts. Therefore, after so many years, the strongest powerhouses in the universe's power rankings were only at the peak of life and death realm. Although they were only a step away from the immemorial realm, it was still extremely far away. Immemorial realm experts could rely on their own strength to rule the entire lower worlds. Their strength was not something ordinary people could imagine. The human race's holy master had ascended the legendary bipolar ice mountain and successfully stepped into the immemorial realm. The current him seemed to have been reborn, giving off an oppressive feeling. Hearing Fong Qin's question, the holy master nodded slightly. Let's go. The war should end soon. Saying so, the holy master waved his hand. With a ripping sound, a crack appeared in space, and the two stepped into the void. Human race's holy land. The current human race was very different from before. The rise of blood fiend monarch and heaven origin ruler had greatly weakened the human race's control. The foreign races and sea demon race constantly infiltrated the human race's territory, assassinating human geniuses. The human race could not guard against them. In just a few short months, the human race had suffered disastrous losses. The younger generation was the hope of the human race, as well as the future of the human race. Assassinating the younger generation's geniuses was tantamount to cutting off the hope of the human race. Although the human race was furious, there was nothing they could do. On this day, many elders gathered in the Holy Palace. Led by the Grand Elder, they were holding an emergency meeting. Grand Elder, you've seen it too. The sea demon race and the foreign races are too savage. That's right. They sneaked into our territory and kept assassinating our geniuses. This is intolerable. We must fight back. We can't show weakness. The many elders spoke one after another. Their attitude was the same. It was a battle. Even if they died, they had to die standing. However, the Grand Elder held a high position and could not make decisions carelessly. Every decision had to be made with the human race's interests in mind. The Sacred Master is nowhere to be found, and Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend and Universe Sovereign are eyeing us covetously. Once they start fighting, we'll definitely lose. The First Elder pondered for a moment before saying, "Right now, the most important thing is to find the Holy Lord." Although the human Holy Lords were not as strong as Blood Fiend Monarch, they were still a strong deterrent force. Now that he was missing, the human race was without a leader and they couldn't start a war. But some elders wanted to persuade him, but they were stopped by the Great Elder. "Biar, if there's nothing else, you may all leave." The First Elder closed his eyes and rubbed his temples as he spoke tiredly. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly and left the holy temple. "Holy Master, where are you?" The Great Elder was very helpless. The current situation of the human race was not what he wanted to see. He hoped that the Sacred Lord could return as soon as possible. Walla, the sacred leader of the human race, appeared out of nowhere. "Sacred Master." Just a moment ago he was still wondering where the Holy Lord was, and now he had appeared. Great Elder's face was filled with an excited smile. "I have already learned about the situation of the human race. Spread this news." The human race Holy Lord flicked his finger, and a ray of light entered the Great Elder's mind. The Great Elder nodded and quickly left. Only Fong Qin and the Sacred Leader were left in the Holy Temple. The Sea Demon race and the other races must have something to rely on for daring to do this. Fong Qin said, "In front of absolute strength, everything is nothing." The human race, Holy Lord said indifferently. Soon, a message was transmitted to the minds of all the life and death monarchs. The Universe Battle Power ranking had been updated. All this time, the Universe Battle Power ranking had been personally managed by the human race Holy Lord, and it was updated from time to time. Biar, and now, the first thing the Sacred Leader did after returning was to update the Universe Battle Power ranking. After the update, the Universe Battle Power ranking had some changes. The first place was still the human race Holy Lord, while the second place, Yuan Gu, had fallen by 2 places to the 4th place. The new second place was Blood Fiend Monarch. The third was Universe Ruler. The 4th was Yuan Gu. The 5th was Spiritual Race Master. The 6th was Luo Race Master. And the 7th was Black Blade Monarch. Every time the ranking changed, it would attract the attention of the life and death monarchs. This time was no exception. With such a big change in the top 5, everyone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Of course, the high-level life and death monarchs who knew the truth still acknowledged this ranking. Void Ocean, Blood Fiend Mansion. When Blood Fiend Monarch saw the Universe Battle Power ranking, his face was filled with a sneer. A few days ago, he had come out of seclusion and was only a step away from the immemorial realm. His strength had increased by a lot. The human race Holy Lord is truly shameless, placing himself first. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. In a head-on battle, he could completely suppress the human race Holy Lord. The first place should be him, the second should be Universe Ruler, and the third should be the human race Holy Lord. This ranking is a joke. Blood Fiend Monarch said coldly. At this moment, Universe Ruler transmitted a message. Blood Fiend, have you seen the Universe Battle Power ranking? Universe Ruler asked. I've seen it. It's just a joke. Blood Fiend Monarch said bluntly. Universe Ruler naturally knew the meaning behind Blood Fiend Monarch's words. He said somewhat worriedly, Blood Fiend, with the human race Holy Lord's ranking. Do you think he has broken through to the immemorial realm? Hearing the words immemorial realm, Blood Fiend Monarch's expression changed slightly. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Impossible. Even the human clan's holy master is weaker than me. How could he enter the immemorial realm? Emperor Blood Fiend growled. If he wants to enter the immemorial realm, he needs the right time, the right place, and the right people. And that's for the best. In a month at most, my plan will be completed. At that time, we'll join hands and massacre the human race. Universe ruler said and cut off the connection. Blood Fiend Monarch's eyes shot out a blood-red light. Let's wait for another month. The return of the human race, Holy Lord, greatly boosted the morale of the human race. The human race, Holy Lord, and Fong Qin arrived above Green Bamboo Island. This is the territory of our sea demon race. Human, leave quickly. Before they even landed, a creation realm martial artist loudly shouted. There are no life and death emperors. I'll leave it to you. The human race, Holy Lord said. Fong Qin nodded and took a step forward, landing on Green Bamboo Island. My human race's territory isn't so easy to snatch. After saying this, Fong Qin punched out, killing this person. Green Bamboo Island shook. All the sea demon clans moved to encircle Fong Qin. The strongest was only a 9th level creation realm sea demon. They weren't Fong Qin's match at all. Pung, 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 wherever the fist passed. Sea demon corpses fell to the ground. An hour later, a large number of sea demons were killed by Fong Qin. Only 2 half-step life and death realm sea demons were left. Kid, who are you? You slaughtered my sea demon race. You're dead. The 2 half-step life and death realm sea demons surrounded Fong Qin, preparing to attack. Sanguinati. What Sanguinati? Hearing this, the 2 sea demons opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Didn't the intelligence say that Sanguinati was only a mid-level creation realm martial artist? How could he be so strong? Go die! The 2 sea demons attacked, their destructive power tyrannical. Kill! Facing the life and death realm snow-white skeleton, Fong Qin wasn't afraid. 2 trifling, half-step life and death realm sea demons were nothing to be afraid of. When heaven and earth burial sword art was used, the 2 sea demons unwillingly fell to the ground. In just an hour, Green Bamboo Island was recovered. After recovering Green Bamboo Island, Fong Qin notified Yin Fong to organize his affairs. He and the human race, Saint Lord, headed to the other islands occupied by sea demons and other races. In a short day, the human race recovered all the lost territories. The human race, Saint Lord, used his thunderous methods to kill several life and death realm experts. This piece of news caused a huge commotion, especially Blood Fiend Emperor and Heaven Origin Ruler. Huff! Huff! Above the void ocean, Blood Fiend Emperor stood in the air, glaring ahead. Saint Lord, you want to break the agreement? Agreement. Back then, my human race and your sea demon race signed a non-aggression agreement. Didn't you break the agreement? The human race, Saint Lord, and Blood Fiend Emperor looked at each other. Chapter 1549. Are you trying to start a race war? Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. He was certain that the human race's holy leader would consider the big picture and not start a race war. Once a race war was started, there would be no turning back. It would only end when one side was completely destroyed. A race war? I don't think there's a need for that, the human race's holy leader said indifferently. There was no worry on his face. On the contrary, he looked calm and indifferent. Blood Fiend Monarch sneered. He thought that the human race's holy leader was putting on an act. I have a feeling that the human race will completely disappear from history, Blood Fiend Monarch said. At the same time, he sent a message to Universe Dominator. Soon, he received a reply from the latter. Blood Fiend, hold on for a while. My plan is about to succeed. After receiving Universe Dominator's reply, Blood Fiend Monarch revealed a sinister smile. I want to see how strong the so-called #1 on the Universe Combat Power List is. His words were filled with Noah's emotions. He thought that the human race's holy leader was not worthy of being #1 on the Universe Combat Power List. You will despair, the human race's holy leader said. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Blood Fiend Monarch exuded an evil aura as his blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. The entire void ocean was dyed red. Blood Fiend Monarch raised his palm and a layer of blood-red waves swept over, forming a terrifying water pillar in front of him. This water pillar contained an extremely evil aura. Go. Blood Fiend Monarch clenched his fist, and the terrifying water pillar in front of his chest carried a vast amount of power as it rushed towards the human race's holy leader. At the same time, within the 3 sacred grounds. At the same time, there were exclamations. The leaders of the 3 sacred grounds and Black Blade Monarch exclaimed, "What's going on?" Who ripples appeared in the void as the 4 great leaders appeared. When they saw the terrifying water pillar attacking the human race's holy leader, their faces turned solemn. Blood Fiend Monarch's strength has increased again, Yuan Goose said in a low voice. What should we do? Do we need help? Black Blade Monarch asked. It's too late, the leader of the Luo clan said. Rumble, Rumble, the human race's holy leader, stood there quietly and motionlessly, allowing the water pillar to hit him. Hiss, hiss, the water pillar crashed into the human holy leader's body and dissipated. Suddenly, an aura that made one's heart palpitate appeared between heaven and earth. This is... The 4 giants' expressions changed drastically as they stared at the Saint Lord of the human clan with their eyes wide open. The human clan's holy master released the aura of the eternal ancient realm, and the color of the sky changed. At this moment, all the martial artists in the lower realm felt their hearts tremble. Monarch Blood Fiend, who was about to continue his attack, was shocked when he sensed the aura. How is the eternal realm possible? Blood Fiend Emperor cried out. Crash without saying another word. Sovereign Emperor Blood Fiend tore open the void and fled. You can't escape, the human clan's saint leader said softly as he reached out his hand. His arm expanded as he dived into the void ocean. Crash-raging waves surged in the void ocean. The 4 giants were incomparably shocked. The 4 giants looked at each other in shock. Crack Monarch Blood Fiend was stopped by the sacred leader of the human race. Scram! Blood Fiend Monarch used his trump card and punched out. Crack! The human clan's saint leader grabbed Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's fist and pulled forcefully, breaking one of Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's arms. Arg! Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch roared at the sky. At the cost of losing an arm, he escaped again. His body turned into a monstrous wave of blood as he quickly headed for the alien base. Hegemin Qianyuan, there's a change of plans. The human clan's saint leader has broken through to the eternal ancient realm. Hegemin Qianyuan was setting up a formation in the alien base when he suddenly heard Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch's voice transmission. What? Hegemin Qianyuan jumped to his feet, his expression changing drastically. Eternal ancient realm. The worst thing had happened. The human clan's saint leader had broken through to the eternal ancient realm. They had lost the battle before it even began. Damn it! Hegemin Qianyuan gritted his teeth and bit his finger, dripping a drop of blood on the formation. Buzz! The formation was instantly activated. A terrifying aura spread out. Hegemin Qianyuan had obtained this formation from an ancient ruin. Crash! A monstrous wave of blood descended. Monarch Blood Fiend Monarch reverted to his human form and arrived in front of Hegemin Qianyuan. An eternal ancient realm expert isn't someone you and I can fight against. This formation can send us into chaotic space, Hegemin Qianyuan explained. There's no time. Hurry up. I hate it. Monarch blood, fiend Monarch's heart burned with anger. He had never expected the human clan's saint leader to break through to the eternal ancient realm at this critical moment. Once they stepped into the formation, it meant that the alien race and the oceanic monsters would be completely wiped out. This was a huge blow to them. There's no time. Hegemin Qianyuan grabbed Monarch blood, fiend Monarch, and entered the formation. Buzz! The formation activated and began to spin rapidly. At this moment, the human clan's saint leader arrived. Trying to escape, the human clan's saint leader punched out lightly, and the formation instantly shattered. However, Hegemin Qianyuan and Monarch blood, fiend Monarch, had already disappeared. The human clan's saint leader closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, enveloping the entire lower realm. However, he didn't find any traces of aura left behind in the formation. In the end, he concluded that the two must have used the formation to escape into chaotic space. Life and death realm martial artists entering chaotic space have a 90% chance of survival, the human clan saint leader said indifferently. Moreover, once lost, they would be eternally exiled in chaotic space. After dealing with the two giants, the human clan saint leader returned to the human clan's sacred land. This day was the most important day for the human clan. It was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Under the human clan's attack, the oceanic monster race and the alien races were completely destroyed. The human clan had become the absolute ruler of the lower realm. Most of the oceanic monster race and the alien races had surrendered, but the human clan's saint leader didn't order them to be killed. Instead, he trapped them in some danger zones to temper the human clan's martial artists. Green Bamboo Island regained its former prosperity. Fong Qin appeared on Green Bamboo Island as the island lord. After Fong Chen's improvements, the Green Bamboo Formation's power had grown even stronger. It had become a Tao protecting formation, while Nile and Chiu Xian were in charge of controlling it. Fong Qin took all his family and friends back to Green Bamboo Island, and then took the old faker back. Looking at the dispirited old faker, Fong Chen's heart was bleeding. "Old faker, how are you?" Fong Chen asked. The old faker's branches swayed, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. I heard from the saint leader that your main body was cut off, and your cultivation path was cut off. You will never be able to step into the immortal realm," Fong Chen said, trying hard to suppress the agitation in his heart. Hearing this, the old faker fell into silence. After a long while, he smiled. "It's no big deal. I'm already very satisfied that I can grow to this level," the old faker said with a smile. Fong Chen shook his head, clenched his fists, and said seriously, "Old faker, don't worry. I will find a way to help you recover." Fong Chen. The old faker sighed and said. After settling the old faker down, Fong Chen left. In just a few months, the human clan completely controlled the lower world. All the warriors were cheering, and at the same time, some forbidden lands were open to ordinary warriors. There were many prisons in these forbidden lands. A large number of prisoners of the Sea Demon clan and other races were locked up in the prisons. Many warriors poured into the forbidden lands. The lower world regained its peace. On this day, Realm Lord Fu Mo summoned Fong Chen. In the garden of Realm Lord Fu Mo, "Realm Lord, you asked for me?" Fong Chen asked. Realm Lord Fu Mo nodded, and then said, "The human clan's saint leader has reached the immortal realm. It should be all thanks to you, right?" Fong Chen smiled and said nothing. "Do you feel that the saint leader has changed?" Realm Lord Fu Mo suddenly asked. "He has changed. After entering the immortal realm, he has been reborn. It's normal that he has changed," Fong Chen said. Realm Lord Fu Mo shook his head. "That day, when the saint leader attacked Blood Fiend Emperor, I secretly watched. I vaguely felt that there was a very deliberate aura on him, but I can't tell what it is, Realm Lord Fuemo said. Tell me in detail what happened on the bipolar iceberg, Realm Lord Fuemo asked. Chapter 1550. Fong Chen told Realm Lord Fuming Demon in detail what he'd seen. The latter pondered for a moment and then said seriously, "Be careful." I know. After hearing Realm Lord Fumo's words, Fong Chen was also full of doubts. Thinking back to the previous scene, it was indeed a little unbelievable. After chatting with Realm Lord Fuemo for an hour, Fong Chen finally left Fuemo World and returned to the human clan's sacred land. After the human clan unified the lower realm, the development of Green Bamboo Island was on the right track. It was time to go to the Luo clan's sacred land. The human clan's sacred land had a teleportation formation that led directly to the Luo clan's sacred land. With Fong Chen's current status, he could use the teleportation formation directly. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen disappeared from the teleportation formation. Luo clan's sacred land teleportation formation. Yes, from the human clan's sacred land. The two warriors guarding the teleportation formation were a little surprised and disgusted. I wonder who it is. The teleportation formation opened and Fong Chen walked out. It's Lord Shui, the guard said with a smile. Sanguinati's name was well known in the lower realm. Everyone in the younger generation knew about him. He was the strongest among the younger generation in the mortal universe. I want to see the Luo clan saintess. Please inform her, Fong Chen said. Okay, I'll inform her now. The guard left quickly and hurried back in a short while. Lord Shui, the saintess is in seclusion. The elder asked you to go first. On the way, Fong Chen met some acquaintances. Sanguinati. A beautiful figure walked toward him. She was Luo Fenger, who Fong Chen had met once in the ancestral land. The first time he met Luo Fenger, Fong Chen fought with her. He chased after Luo Fenger for a long time. Why did you come to the Luo clan's sacred land? Luo Fenger asked with a puzzled look. I want to see the saintess. Fong Chen didn't hide it. You want to see the saintess? Luo Fenger asked with wide eyes. What, is there a problem? Seeing Luo Fenger's expression, Fong Chen asked. Luo Fenger walked over to Fong Chen with light steps. A fragrance instantly assaulted his nose. There are too many martial artists who wish to meet our clan's holy maiden. For the sake of face, the patriarch can't make an appearance. However, in order to stop most of the martial artists, the clan has a rule. If you want to meet the holy maiden, you have to defeat at least 3 elders in the clan. Luo Fenger explained. Hearing this, Fong Chen frowned. If there were 3 life and death elders, how could they have defeated them? Fong Chen asked, Look at you. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Let's go, I'll take you there. Luo Fenger led Fong Chen to the great elder's residence. Provoked by the human clan's holy master, the Luo clan leader went into seclusion to break through to the eternal ancient realm. The holy maiden was also in seclusion. Therefore, the first elder was in charge of all matters of the Luo clan. I've heard a lot about you, Lord of Blood Island. Now that I've met you, I can see that you live up to your reputation, the first elder said with a smile. With his position, he naturally knew some secrets. It was rumored that the reason the human clan's holy master was able to enter the eternal ancient realm was closely related to Sanguinati. Sanguinati was the genius that the human clan's holy master valued the most. His position was extraordinary, and the Luo clan naturally treated him with respect. First elder, Sanguinati wishes to meet the holy maiden, Luo Fenger said from the side. The first elder nodded. He had already known. Sanguinati, you know the rules of our clan. If you want to meet the holy maiden, you have to defeat 3 elders. The first elder said, But don't worry, the 3 elders aren't too strong. 2 of them are half-step life and death realm, and one is at the first layer of life and death realm. If I defeat 3, I can meet the Holy Maiden, Fong Chen said. In truth, he was incomparably nervous. His mother only existed in his memories, and he had yet to see her. Correct. If you defeat 3, you can meet the Holy Maiden. The first elder said, When do you plan to act? Right now. Not long after. A piece of news spread throughout the Luo clan's holy land. Green Bamboo Island's master, Sanguinati, had come to meet the Holy Maiden and challenge the 3 elders. Hearing this news, the Luo clan's clansmen were all shaken. This was especially true for Luo Qinghan and the others. They had interacted with Fong Chen before. Sanguinati has come to meet the Holy Maiden. Luo Qinghan, who was cultivating, was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he stopped cultivating and headed to the martial stage. In 15 minutes, the martial stage was packed with people. Standing at the very front were the Luo clan's young geniuses, Luo Qinghan, Luo Feng'er, Luo Chun, Luo Xia, and the others. Sanguinati. Seeing Sanguinati arrive, Luo Qinghan and the others took the initiative to greet him. Sanguinati, I didn't think that you would also come to meet the Holy Maiden. Luo Qinghan smiled. Sanguinati, I heard that you killed the Yuan clan's Yuanming. You really vented your anger. Good job, Sanguinati, I support you. After greeting the geniuses of the Luo clan, Fong Chen walked up to the martial stage. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the crowd below. He is Sanguinati, who is at the 8th level of the creation realm. How dare he challenge the elders of our clan? Don't underestimate this person. His combat power can't be determined by his cultivation level. Yes, Blood Sword Saint has great potential. He even killed Yuanming of the Yuan race in the ancestral land of inheritance. I have to say that the human clan's holy master thinks highly of Sanguinati. Otherwise, Yuan Gu wouldn't have let him go. Many people didn't think highly of Sanguinati. No matter what, he was still a creation realm warrior. He might be able to deal with a half-step life and death realm elder, but a creation realm warrior couldn't be compared to a true life and death realm warrior. Luo Qinghan and the others, who were standing at the front, stared at Fong Chen with their eyes wide open. Any miracle could happen to Sanguinati. Maybe he can really defeat a life and death realm elder. Luo Qinghan muttered to himself. In his mind, the scene of Fong Chen killing the Sea Demon clan's prodigy in front of the reception hall appeared. Splash! The first elder jumped onto the martial stage. A dense aura emanated from his body. It was extremely terrifying. He wanted to suppress Fong Chen with his power, but Fong Chen didn't care. Sanguinati, don't blame me for not warning you. Weapons have no eyes in battle. If I hurt you, don't blame me for being ruthless, the elder said. Elder, please attack. Fong Chen nodded. Huh. The half-step life and death realm elder roared and suddenly released his aura. In the next moment, his body flashed and a dense milky white aura appeared in his palm. Kill! The elder clenched his fist and punched at Fong Chen's head like a mountain. Fong Chen raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the elder who was charging at him menacingly. Too weak. Fong Chen shook his head. Compared to the snow-white skeleton, this elder was really too weak. Boom! Fong Chen's fist was covered in black flames. The flames were mixed with purple light as he punched out without any warning. Dong! The two fists collided and a dazzling light burst out, causing the martial stage to tremble. The black flames instantly swept out and enveloped the elder. What's going on? Below! Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was happening inside the flames. However, at this moment, a figure flew out of the flames and fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone subconsciously thought that Sanguinati had been defeated. However, when they saw the person's face, they burst into an uproar. How is this possible? How can Sanguinati be so strong? Elder was actually defeated and in such a thorough manner. Sanguinati is too strong. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Only now did they realize how powerful Sanguinati was. Luo Qinghan and the others at the front curled their lips. "It seems that Sanguinati obtained a lot of benefits in the reception hall," said Luo Xia. "He likes to show off." Luo Feng'er snorted and whispered. Luo Qinghan shook his head. The gap between him and Sanguinati was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to catch up. On the martial stage, the flames dissipated. Fang Qin turned to look at the first elder, who was in a daze, and reminded, "First elder, does this count as my win?" Hearing this, the first elder woke up from his shock and said, "Sanguinati wins the first round." The first elder's words were full of surprise. He did not expect Sanguinati to be so strong. The second elder to enter the martial stage was called Luo Hua. "Sanguinati, go back to Green Bamboo Island obediently. The Luo clan's sacred ground is not a place for you to behave atrociously." Elder Luo's face was gloomy and a little angry. Sanguinati had shown off in the Luo clan's sacred ground and defeated their elder. This was a slap to the Luo clan's face. Chapter 1551. Within the Luo clan, there were many factions. The fighting and scheming between the factions was extremely frightening. Fortunately, the Luo clan's clan leader was suppressing them, so the factions under him did not care about fighting too openly. However, even so, there were still frequent conflicts between the factions. It wasn't without reason that the Luo clan had fallen to such a state. The conflict between the factions was one of the reasons. Luo's faction was led by the second elder. The second elder often went against the great elder. This time, the great elder brought Sanguinati to challenge the three elders. The second elder naturally placed the second elder in the great elder's faction. Moreover, there was another reason for dealing with Sanguinati. Luo's eyes were scarlet red as she stared at Sanguinati, wishing she could tear him apart. "Let's begin." Fang Qin said indifferently, "Kill." The moment Luo made his move, he took out his grade 9 weapon. Water Fire Sword, Luo was grade 9 weapon. In the lower realm, grade 9 weapons were already considered super powerful weapons. Luo's cultivation base was high, and with the grade 9 weapon, he instantly suppressed Fang Qin. Rumble, flames spewed out from the Water Fire Sword, enveloping Fang Qin. "Sanguinati, you're only SOO. If you have the ability, come out of my flame cage." On the martial stage, Luo held the Water Fire Sword and sneered. Below, Luo Qin inwardly cursed. Elder Luo's flame cage is extremely powerful. Even life and death experts aren't willing to face it. Elder Luo is bullying him. His cultivation base is high, and he even took out the Water Fire Sword. Luo Feng'er snorted, extremely dissatisfied with Elder Luo. Luo Qinghan didn't say anything. His intuition told him that Sanguinati should have the ability to escape from the flame cage. On the martial stage, raging flames engulfed the entire martial stage. Fang Qin was trapped within. Countless flames condensed into solid sword lights that pierced toward Fang Qin. Hearing Elder Luo's voice outside the flame cage, Fang Qin sneered. Then, with a thought, the undying flame spread out. "You want to compete in flames with me?" The aura of the undying flame was released, instantly suppressing the flame cage. The undying flame was the king of all flames in the world. When the undying flame appeared, the flames in the cage started to scatter, as if they were frightened. Outside, Elder Luo was preparing to increase the power of the flame cage. However, a sudden change occurred. What happened? He felt that he could no longer control the flame cage. What the hell is going on? He tried his best to activate the fire and water sword, but the flames in the flame cage were getting smaller and smaller. Hiss, hiss! His Fang Qin was surrounded by the undying flame, which was overbearing and fierce. It was rapidly absorbing the flames inside the cage. A few breaths later, the flame cage disappeared. The undying flame revolved around Fang Qin. All the martial artists below were shocked, once again. How is this possible? Elder Luo cried out, feeling the flames on Fong Chen's body. He actually wanted to retreat. This is an illusion to confuse me. Elder Luo was shouted in his heart as he slashed out with a fire and water sword. The first elder, who was watching the battle, recognized the undying flame. He looked at Fong Chen with eyes full of surprise. It's actually the undying flame. This kid is really powerful, the first elder praised. On the other hand, the second elder's face was gloomy as killing intent was hidden in the depths of his eyes. It's time to end this. Fong Chen took out the red glass sword. He used the burial of heaven and earth sword art, and a terrifying red sword light shattered Elder Luo, was attack before hitting the fire and water sword. Crack! A crack appeared on the red glass sword's body, as expected of a rank 9 divine weapon. It's a pity that the wielder is too weak. Fong Chen shook his head as he stepped forward and kicked Elder Luo away. Dong! Elder Luo's body fell below the martial stage. Damn it! Elder Luo went crazy and charged onto the martial stage, but he was stopped by the first elder. Elder Luo, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The first elder scolded. Elder Luo's face was filled with unwillingness, but after seeing the second elder's eyes, he snorted and walked off the martial stage. Defeating 2 half-step life and death realm elders in a row had shaken the entire Luo clan. All the martial artists were discussing Sanguinati. Consider yourself lucky. But let's see how you'll defeat the third elder. The second elder inwardly said, blades and spears have no eyes. If he cripples or kills you in battle, even the human clan's Saint Lord won't be able to say anything. The second elder transmitted his voice to the third elder. The latter lightly nodded and walked onto the martial stage. Kid, although you're strong and have few opponents in the younger generation, life and death realm is still life and death realm. However, fortune realm is fortune realm. There's an insurmountable gap between it and life and death realm. Elder Luo Ming said, Is that so? Fong Chen shrugged, showing that he didn't care. It wasn't like he hadn't faced life and death realm experts before. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Elder Luo Ming didn't say anything and directly attacked. His strength wasn't something Luo could compare to. Elder Luo Ming opened his palm and a trace of the power of the law appeared. The law energy. Feeling the terror of the law energy, the crowd below the martial stage had a drastic change in expression and quickly retreated. Only Fong Chen faced it head-on. Go to hell. Seeing that Fong Chen was about to charge over, Elder Luo Ming clenched his fist and punched at Fong Chen with the law energy in his fist. Crack! The terrifying fist smashed onto Fong Chen's body, and the law energy instantly corroded his body. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Fong Chen's body dissipated. Elder Luo Ming, who had a joyful expression, was furious. He had only hit Sanguinati's afterimage. Where did he go? Elder Luo Ming was a little shocked. He couldn't detect Sanguinati's figure at all. The first elder and second elder stood up at the same time, their faces filled with shock. This kid should have used a space-related true intent. But why can't I detect a trace of it? The first elder was shocked. Even a high-grade, space-related true intent couldn't disappear without a trace in front of a life and death realm sovereign. Could it be a transcendent grade, true intent? The first elder guessed. Shortly after, he shook his head and denied his own thoughts. He had seen a transcendent grade, true intent before. A life and death realm sovereign's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Even if there was a trace of movement, they would be able to detect it. Thinking of this, the first elder's heart was in turmoil. His eyes widened as he stared at the void. Peerless true intent? The first elder's heart trembled. If Sanguinati truly possessed a peerless true intent, then it would be too heaven-defying. At the same time, the second elder also thought of this point. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the void. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Swish! Using the heaven and earth burial sword art, the red glass sword ruthlessly stabbed towards Elder Luo Ming's back. "You're courting death." Sensing Fang Chen's appearance, Elder Luo Ming's law power surged and blasted towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen disappeared once again, and Elder Luo Ming's attack missed. "Damn it! Sanguinati, do you only know how to dodge?" Elder Luo Ming roared furiously. In the martial arts field, everyone was dumbfounded. Sanguinati's concealment ability was too strong. Even a life and death realm sovereign like Elder Luo Ming couldn't detect his location. In the void, Fang Chen's space-time true intent spread out. The energy in his body transformed into the space-time cultivation system's energy. Then he used the space-time book. Let's end this. If he didn't use the space-time cultivation system's energy, it would be very difficult to defeat a life and death realm sovereign. Rumble, after using the space-time book, Fang Chen merged with space-time as one. From time to time, Elder Luo Ming would stab out a sword in the void. 15 minutes later, Elder Luo Ming was battered and exhausted. There were several injuries on his body, and blood was constantly flowing out. His eyes were scarlet, and he was burning with anger. "I don't believe that you can hide in the void forever." Elder Luo Ming fell into madness, crazily attacking the surrounding void. It was almost impossible for a space-time cultivation system martial artist to be discovered after merging with space-time. Luo Ming fell into madness, revealing many flaws. Fang Chen seized the opportunity and used the heaven and earth burial sword art. A powerful attack emerged. The red glass sword pierced into Luo Ming's arm. Crack! Luo Ming, who was in a frenzy, punched the red glass sword with his broken arm. Suddenly, the red glass sword shattered. His body flew out and fell below the martial arts field. "Sanguinati, I'm going to kill you." Chapter 1552. There was a huge gap between life and death realm and creation realm. It was hard to make up for it with secret techniques. Luo Ming was a first-level life and death realm elder. Although he wasn't the strongest among the elders, he wasn't someone a creation realm martial artist could compare to. But now, he was defeated by an 8th-level creation realm martial artist. Luo Ming couldn't accept it. He crawled up from the ground and roared. His body flashed, and he jumped onto the stage. His aura exploded as he wanted to kill Fang Chen. "Are all the people of Luo clan like you?" Fang Chen sneered and said with disdain, "How could an elder of Luo clan, a life and death realm martial artist, be so petty?" Hearing his words, Luo Ming's face turned sinister. His killing intent surged as he said coldly, "I haven't admitted defeat. Let's continue the battle." Luo Ming felt that he was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by Sanguinati. He wanted to regain his face. "Since that's the case, I'll make sure you lose even more thoroughly." Fang Chen's body disappeared into thin air as soon as he finished his words. This move again. Elder Luo Ming was prepared for Fang Chen's attack. Seeing Fang Chen hiding in the void, Elder Luo Ming's face was full of mockery. After suffering a loss last time, Elder Luo Ming had learned his lesson this time. After Fang Chen disappeared, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he defended himself. He knew that Fang Chen would definitely launch a sneak attack on him. All he had to do was wait here, patiently. Moreover, he was confident that if he defended himself with all his might, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind Elder Luo Ming, ripples appeared. Then, Fang Chen appeared silently. The sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword light as it pierced towards Elder Luo Ming. Just in time. Elder Luo Ming sneered. He had been waiting for Sanguinati to appear. He had been waiting for this moment. Die. Elder Luo Ming used his trump card. Above the stage, a terrifying aura filled the air. Whoosh! The sword light was enveloped by the terrifying aura and dissipated. Elder Luo Ming's attack landed on Feng Chen's body. While Feng Chen's figure once again disappeared into the void. Sanguinati, I don't believe that you'll keep hiding in the void. Elder Luo Ming gradually gained control of the battle and laughed heartily. On the other side of the martial arts arena, the second elder frowned. Sanguinati's concealment technique was very strong. If he wanted to conceal himself, Elder Luo Ming would not be able to find him. In that case, the battle would never end. The second elder turned to the first elder and said, "First elder, as you can see, Sanguinati has been dodging the entire time. How is this a battle?" One had to know that it was Sanguinati who had challenged the elders of the Luo clan to meet the Saintess, and now he was constantly dodging, which caused many people of the Luo clan to be dissatisfied. Second elder, I'm sure you know how strong Sanguinati is. On the other hand, Elder Luo Ming clearly lost the battle, but he still refused to admit defeat shamelessly. The first elder said in a deep voice. Feng Chen heard the conversation between the first elder and second elder clearly. At this moment, Elder Luo Ming's arrogant voice could be heard. Humph! Feng Chen, who was in the void, snorted coldly. Immediately, a strong space-time aura emanated from his body. The true meaning of space-time, which was at the peak of rank 8, was activated to the extreme. Immediately after, he displayed the divine skill, Book of Space-Time. Buzz! Feng Chen's figure jumped continuously, which gave people a very shocking feeling. Elder Luo Ming widened his eyes. Although he saw Sanguinati close to him, he could not touch Sanguinati's clothes no matter how he attacked. Damn it! Elder Luo Ming roared in his heart as he attacked the surrounding void crazily. Dong! Feng Chen kicked Elder Luo Ming away forcefully. The latter did not even have the chance to fight back. Bang! Elder Luo Ming's body fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Elder Luo Ming was indignant as he roared into the sky. He had been kicked away by a rank 8 creation realm martial artist twice in a row. How could he face others? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The first elder frowned slightly and said unhappily. Although Elder Luo Ming was under the second elder's control, the first elder's words were still very authoritative. Now that the Luo clan leader was in seclusion, the first elder was in charge of all matters in the Luo clan. He was equivalent to the acting clan leader of the Luo clan and held a high position. Even the second elder only went against the first elder secretly. On the surface, he still had to give face to the first elder. The first elder's reprimand made Elder Luo Ming feel extremely ashamed. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. First elder, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Elder Luo Ming cupped his fists and quickly left the square. Elder Luo Ming's departure meant that Sanguinati, who was at rank 8 creation realm, had defeated 3 Luo clan elders consecutively. After passing the checkpoint, he could see the Saintess. First elder, did I pass? Feng Chen turned his head and looked at the first elder. The first elder smiled and nodded his head. Seeing this, Feng Chen's heart pounded. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, he could see his mother. When can I see the Saintess? Feng Chen asked. Lord Blood Island, the Saintess is in seclusion. If you have nothing else, you can wait at the sacred ground of the Luo clan. Once the Saintess comes out of seclusion, I'll bring you to see her immediately. The first elder was very polite to Feng Chen. This was because he had guessed something from Feng Chen's battle. Sanguinati could possibly possess an unparalleled true meaning. Such a martial artist had great potential and was worthy of being roped in by the Luo clan. All right, I'll have to trouble the first elder. Feng Chen nodded his head. You're welcome, Lord Blood Island. The first elder waved his hand and called Luo Qinghan and the rest over. You youngsters should interact with Lord Blood Island and improve your relationship. The first elder's intention was obvious. He wanted Luo Qinghan and the rest to befriend Sanguinati. "Don't worry, first elder. I'll take good care of Sanguinati." Luo Qinghan smiled. During the time he spent with Sanguinati in the ancestral land, Luo Qinghan felt that Sanguinati was a person who valued friendship and was worth befriending. "All right, you can all leave now," the first elder said. After a while, the crowd in the square dispersed. However, Sanguinati's actions caused a stir in the sacred ground of the Luo clan. All the youngsters regarded Sanguinati as their goal. "Brother Blood, this is your first time in the sacred ground of the Luo clan. I'll show you around," Luo Qinghan said. Fang Qin nodded his head. Luo Qinghan walked in front and led the way. Luo Feng walked lightly to Fang Chen's side with a smile on her face. "Sanguinati, I didn't expect you to be so strong." When Fang Chen heard this, he scratched his head awkwardly. When he first met Luo Feng in the ancestral land, he had chased after Luo Feng for a long time. "Brother Blood, you're too strong. I really admire you. Can you give me some pointers?" Luo Qin said with a smile. The sacred ground of the Luo clan was different from the sacred ground of the human race. There was only one style in the sacred ground of the human race, and that was cultivation. Usually, the entire sacred ground of the human race was dead silent. Not a single cultivator could be seen. They were all in closed-door cultivation. The cultivators in the sacred ground were all focused on cultivation. However, the sacred ground of the Luo clan was different. The cultivators here were more active, especially the younger generation. They often gathered together and exchanged pointers. Because the saint was in closed-door cultivation, Fang Qin temporarily stayed in the Luo clan. Almost every day, Luo Qinghan would come to find Fang Qin to exchange pointers. Such an opponent was hard to find, so Luo Qinghan naturally wouldn't let him go. Fang Qin liked Luo Qinghan's character, so he naturally wouldn't reject his request. Speaking of which, it was strange. Under Fang Chen's training, Luo Qinghan's strength had clearly improved. This discovery made Luo Qinghan very excited. "Brother Blood, you're really my benefactor. If only you were always in the Luo clan." Luo Qinghan stopped cultivating and chuckled. If he could always fight with an expert like Sanguinati, it wouldn't be long before he could touch the threshold of law. Perhaps he could even step into the life and death realm. Unfortunately, he knew that this was impossible. Shaking his head and collecting his thoughts, Luo Qinghan brought Fang Qin and continued to wander around the Luo clan's sacred ground. Such days continued for half a month. There was finally news from the first elder. "Blood Island Lord, the saint has come out of closed-door cultivation. Quickly come to Colored Glass Palace." Great Elder transmitted his voice to Fang Qin. After hearing this, the latter was ecstatic. "Brother Luo, I can't accompany you." With that, he activated the space-time true meaning and arrived in front of Colored Glass Palace at lightning speed. Colored Glass Palace was an important place in the Luo clan's sacred ground. Ordinary warriors weren't qualified to enter at all. This was where the saint lived. However, with Great Elder's advance notice, Fang Chen wasn't stopped. "Great Elder, how is it?" Seeing Great Elder waiting for him from afar, Fang Chen asked excitedly. "Sanguinati, the saint has just come out of closed-door cultivation. Wait here. I'll go in and ask the saint for her opinion." Great Elder said. Although he was the Great Elder, Colored Glass Palace was the saint's territory. He had no right to interfere. Colored Glass Palace. Great Elder. The saintess opened her eyes and spoke when she saw the first elder enter. The saint of the Luo clan had a peerless appearance. There was an aura of a superior being coming from his body. "Saint, while you were in closed-door cultivation, Green Bamboo Island Lord Sanguinati came to the Luo clan's sacred ground to meet you," Great Elder said. "He defeated 3 elders and passed the test. I'm here to ask for your opinion," Great Elder added. Hearing this, The Holy Maiden's fair face revealed a trace of surprise. Green Bamboo Island Lord hasn't entered the life and death realm yet, right? Not yet. He defeated 3 elders with his cultivation at the 8th level of the creation realm, said the Grand Elder. Oh, if that's the case, I'd like to meet him. The saint blinked and laughed. Defeating life and death realm warriors with creation realm cultivation base was definitely a genius. At least the younger generation of the Luo clan's sacred ground couldn't do it. Let him in, the saint said softly. Outside Colored Glass Palace, Fang Chun waited anxiously. He was nervous and apprehensive. At this moment, Great Elder came out. Blood Island Lord, the saint wants you in, Great Elder said. Hearing this, Fang Chin was extremely excited. Chapter 1553. Step by step, Fang Chun walked towards the lapis lazuli palace. He was extremely nervous. The more he cultivated, the more he merged with the soul of the original owner of this body. He had completely inherited the memories of the original owner. Deep in his heart, he still longed for his mother. Even though his parents on Earth were his real parents, they were still his biological parents. However, no one could understand this feeling. The path of martial arts was called cultivation, but it was better to say that it was cultivation of the heart. Cultivation of the heart was a very important process. Any warrior who wanted to reach the peak of martial arts must cultivate the heart to a certain level. And this step was the process of Fang Chen's heart cultivation. Dong! The golden heart beat with the ups and downs of Fang Chen's emotions. It seemed like a short path, but to Fang Chen it was extremely long. Every step he took felt like he was crossing a century. Fang Chen didn't know when he arrived at the entrance of the lapis lazuli palace. He stopped in his tracks and raised his head. His pitch-black eyes looked at the golden plaque above the main hall. There were 3 bold and powerful words on it: Lapis Lazuli Palace. In the depths of his mind, the deepest memories were awakened. He tried hard to suppress the nervousness in his heart. He took a deep breath and immediately took a step forward and entered the Lapis Lazuli Palace. The Lapis Lazuli Palace was the palace of the Luo clan's Holy Maiden. It was also an important place of the Luo clan. Unless one had the approval of the clan leader or the Holy Maiden, one could enter. The Lapis Lazuli Palace occupied a large area and was very spacious inside. After Fang Chen entered, he looked around and found that it was very simple, but it gave him a very familiar feeling. A familiar aura. The depths of Fang Chen's mind trembled. He didn't know why, but he felt that this aura was very familiar. At a glance, he saw a woman in green sitting quietly on one side of the palace. Fang Chen's arrival attracted the woman's attention. A smile appeared on the woman's fair face. She was about to speak when she paused. The smile on her face instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared straight at Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the woman in green. His golden heart beat rapidly. He couldn't suppress his emotions and poured out in an instant. He took heavy steps towards the green-clothed woman. The latter stood up, her delicate body trembling slightly. You. The green-clothed woman couldn't believe her eyes. Fang family, Fang Chen. Fang Chen finally mustered up his courage and spoke with a smile when he arrived in front of the green-clothed woman. The green-robed lady's body trembled as tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. It had been so long that even she had forgotten the time. She had thought that she would never see her son again in this lifetime. Who would have thought that his son was right in front of him? This isn't an illusion. The lady shook her head vigorously. She wanted to confirm that this was not an illusion. This was real. Seeing this, Fang Chen pulled his mother into his arms. The blood in their bodies throbbed, and when they embraced each other, their blood resonated. "Mother, I finally found you," Fang Chen said, his words full of bitterness and joy. When he was in the ancient sword continent, the Shangfeng country, he was in was just a small place. However, from then on, Fong Qin made up his mind to find his mother in this life. Every time he went to a new place, the first thing Fong Qin did was to inquire about his mother's whereabouts. It wasn't until he entered the purgatory and met Lingyu, a young disciple of the Ling clan, that he learned that his mother was most likely the Luo clan saintess. At that time, Fong Qin knew the gap between him and the Xin clan. Therefore, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and worked hard to improve his cultivation. And now he thought that he was qualified to step into the Luo clan's sacred land. I'm not dreaming, am I? Luo Liuli cried tears of joy. She hugged Fong Chen tightly, afraid that her son would disappear in front of her eyes. When she was forced to leave the Shangfeng country, her son had just been born. All these years, she had been thinking about her son in her heart. And now, she finally got her wish and saw her son. Mother. I'm so happy. Even in my dreams, I wondered when I would be able to see you again. Now, my wish has finally come true. Luo Liuli cried. The mother and son hugged each other and talked about all the things that had happened in the past few years. The feelings that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted. Fong Qin felt much better. This atmosphere lasted for 6 hours. Luo Liuli left Fong Chen's embrace. She pulled Fong Chen's hand and sat on a stool. You really surprised me. Luo Liuli smiled. It had been a long time since she smiled so happily. She was really happy now. I really didn't expect you to grow to this extent. Fong Qin chuckled and didn't say anything. My son is really promising. At such a young age, he became the strongest expert of the lower realm's younger generation. Moreover, he defeated a life and death sovereign emperor with a fortune scripture. Most importantly, he's the youngest island master in this era. Luo Liuli smiled with gratification. As a mother, she was naturally happy that her son was so promising. However, before this, Luo Liuli hadn't connected sanguinity with her son, Fong Qin. Not even in her dreams would she have thought that her son's strength would rise so quickly. Luo Liuli gently rubbed Fong Chen's head, an uncontrollable smile on her face. Son, it's been hard on you these past few years. Mother, it's not hard on me. It's hard on you. Fong Qin said. He knew that his mother had sacrificed a lot in the Luo clan. Becoming a holy maiden didn't give her much freedom. Where's your father? Luo Liuli suddenly asked. My father is on Green Bamboo Island. Mother, do you want to go see him? Fong Qin asked. Only now did he remember that his father was waiting for him on Green Bamboo Island. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Luo Liuli's expression changed. She shook her head and said, It's not convenient for me right now. I'll go when I have time. Fong Qin was a bit puzzled. Could it be that his mother didn't want to see his father? His father was an ordinary warrior. It was impossible for him to see his mother, even with his own face. He couldn't casually bring an outsider to the Luo clan. So the only solution was for his mother to go to Green Bamboo Island. Mother, could it be that there's something you can't tell me? Fong Qin asked. Luo Liuli shook her head, seemingly unwilling to say. It's nothing. Mother, your son isn't young anymore. I have the ability to solve your problems. If there's anything you can tell me. Fong Qin said, If your son can't solve it, I can go find someone to help. I'm sure I can help you. Seeing her son's resolute gaze, Luo Liuli sighed and said, It's not that I don't want to go. On the contrary, I really want to go. But as the Luo clan's holy maiden, unless I'm in the sacred land, I can move freely. My authority is even greater than the Grand Elders. But I can't leave the Luo clan's sacred land. This is the ancestral teachings. Hearing this, Fong Qin understood. The ancestral teachings couldn't be disobeyed, let alone the ancestral teachings of the 3 god clans. They couldn't be disobeyed. Even if his mother was the holy maiden, she wouldn't dare to openly disobey the ancestral teachings. It was infuriating. Luo Liuli didn't dare to disobey the ancestral teachings, mainly because of Fong Qin and his son. The Luo clan has a divine art that was left behind by our ancestors. Only the Holy Maiden and the clan leader can cultivate it, Luo Liuli said. This divine art is very difficult to cultivate. It requires an extremely rich bloodline of the Luo clan to cultivate it. The richer the bloodline, the easier it is to cultivate it. But the Luo clan has been established for countless years. From the glory of the Luo clan to the present, the bloodline power of each generation has become thinner and thinner. Now, the bloodline of the Luo clan's disciples is so thin that it makes people sigh. Luo Liuli continued, My bloodline is considered very rich in the Luo clan, but I haven't made much progress in cultivating this divine art. Fong Qin understood from Luo Liuli's words. CCC Pavilion before the Holy Maiden could cultivate the divine art. She couldn't leave the sacred land. The first reason was to protect her safety. The second reason was to allow the Holy Maiden to cultivate the divine art without any distractions. After all, the divine art was the foundation of the Luo clan. If it was cultivated, it would shake the lower realm. Has the clan leader cultivated it? Fong Qin asked. Luo Liuli shook her head. The clan leader went into seclusion to make the final push. Chapter 1554. Strictly speaking, Fong Qin was considered half a member of the Luo clan. Furthermore, the blood in his body also contained the bloodline of the Luo clan. Back in the human race's sacred land, the leader of the Luo clan had already discovered this. At that time, he had even invited Fong Qin to visit the Luo clan when he had the time. However, he was currently in seclusion. Hearing Fong Qin's words, Luo Liuli hesitated. After all, the ancestral teachings could not be disobeyed. However, the person in front of him was his son. She was caught in a struggle, fighting with her thoughts. However, a moment later, Luo Liuli made her decision. Qin, I can show you this divine technique, but you must remember not to spread it, Luo Liuli said. In reality, Luo Liuli only wanted to broaden Fong Qin's horizons. After all, every divine art had its own corresponding mental cultivation method. Without a mental cultivation technique, it was almost impossible to cultivate it. The heart mantra of the Luo clan's divine art was in the hands of the Luo clan leader. Luo Liuli waved her lily-white hand. Instantly, a powerful seal appeared around the colored glass palace. Primordial spirit exploration was prohibited to prevent others from peeping. After doing all this, Luo Liuli took out a yellowed book from her bosom. There were 4 large words written on it. Luo water, 3,000. The ancestor of the Luo clan was known as Luoshin. Back then, Luoshin was an existence comparable to the gods of the god realm. During the Luoshin period, the Luo clan suppressed the Yuan clan and the Spirit clan. Even the forefathers of the Yuan and Ling clans had to give way to Luoshin. At that time, Luoshin was extremely powerful. The divine technique he left behind, the 3,000 rivers of Luo, was powerful enough to shake the universe. However, ever since Luoshin, no one from the Luo clan had been able to cultivate this divine technique. The other 2 clans were developing rapidly, while the Luo clan was going downhill. After Luoshin entered the god realm, the strength of the Luo clan plummeted. They became the weakest of the 3 god clans. Until now, the Luo clan could barely make it into the top 3 god clans. They were completely beaten by the other 2 god clans. As for the Luo River, 3,000, it was even more buried. Stimulated by the human clan's holy master's breakthrough to the eternal ancient realm, the Luo clan leader went into seclusion to comprehend the 3,000 Luo River. This is the only divine art of our Luo clan, Luo Liuli said. Fong Qin took the yellowed book and slowly opened it. Fong Qin earnestly read the contents of the 3,000 Luo River. Luo River 3000 was a water-type divine art that was supplemented by the law of water. Its power was astonishing. If he could cultivate the Luo River 3,000, his law of water would reach the pinnacle. Divine arts were very profound, but for Fangchen, it was still easy to understand. After becoming a space-time cultivator, Fangchen's understanding of the space-time cultivation system had deepened. His cultivation of the space-time book was also improving steadily. The space-time book was a divine art left behind by the bone progenitor. Since he could even cultivate the book of time and space, it was only natural that he could understand the obscure and profound 3,000 Luo River. Seeing Fangchen frowning from time to time, Luo Liuli nodded lightly. This was within her expectations. After all, Fangchen was a fortune realm martial artist. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to have the comprehension of a life and death realm monarch. It was almost impossible for them to understand high-level divine arts. After a long time, Fangchen closed the book. Divine arts are obscure and profound. With your current realm, it's normal that you can't understand them. Once you step into the life and death realm, you'll understand. Luo Liuli comforted. She was afraid that her son would be affected by this. Fangchen was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood. His mother didn't know about him cultivating the space-time book, so it was normal for her to say this. Mother, although your son is slow-witted, I can still understand a bit. Fangchen modestly said, through my observations, I discovered that the 3,000 Luo River is a water-type divine art. When cultivating it, you need to supplement it with the law of water. After speaking, Fangchen paused for a moment. Right, it's exactly like that. A trace of astonishment appeared on Luo Liuli's fair face. Her son was actually able to understand divine arts. This is just a normal cultivation method. Mother, have you ever thought of using other methods? Fangchen asked. Luo Liuli shook her head. This divine art had been left behind by the Luoshan, and the method had been tested and refined countless times. This was the most shortcut and the only way to cultivate it. Mother, divine arts aren't as difficult as you think, Fangchen slowly said. He had just tried to memorize the 3,000 Luo Rivers chant and then transmitted it to the Golden Heart. He was shocked to find that after the Golden Heart filtered it, the chant had undergone a heaven-toppling change. After comparing it, he discovered that the Luo clan's 3,000 Luo River was actually an incomplete version. It was no wonder no one else, after the Luoshan, had been able to successfully cultivate it. Of course, Fangchen couldn't directly say this. The Luo clan's 3,000 Luo River was already deeply imprinted in their minds. It was impossible to change it in a short time. I've discovered that the 3,000 Luo River should be cultivated like this. Fangchen cleverly explained the incomplete version of the technique he had obtained from the Golden Heart to his mother. For an entire hour, Fangchen explained it to her. At the beginning, Luo Liuli didn't think much of it. However, towards the end, Fangchen's every word resonated with her. When Fangchen finished, Luo Liuli's face was filled with shock. Chin'er, this is all your own comprehension. Mother, I once saw a divine art by chance. So I have some comprehension of it, explained Fangchen with a chuckle. Fangchen spoke casually, but in Luo Liuli's eyes, she was incomparably shocked. Genius, he was simply a peerless genius. Just by looking at the 3,000 Luo River once, he was able to have such deep comprehension. Mother, try cultivating according to my instructions. Fangchen interrupted his mother and said directly. Luo Liuli just happened to have some comprehension, so she nodded and immediately began cultivating. Seeing the aura emitting from his mother's body, Fangchen grinned. In the outside world, the first elder and the others were all puzzled. Just what were Sanguinati and the Holy Maiden talking about? It had already been several hours. Why hadn't they come out yet? First Elder, we don't know what Sanguinati's intentions are. He hasn't come out for several hours. We should go in and take a look. If something happens to the Holy Maiden, "We won't be able to bear the responsibility," said the second elder. "With the holy maiden's strength, even if Sanguinati is plotting something, it's just throwing an egg at a rock," said the first elder. "Then tell me why there hasn't been any movement at all after so long," said the second elder. "Let's wait a bit longer." The first elder shook his head. Sanguinati had passed the checkpoint and defeated the three elders to obtain permission to enter the Lu-Li Palace. They couldn't interfere in this matter. Although they were puzzled, they still had to wait. In the plaza, the Luo clan's younger generation disciples were sparring with each other. Luo Feng'er and Luo Chen were sparring, while Luo Qinghan was giving them pointers. "Feng'er, use more strength when you attack." "Little Chin, why is your palm so soft? Did you not eat?" Luo Qinghan was the strongest among the Luo clan's younger generation, and his talent was outstanding. Usually he was the one giving pointers to Luo Feng'er and the others. Bang! Under Luo Qinghan's guidance, Luo Feng'er and Luo Chen improved greatly. After the two's fists collided, they both retreated. While retreating, Luo Qin pushed off with the tip of his foot and used the rebound force to continue attacking. However, at this moment, he felt his bloodline throb. "What's going on?" Luo Chen's body landed on the ground, and he stopped fighting. At the same time, Luo Feng'er, Luo Qinghan, and the others also felt their bloodline throb. "What a strong force! Is someone breaking through?" Luo Xia said in a low voice. "This suppressive force seems to be coming from the Lu-Li Palace," Luo Feng'er said with a frown. And Luo Chen was very anxious when he heard that. He stepped out and headed for the Lu-Li Palace. A terrifying aura spread around the Lu-Li Palace. The terrifying aura contained an extremely strong bloodline power. At the same time, all the clansmen in the Luo clan's sacred ground felt the suppression of their bloodline. The first elder and the second elder's expressions changed drastically. "What's going on?" "The saintess is breaking through, but she's still in danger." The suppression of their bloodline had not appeared for a long time. The entire Luo clan's sacred ground was in chaos. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Lu-Li Palace. Their faces were pale. The suppression of their bloodline was too strong. The lower the concentration of their bloodline, the stronger the suppression. The higher the concentration of their bloodline, the lower the suppression. Soon, a large number of clansmen gathered in front of the Lu-Li Palace. What's going on? Chapter 1555. Outside the colored glass palace, the Luo clansmen were waiting anxiously. They were worried about the saintess' safety, especially some of the higher-level elders. They were even prepared to rush in and take a look. Sanguinati was inside the colored glass palace. If something happened to the saintess, it would be terrible. However, everyone's impulsiveness was stopped by the great elder. With the saintess' strength, it was impossible for Sanguinati to plot against her. The only explanation was that the saintess was breaking through. The biggest taboo for life and death realm martial artists was to be disturbed. Once disturbed, they would go berserk or die. Considering the saintess' safety, the great elder held back. "I hope the saintess is breaking through." The great elder's black eyes stared at the colored glass palace as he muttered to himself. Inside the colored glass palace, Fang Qin sat on a stool, watching his mother cultivate with a happy smile on his face. Ever since he met his mother, Fang Qin felt that his Yuan spirit had been refined. With mother's comprehension, she should be able to understand. Fang Qin said inwardly. Although he said it very vaguely, his mother was able to become the saintess of the Luo clan. Her potential was unquestionable. Fang Chen believed that his mother would be able to reap some benefits this time. Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on his mother. Suddenly, his Yuan spirit trembled in his mind. Immediately, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise. Immediately, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Finding his mother had always been Fang Chen's obsession. This obsession had spurred Fang Chen to continue forward and cultivate diligently. And now, This obsession had finally disappeared. At this moment, Fong Chen felt that his Yuan spirit had been refined. In an instant, it was as if he had entered the soul sea. A vast soul Tao aura spread out. Fong Chen entered a state of enlightenment. When Fong Chen entered the state of enlightenment, Luo Liuli opened her beautiful eyes. Puchiluo Liuli spat out a mouthful of blood, her face somewhat pale. Luo Liuli raised her fair hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she was injured and spitting out blood, Luo Liuli was excited. Because Fong Chen's words had enlightened her, her comprehension of the Luo water 3,000 divine art had improved. In the short moment of enlightenment, Luo Liuli had already cultivated the Luo water 3,000 divine art to the entry level, as expected of the inheritance left behind by the Luo clan. It's really powerful. Luo Liuli couldn't help but sigh. She was very happy. Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Fong Chen. When he realized that his son was experiencing an epiphany, he was overjoyed. Chen, his potential is not below mine. Perhaps his future achievements will surpass Luotian's, Luo Liuli said to herself. About 2 hours later, Fong Chen's primordial spirit had finally completed its refinement. By the time he opened his eyes, his aura had risen significantly. With just a thought, the terrifying aura of the soul path began to spread out. Martial Grandmaster, Fong Chan mumbled to himself with a smile on his face. Martial Grandmaster Soul Cultivators and Martial Grandmaster Soul Cultivators only differed by one word, but the difference was huge. I really didn't expect my son to be a soul cultivator. With Luo Liuli's insight, she could tell at a glance that her son cultivated the soul Tao. Moreover, he was a genuine martial grandmaster soul cultivator. Soul cultivators were very rare in the lower realms. Soul cultivation was very difficult to cultivate. By relying on one's own efforts to become a martial grandmaster soul cultivator, one could look down on all the younger generation in the lower realms. Even some of the older generation soul cultivators would have to admit defeat. It was a coincidence. Fong Chen scratched his head and chuckled, but when he raised his head, he saw his mother's pale face. Then his expression changed, and he hurried to her side. "Mother, what's wrong?" he asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Luo Liuli shook her head. "You spat out blood. How can you be fine?" asked Fong Chen. "There were some problems with my cultivation." Luo Liuli saw how worried Fong Chen was and couldn't bear to lie to him. "Problems with your cultivation? Mother, what exactly is the problem?" "Tell me," said Fong Chen. What he had told his mother was almost all the chants filtered by the golden heart. Why had his mother spat out blood after cultivating it? Fong Chen even wondered if the divine art filtered by the golden heart was really the 3,000 Luo water divine art. Fong Chen helped Luo Liuli up and sat her down on a stool. She explained, "Through your explanation, my comprehension of the 3,000 Luo water divine art has deepened. In the moment of enlightenment just now, I successfully gained entry." Fong Chen was delighted to hear that. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate a divine art. For his mother to be able to gain entry in such a short time was enough to see how great her potential was. However, after gaining entry, I discovered that if I want to advance further, I need 2 kinds of medicinal catalysts. Luo Liuli said helplessly, "The 3,000 Luo water divine art seems gentle, but it's actually soft on the outside and hard on the inside. It's extremely fierce, and once it explodes, it's very destructive. Naturally, cultivating the 3,000 Luo water divine art requires some medicinal catalysts to neutralize the fierce energy within the divine art. It's precisely because I forcefully cultivated it that my organs became chaotic and I spat out blood. But it's no big deal. I'll be fine after a bit of rest." Luo Liuli was afraid that Fong Chen would be worried. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded his head. His tensed face relaxed. It seems I still underestimated the 3,000 Luo water divine art, Fong Qin said inwardly. Mother, what kind of medicinal catalysts do you need? The Luo clan can find the other medicinal catalysts, but 2 of them are very difficult to find even in the lower realms, said Luo Liuli. One of them is called the rootless grass, and the other is called the flame dragon whisker. Rootless grass and flame dragon whisker. This was the first time Fong Qin had heard of these 2 medicinal catalysts. Mother, don't worry. I'll definitely help you find them, said Fong Qin solemnly. Luo Liuli stretched out her hand and gently stroked Fong Qin's face. She said gently, As long as I can see you, I'm already very happy. How could I let you take the risk? Fong Qin stood up and was about to speak. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. Luo Liuli's mind moved, and she saw the scene outside. Let's go out and take a look. After saying that, the 2 of them walked out of the colored glass palace, one after the other. At this time, there were many Luo clan members standing in front of the colored glass palace. Standing in front were the first elder, second elder, and the others. Behind them were mostly ordinary clansmen. The aura has disappeared. Suddenly, someone shouted. Instantly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Creak! The doors to the colored glass palace opened, and Luo Liuli walked out in a green robe. In an instant, the entire hall was silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on Luo Liuli. Holy Maiden, are you all right? The first elder quickly walked over and asked. I'm fine, said Luo Liuli softly. At this time, the second elder suddenly spoke. Holy Maiden, there's a trace of blood at the corner of your mouth. What happened? Did that bastard sneak attack you? The second elder's words attracted the attention of many clansmen. Only now did they realize that the Holy Maiden's complexion wasn't too good. It was somewhat pale. Holy Maiden, what happened? If that bastard really did attack you, I'll personally tear him apart. Bastard? You dare sneak attack the Holy Maiden? I'll kill you. The second elder's words directly caused everyone to be angry at Sanguinati. Many clansmen were indignant and wanted to attack Sanguinati. Luo Liuli frowned. She wanted to speak, but Fong Qin beat her to it. Do you all have pig brains? If I sneak attacked the Holy Maiden, would I still be standing here? Sneered Fong Qin. Besides, even if I sneak attacked the Holy Maiden, would I be able to succeed with my strength? Do you think the Luo clan's Holy Maiden is weaker than a manifestation realm cultivator? Or are you all blind? Faced with Fong Qin's naked mockery, the second elder couldn't keep his cool. Brat, the Luo clan treats you fairly. Don't think we're easy to bully, said the second elder. Apologize immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind helping the human race's Holy Maiden teach a lesson to a brat like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apologize? What crime have I committed? Fong Qin wanted to laugh. The second elder had been targeting him ever since he challenged the 3 elders. He didn't understand why a dignified elder of the god race would target a weak cultivator like him. Now he actually wanted him to apologize. That's right. Sanguinati, you must apologize. You're insulting the Luo clan. Apologize. Chapter 1556. Sanguinati, I challenge you. Sanguinati, you have ill intentions towards the Holy Maiden. You deserve death. Sanguinati, you despicable person. It could be seen that the Holy Maiden's status in the Luo clan was very high. She had many supporters. Now, everyone had been led to attack Sanguinati by the second elder's words. Fong Qin coldly looked at these clowns. A bunch of pigs. Just because someone fanned the flames, you brainlessly attack others. If this wasn't the Luo clan, and if you weren't Luo clan's disciples, you'd already be dead by my sword. Fong Qin sneered, his face full of ridicule. Fong Qin's words infuriated them even more. Many of the clansmen were young and hot-blooded. How could they not be angry when Fong Qin said this? "Sanguinati, you bastard, I'll tear you to pieces." Someone roared and took a large step forward, arriving in front of Fong Qin and punching. Fong Qin stood there without moving. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the second elder's sinister smile. "Stop." At this critical moment, Luo Liuli spoke. Luo Liuli gently waved her hand. Immediately, it was as if there was some kind of energy holding back Fong Chen's clansmen. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from this energy's bindings. "Sanguinati didn't sneak attack me. The blood at the corner of my mouth is something I injured myself when I was cultivating," said Luo Liuli indifferently. "Furthermore, even if Sanguinati did attack me, do you think I would be attacked by him?" Luo Liuli's words caused those clansmen to sober up. They lowered their heads and listened to Luo Liuli's words. "Holy Maiden, did something happen to your cultivation?" asked the first elder worriedly. "I'm fine," said Luo Liuli. She couldn't say that she had vomited blood because she was cultivating a divine art. Seeing that the Holy Maiden didn't want to say more, the first elder didn't ask. "The saintess is fine. Everyone disperse." The great elder waved his hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. In the blink of an eye, all the clansmen had left. "Since the saintess is fine, this old man will return." The great elder cupped his hands and said. The second elder also chuckled and said, "This old man is also leaving." Luo Liuli looked at second elder's back and said unhappily, "Second elder, manage the younger generation well." There was a hint of displeasure in Luo Liuli's words. She was an astute person, so she could see through the trick at a glance. The second elder was deliberately targeting Fong Qin. The retreating second elder's body trembled for a moment before he quickly left. Fong Qin and Luo Liuli looked at each other. "I've made you suffer." Fong Qin was her son, but he was ridiculed and insulted by the Luo clan. She felt that Fong Qin had been greatly wronged. If she wasn't the saint, she would have already taught them a lesson. "It's fine." Fong Qin grinned. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the minds of the saintess and Fong Qin. "The two of you come to the Luo Divine Hall." Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's heart stirred. The owner of the voice was clearly the Luo clan's patriarch. From the looks of it, the Luo clan's patriarch had ended his reclusive training. It was unknown if he had broken through to the eternal realm. "Let's go." Luo Liuli led Fong Qin to the Luo Divine Hall. The Luo Divine Hall was the core hall of the Luo clan. It was equivalent to the sacred hall of the human race's sacred grounds. It had an extremely high status. The average person could not enter it. With Luo Liuli in front and Fong Qin behind, the mother and son entered the Luo Divine Hall. Inside the Luo Divine Hall there was a throne. The Luo clan's patriarch sat on the throne and looked down. "Greetings, patriarch." Luo Liuli bowed. Fong Qin, who was behind her, cupped his fists and said, "Patriarch." The Luo clan's patriarch glanced at Luo Liuli before asking, "Is there a problem with your cultivation?" "Patriarch, I gained some insights while cultivating the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River," Luo Liuli said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "You succeeded in cultivating it?" Luo Liuli nodded slightly and said, "I have gained basic mastery." "Really?" The Luo clan's patriarch was extremely excited. Although it was only basic mastery, it was enough to shock him. "Let me take a look." Luo Liuli nodded, and with a thought, rich laws of water surged out from her body. Upon seeing this, the Luo clan's patriarch laughed out loud. As expected of the most outstanding saintess of our Luo clan in the past tens of thousands of years, the Luo clan's patriarch was overjoyed. Only the patriarch and saintess of each generation were qualified to cultivate the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River divine technique. However, The reason why the divine technique was called divine technique was because of its unpredictable changes. The 3,000 rivers of the Luo River divine technique was not something that could be cultivated with strength. It required perception and a series of opportunities. After 10,000 years of meditation, the Luo clan's patriarch had yet to understand the mysteries of the 3,000 rivers of the Luo River divine technique. And now, the saintess had taken the lead and gained basic mastery. Upon sensing the completely different laws of water from the saintess, the Luo clan's patriarch was extremely happy. "Patriarch, have you broken through?" The Luo clan's patriarch was in seclusion and had come out now. It must be because he had broken through. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch stopped smiling and shook his head. He sighed and said, "At our level, it is not so easy to break through. By the way, why is Sanguinati with you?" The Luo clan's patriarch's gaze landed on Fong Qin. He had once sensed the rich bloodline of the Luo clan in Sanguinati and had invited Sanguinati to the Luo clan's sacred ground. But he had not had the time. Now he had come out of seclusion and discovered that Sanguinati was with the saintess. "Patriarch, I have something to report to you." The saintess hesitated for a moment and was prepared to say it in the end. "What is it?" "Sanguinati. His original name is Fong Qin, and he is my biological son," Luo Liuli said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch's face turned serious. "When did this happen?" The Luo clan's patriarch asked in a deep voice. "When I left the sacred ground," Luo Liuli said. Some things had to be said sooner or later. After a moment of silence, the Luo clan's patriarch raised his head and looked at Fong Chen with his dark eyes. "No wonder when I was in the sacred ground, I sensed the rich bloodline of the Luo clan in his body." The Luo clan's patriarch's expression softened as he said softly, "Patriarch, you can't blame my mother for this." Fong Chen thought that the Luo clan's patriarch would vent his anger on his mother and hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the Luo clan's patriarch laughed. "Don't worry. Liuli is the saintess of the Luo clan, and she has mastered the Luo water 3,000 divine technique. In the future, the Luo clan's rise will depend on Liuli. How can I vent my anger on her?" The Luo clan's patriarch's words made Fong Qin heave a sigh of relief. In fact, Luo Liuli knew that the reason why the patriarch was like this was because of the name Sanguinati. These 3 words represented the most monstrous genius of the younger generation in the lower domain. The 5 great leaders of the human race had once discussed that Sanguinati's potential was too heaven-defying, and he had a high chance of stepping into the eternal realm in the future. Such a monstrous genius with such great potential had a close relationship with the Luo clan. If he stepped into the eternal realm in the future, the Luo clan's strength would surpass the other 3 sacred grounds. The Luo clan's patriarch had his own plans. After thinking for a long time, he raised his head and said, "Liuli, as the saintess of the Luo clan, having an illegitimate child outside will affect the Luo clan. I hope I know." Luo Liuli interrupted the Luo clan's patriarch and nodded heavily. In fact, as a mother, she was also unwilling to reveal Fong Chen's identity. After all, this would cause a lot of trouble for Fong Chen. "It's good that you understand," the Luo clan's patriarch said. Then he looked at Fong Chen. "Sanguinati, you are Liuli's son and can be considered half a member of the Luo clan. Cultivate well and strive to become a great leader of the lower domain in the future." "I will." Fong Chen's attitude towards the Luo clan's patriarch changed greatly. He thought that the Luo clan's patriarch would vent his anger on his mother and make things difficult for him. But it turned out that he had thought too much. "Patriarch, actually I was able to cultivate the 3,000 Luo water spell because of Qin Luo Liuli said. She wanted to think of ways to increase Fong Chen's position in the patriarch's heart. Only then would the patriarch truly accept Fong Chen. 88 a what? Even the patriarch, who was as calm as a mountain, was moved. I showed the 3,000 Luo water spell to Chen-Er. Luo Liuli recounted what had happened. After listening, the Luo clan's patriarch's attitude was as Luo Liuli had predicted. He was very surprised and looked at Feng Chen with a burning gaze. Chapter 1557. The clan leader looked at Feng Chen with joy in his eyes. Just by reading the 3,000 Luo water divine technique once, he was able to point out some cultivation problems. Moreover, he helped the saintess learn it. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely cause an uproar in the lower realm. The Luo clan leader knew how difficult it was to cultivate the 3,000 Luo water divine technique. What is a genius? This is a true genius. The Luo clan leader thought to himself. Then he looked at Feng Chen. Sanguinati, no, I should call you Feng Chen. The Luo clan leader said, You are Liuli's son, so you are considered a member of the Luo clan. I wonder if you are willing to cultivate the 3,000 Luo water divine technique. The Luo clan leader could not care less. With Feng Chen's understanding of the 3,000 Luo water divine technique, it would be easier for him to cultivate it. Once he succeeded, the strength of the Luo clan would increase greatly. He was not worried that Feng Chen would take the 3,000 Luo water divine technique for himself because he had Luo Liuli. Clan leader, the 3,000 Luo water divine technique is profound and requires expertise. Right now, I am cultivating a divine technique, but I am afraid it will be difficult for me to specialize in it. Feng Chen declined tactfully. Hearing this, the Luo clan leader was even more shocked. A martial artist in the manifestation realm actually possessed a divine art. You have a divine technique. He really could not understand where Feng Chen's divine technique came from. Since he had already confessed to this point, Feng Chen went straight to the point. Clan leader, I received the bone progenitor's inheritance in the ancestral land's welcoming hall. There is a divine technique in it. Feng Chen said simply. Tung the Luo clan leader stood up from his throne. 2 rays of light shot out from his dark eyes as he looked at Feng Chen. The bone progenitor's inheritance. You actually received the inheritance of the bone clan. The Luo clan head's heart was in turmoil. He naturally knew what kind of person the bone progenitor was. Everyone on the universe's combat power ranking probably knew about him. All the strong people had the bone progenitor as their goal, hoping to reach the level of the bone progenitor one day. The bone progenitor was the strongest person in this era of the universe. He had created his own cultivation system, and it was unique in its own way, shocking the heavens. Now his inheritance was right in front of the Luo clan leader. I'm not dreaming. The Luo clan leader could not believe it. Not only the clan leader of the Luo clan, even Luo Liuli widened her eyes as she looked at her son. Her face was filled with a happy smile. His son had grown up and achieved so much. He was proud of him. Clan leader, the bone ancestor's inheritance is of great importance. So far, other than you and my mother, no one knows about it, Feng Chen reminded. To Luo's is Luo waters, Li Luo technique. Luo water to Luo water, Luo. All the resources of the Luo clan will be given to you. If you have any needs, feel free to tell your mother. As long as the Luo clan is able to do it, we will do our best to nurture you. The Luo clan leader said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision. That was to nurture Feng Chen with all his might. His intuition told him that this decision might change the entire Luo clan. A monstrous martial artist with heaven-defying talent who had inherited the bone progenitor's legacy. His future achievements were destined to be glorious. Coincidentally, this person was related to the Luo clan, so they had to seize this opportunity. Thank you, Patriarch. Luo Liuli thanked him on behalf of Feng Chen. The patriarch of the Luo clan waved his hand and said, Feng Chen is also considered a member of the Luo clan. All of this was obtained through his own efforts. "There's no need to thank me." The leader of the Luo clan seemed to see the future of the Luo clan rising again under the leadership of Luo Lioli and Fong Qin. Recreate the glory of the Luotian era. Fong Qin did not expect to get along so well with the patriarch of the Luo clan. Thinking about it, it was also because of his heaven-defying potential. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Luo clan would not have bothered with him. In a world where the strong were respected, everything depended on one's strength. During this period of time, if you have nothing to do, stay in the sacred grounds of the Luo clan. Guide your mother in cultivating the Luo water 3000 divine technique and raise your own cultivation level. The patriarch of the Luo clan said. He had a good chat with the patriarch of the Luo clan. Finally, Fong Qin and Luo Lioli returned to the colored glazed palace. The patriarch of the Luo clan was very happy, and his face was full of smiles. "I'm really looking forward to the rise of the mother and son," the patriarch of the Luo clan said to himself. At night, Fong Qin returned. He found the patriarch of the Luo clan. "Patriarch," Fong Qin greeted. In the study, the patriarch of the Luo clan did not even lift his head. He was focused on reading. "To be able to enter my study without me noticing, it must be because of the bone progenitor's legacy." Actually, the patriarch of the Luo clan was very shocked. The moment Fong Qin appeared, he even felt a sense of shock. However, when he thought of the bone progenitor's legacy, he felt relieved. "Patriarch is wise," Fong Qin flattered. "Speak. Why did you come to find me in the middle of the night?" the patriarch asked. Fong Qin had already prepared his words and said, "Patriarch, I would like to ask you about something." "Oh, what is it?" The patriarch of the Luo clan closed the book in his hand and looked at Fong Qin with interest. "Patriarch, do you know where the rootless grass and flame dragon beard are?" Fong Qin asked. The rootless grass and flame dragon beard were herbs that his mother needed for her cultivation. Fong Qin wanted to do something for his mother, so he came to ask in the middle of the night, "Why are you asking this?" The rootless grass and flame dragon beard were extremely rare in the entire universe. They were almost impossible to find. Moreover, they were exceptionally precious. Under normal circumstances, even life and death realm emperors might not be able to obtain them. To be honest, Mother has reached a bottleneck in her cultivation of the Luo River 3000 divine art. She needs these two heavenly treasures as herbs to improve. Fong Qin said. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Luo clan became interested. Rootless grass and flame dragon beard as herbs. "This is what Mother told me," Fong Qin said. The patriarch of the Luo clan nodded and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, "I know of a place with rootless grass. However, I don't know about flame dragon beard." There, no matter what, he would get whatever he could. The place where the rootless grass is located is a dangerous place. It was a territory before the foreign races lost the war. However, because of the foreign races' defeat, the territory was destroyed, causing rivers of blood to flow. The living beings there were in a terrible situation. The patriarch of the Luo clan said, "Some life and death realm emperors of the foreign races fled into this dangerous place to guard it. The human clan's Saint Lord sealed this forbidden land for the human clan's warriors to train themselves. However, not just any warrior has the qualifications to enter. There are many foreign races' life and death realm experts hidden inside. Therefore, weak warriors can't enter at all. So it was a place where the foreign races were imprisoned. There's rootless grass there?" Fong Qin asked. The patriarch of the Luo clan nodded. "A long time ago, I heard Black Blade Monarch say that he took out a rootless grass." The patriarch of the Luo clan said, "As for whether it exists now, I'm not sure. After the foreign races' defeat, most of the life and death realm emperors hid in this dangerous place. These foreign races couldn't do anything, so they were sealed and used as whetstones for human warriors. Every powerhouse had walked through life and death to reach where they were now. Cultivating peacefully meant that they couldn't reach the peak. Every martial artist who entered a danger zone would have this kind of awareness. However, up until now, there were only a few warriors who had entered. It was very dangerous inside, and human life and death realm warriors would enter from time to time. Fong Chen was tempted. If there was really rootless grass here, he wouldn't mind going in to take a look. It just so happened that his strength had reached a bottleneck, and he was invincible under the life and death realm. Even if he encountered a low-level life and death realm warrior, he could rely on the void cultivation system to escape unscathed. This was the best place to temper himself. "Patriarch, can I ask for your help?" Fong Chen asked. "You want to enter the dangerous place?" The patriarch of the Luo clan asked. Fong Chen nodded. "I want to help my mother. Even if there's a trace of hope, I won't give up." After pondering for a long time, the patriarch of the Luo clan said, "Fong Chen, you have to think this through. The seal is very strong. Even if you encounter danger, I won't be able to save you in time. If you die, you'll die for nothing. I've already made my decision. On the martial path, there's no such thing as peace and tranquility. Only by tempering oneself in battles of life and death can one improve quickly." Fong Chen said. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Luo clan nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I'll send you to Winged Dragon Dangerous Place tomorrow." "Many thanks, patriarch." Fong Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks. Chapter 1558. Pterosaur Danger Ground was one of the lower realm danger grounds. It was located at the edge of the Void Ocean and was as remote as Green Bamboo Island. However, Pterosaur Danger Ground was on the other side of Green Bamboo Island, and it spanned across the entire Void Ocean. Back when Qian Yuan ruler was still around, the alien race's main camp was here. After a huge battle, the human race's Saint Lord suppressed Blood Fiend Monarch and Qian Yuan ruler, forcing the two to use heaven-defying secret techniques and escape into the spatial turbulence outside of the void. Even now, no one knew if they were still alive. Of course, in the eyes of the human race, the two were already dead. After the two giants escaped, the remaining alien race and ocean demon race were nothing to worry about. The human race's Saint Lord acted and killed all the high-level life and death realm monarchs. The remaining life and death realm monarchs all hid in Pterosaur Danger Ground and were imprisoned. Fong Chen's goal this time was Pterosaur Danger Ground. Early the next morning, Fong Chen bid farewell to his mother and secretly found the Luo clan master. The latter personally brought him to Pterosaur Danger Ground. Not long after the Luo clan master left, a voice sounded in the second elder's mind. Soon after, his expression turned grave. Soon, he summoned a subordinate. "Are there any life and death realm monarchs in Pterosaur Danger Ground?" The second elder asked. "Second elder, Elder Luo Zhu entered Pterosaur Danger Ground not long ago and hasn't returned yet." The subordinate said softly, "Find a way to contact Elder Luo Zhu and let him spread the news of Sanguinati entering Pterosaur Danger Ground." The second elder said gloomily. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, then said, "Second elder, this is betraying the human race." The aura around the second elder's body rippled. He snorted and said coldly, "Who told you that I'm betraying the human race? I'm just finding some motivation for Sanguinati. Do as I say, otherwise you know the consequences." Hearing this, the subordinate nodded and quickly left. In the vast void ocean, ripples of light sparkled. A series of ripples appeared in the void. The Luo clan master and Fong Chen were rapidly advancing. Life and death realm monarchs were extremely fast, able to cross a distance of 10,000 li with a single thought. However, even so, it still took him several days to get close to the Pterosaur Danger Ground. The closer they got to the Pterosaur Danger Ground, the harsher the environment became. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was very thin. It was not even 1% of the sacred land of the human race. Fong Chen sighed. No wonder the non-humankind wanted to rebel against the humankind. If it were him, he would also do his best to resist. However, Feng Qin had no pity in his heart. He was a descendant of the human race. The war between the outsiders had disturbed the peace of the human race. In his heart, he still hated the outsiders. In a few breaths' time, the Luo clan head and Feng Qin arrived before an island. This island was extremely huge, even bigger than an archipelago. What a big island! Feng Qin sighed. This island is the pterosaur danger ground, the headquarters of the non-human kind. The Luo clan had explained, "Everything you see now is an illusion. There are powerful illusion seals around the pterosaur danger ground. Everything you see with your eyes is fake. You'll know once you enter. The environment of the pterosaur danger ground is extremely harsh. All the life and death realm experts of the non-human kind are here. Even some life and death realm experts of the ocean demon race reside here. If they discover that a human has entered, they will definitely hunt you down with all their might." The Luo clan had warned Feng Qin to be careful. "As for the rootless grass, you'll have to find it yourself." "I know." Feng Qin nodded. The Luo clan head waved his hand, and a small gap appeared in the sky above the pterosaur danger ground. "Go." Feng Qin's figure flashed and entered the pterosaur danger ground. The gap in the sky disappeared. At the same time, a piece of news that made the non-human kind go crazy spread out in the pterosaur danger ground. Green Bamboo Island Lord Sanguinati had entered the pterosaur danger ground. This piece of news spread like a virus. Green Bamboo Island Lord was very famous among the non-human kind. According to the legends, the reason why the human Saint Lord could break through to the eternal ancient realm was greatly related to Green Bamboo Island Lord. Many non-humankind life and death realm emperors viewed Sanguinati as their enemy. When they heard that Sanguinati had entered the pterosaur danger ground, they hated him to the bone. "Surround and kill Sanguinati with all our strength." The non-humankind life and death realm emperors issued the order simultaneously. In the huge pterosaur danger ground, life and death realm emperors were frantically searching for Sanguinati. Pterosaur danger ground. On a dilapidated plain, the plain was full of potholes and not a single weed could be seen. With a single glance, one could tell that it had been destroyed by war. Wisps of smoke drifted in the air above the plain. The entire sky was incomparably dark, isolated from the outside world. The spiritual qi in the world was extremely thin. This, Feng Qin was dumbfounded. How did the non-human kind survive in such a harsh environment? The cultivation environment here was only slightly better than the ancient Sword Continent. To life and death realm emperors, it was too trashy. How hard was it to raise one's strength in such an environment? Bang! Feng Qin's body fell from the sky and smashed into the plain. Immediately, a lot of soil splashed up. Feng Qin lightly patted his clothes, causing the soil to fall off. After tidying up his clothes, Feng Qin looked around. After coming to an unfamiliar place, the first thing to do was to check the surroundings and ensure his safety. There are many non-humankind life and death realm emperors in the pterosaur danger ground. I should conceal my aura, Feng Qin inwardly said. Soon after, he used the concealment technique that Realm Lord Fu Emo had taught him. Who? Before long, Feng Qin concealed his aura. Soon after, he walked on the plain. And there's someone ahead. Feng Qin saw a person cautiously looking in his direction. Voila! Using the space-time true intent, he instantly passed through the void and arrived in front of this person. Bang! This person wanted to flee, but it was too late. He was slapped to the ground by Feng Qin. Multi-hand race. This person was from the multi-hand race. When he saw Feng Qin, he was terrified. Who are you? Asked the multi-hand race expert. From now on, you'll answer whatever I ask you. Otherwise, I'll smash your head, said Feng Qin. The multi-hand race expert was terrified and quickly nodded. Do you know where the rootless grass is? Asked Fong Qin. The multi-hand race expert shook his head. I don't know. Next, Fong Qin asked a few more questions, but the multi-hand race expert didn't know anything. Finally, Fong Qin performed a soul search. His soul cultivation had reached the martial Grandmaster realm, and his Yuan spirit was very powerful. He could easily soul search a creation realm martial artist. The results of the soul search shocked Fong Qin. Who was it that leaked the news? Fong Qin's face completely darkened, and killing intent surged around him. His heart was burning with anger. He had obtained some information from the multi-hand race experts, Yuan spirit. What surprised him the most was that the foreign races in the Pterosaur danger ground knew that he had entered the Pterosaur danger ground. They were searching for him in a large area. Damn it! Fong Qin clenched his fists and cursed. Was it the Luo clan's master? Fong Qin quickly denied his thoughts. If the Luo clan's master wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. It was impossible for him to do such a shameful thing. Then, who else knew that he had entered the Pterosaur danger ground? He had been in the Luo clan's sacred ground, and only the Luo clan's master knew of his whereabouts. That's not right. Suddenly, Fong Qin had a flash of inspiration as he thought of the second elder. Could it be the second elder? Fong Qin's face was cold as he said in a deep voice. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the second elder was the most suspicious. But how did the second elder know of my whereabouts? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. Let's talk about this when we get out. I won't let off anyone who dares to stab me in the back. Fong Qin said coldly. Immediately after, he exerted force and crushed the multi-hand race expert's head. 88-8. Then he absorbed a trace of the multi-hand race expert's essence blood. Immediately, he emitted the aura of the multi-hand race. Fong Qin was confident that even if a life and death realm martial artist appeared, they wouldn't be able to discover him. I would like to see how you can find me. Fong Qin's eyes revealed a sinister smile. Since the foreign race experts wanted to play, he would play with them. Chapter 1559. Fong Qin couldn't help but be impressed. The concealment technique that Realm Lord Fu Mo gave him was too profound. Only now did Fong Qin realize that this concealment technique didn't seem like a secret technique from the lower realm. It seemed more like a technique from the God realm, concealing his aura and disguising himself as a multi-armed race member. Fong Qin strolled on the broken plain. From the multi-armed race's primordial spirit, the winged dragon Forbidden Land was divided into 5 regions, each under the control of 5 life and death realm experts. The broken plain that Fong Qin was in belonged to the 7 tigers. There were 7 tigers in this region. Of course, the 7 tigers were self-titled. The so-called 7 tigers were the 7 people with the strongest combat strength in this area. They were called the 7 tigers. The subordinate that he killed was the subordinate of Multi-Armed Tiger, one of the 7 tigers. What a joke! Fong Qin wanted to laugh. Their families were ruined and their race was about to be exterminated. Yet they still had the heart to give these titles. What was the point? Just as Fong Qin was thinking, a voice sounded. Duo Bei, did you find any clues? Hearing this voice, Fong Qin turned his head and saw a few multi-armed race members looking at him. He said calmly, I didn't find anything. Let's go. Sanguinati definitely isn't in this region. Let's look elsewhere. With that, the leader led the group and left. The group walked on the broken plain. Fong Qin found a chance to find out the whereabouts of the rootless grass. Brother Duo Jin, have you heard of the rootless grass? Fong Qin asked casually. Hearing this, the multi-armed race member called Duo Jin stopped and looked at Fong Qin with a frown. Why are you asking this? I'm just asking casually. Fong Qin smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Duo Jin's expression softened. Don't mention the rootless grass in the future. It'll bring you death, Duo Jin reminded. Brother Duo Jin, what's going on? Fong Qin asked curiously. Recently, news of the rootless grass has appeared in the pterosaur forbidden ground. The 5 leaders are fighting over the rootless grass, Duo Jin said in a low voice. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the rootless grass was really in the pterosaur danger zone. The 5 giants are fighting over the rootless grass. I wonder who'll get it in the end, Fong Chen muttered to himself. Who else could it be? It must be that terrifying existence from the 3 gods' holy land. Duo Jin pursed his lips. The 5 regions have a total of 5 experts with extraordinary strength. Although our 7 Tigers land has 7 powerhouses, the strongest is still the boss of the 7 Tigers. The leader of our multi-hand race can barely make it into the 7 Tigers, but he's ranked last. Even if the 7 from the 7 Tigers land join forces, I'm afraid they won't be a match for the 3 gods from the 3 gods land. Fong Chen was not familiar with the pterosaur forbidden ground. However, from Duo Jin's tone, it seemed that the 3 experts from the 3 holy lands were very powerful. In my opinion, our 4 great regions should join hands and destroy the 3 divine lands first, another person said. That's right. Why should the sea demon race occupy the 3 divine lands and steal the majority of the resources? I wonder what the leaders of the 10,000 races are thinking. They actually let the sea demon race in. The multi-hand race was very dissatisfied with the sea demon race. So, the 3 gods' land is the territory of the sea demon race. Fong Qin secretly remembered this information. Let's go. Our mission is to find the Sanguinati. We have no fate with a supreme treasure like the rootless grass. Duo Jin waved his hand and said no more. Fong Chen walked at the back of the group, his mind constantly thinking about the rootless grass. After an unknown amount of time, Duo Jin suddenly roared. There are humans approaching. Be careful. Just as Duo Jin's voice faded, a human expert appeared in the void. Fong Chen secretly observed. It was a first-layer life and death realm human expert, an Yuan race expert. Fong Chen recognized the clothes the Yuan race expert was wearing. All of you ants deserve to die. The Yuan race expert unleashed a thunderous attack and launched an all-out attack. Ah! Miserable cries came from the multi-hand race experts. In an instant, several multi-hand race experts died one after another. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the Yuan race expert frowned. Where did the other one go? The Yuan race expert spread out his consciousness, wanting to find Fong Chen. However, he didn't find anything. Strange. The Yuan race expert leaped and left this place. After a long time, Fong Chen's figure appeared in the void. I have to hurry to the 3 gods' land. Fong Chen made up his mind and immediately rushed with all his might. The 7 Tigers' land was a bit far from the 3 gods' land. Several days later, Fong Chen arrived at the edge of the 7 Tigers' land. The 3 gods' land was right in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, Fong Chen felt a wisp of light rush out of the soil and flash past him. What's that? Fong Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand and grabbed the light. When Fong Chen saw the light in his hand, he was extremely excited. Rootless grass leaf. A large amount of information about the rootless grass appeared in Fong Chen's mind. This information completely matched the leaf in his hand. The aura it emitted was also the same as the description. It's so easy to get. Fong Chen laughed foolishly. Although it was just a leaf of the rootless grass, as long as he had a leaf, he could find a complete rootless grass. Fong Chen's luck was too heaven-defying to be able to obtain a leaf of the rootless grass as soon as he entered the winged dragon land. Kid, hand it over. Just as Fong Chun was feeling happy, an angry roar sounded. Fong Chin turned his head and saw a black-clothed alien race appear in the void. "Who are you?" Fong Chin asked. "Seeing that you're the descendant of King Duo, I'll let bygones be bygones. Hand over the leaf in your hand obediently. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces." Hearing this, Fong Chin understood a little. In the memories of the multi-hand race, King Duo was one of the 7 tigers of the 7 tigers land. He was also the leader of the multi-hand race. Yet he dared to call King Duo by his name in such a tone. This person should be one of the 7 tigers, but he didn't know which one. "I obtained it. Why should I give it to you?" It wasn't easy to obtain the rootless grass leaf. So how could Fong Chin give it to someone else? "You dare to provoke me? You can die now." The black-clothed alien race waved his hand, and a terrifying aura spread out. Fong Chin felt a little suffocated. Wall of the space-time cultivation system activated, and the space-time book was activated, directly fusing with space-time. The black-clothed alien race's hand missed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "It's gone." The black-clothed alien race was shocked. A trash in the creation realm was actually able to avoid his detection. He must not have gone far. The black-clothed alien race's figure flashed and disappeared on the ground. A moment later, Fong Chun appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the rootless grass leaf in his hand. It is indeed the 3 gods' land. The rootless grass leaf vaguely points to the 3 gods' land. It seems that the rootless grass should be born in the 3 gods' land. Fong Chin muttered, "Kid, do you think you can escape from me?" The black-clothed alien race returned and stared coldly at Fong Chin. His aura burst out, and he locked onto Fong Chin. "Hand it over." The black-clothed alien race took a step forward and closed in on Fong Chin. "How dare you play with me, the Black Chilin King? You are courting death." Under the temptation of the rootless grass leaf, it didn't matter if he was the descendant of King Duo. The black-clothed alien race attacked. "So it's the Black Chilin King, ranked 5th of the 7 tigers." Fong Chin understood the identity of this person. The Black Chilin race was quite unique. They had extremely strong defense, and after transforming, their entire body was covered in scales. The Black Chilin King punched at Fong Chin, who used the space-time book to fuse with space-time. "I don't believe that you can hide in the void forever." The Black Chilin King crazily attacked the void. Fong Chin smiled bitterly. His attack power was not strong enough, so he could only dodge. Whoosh, 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 his body flickered in and out of existence as he dodged and escaped. "You can't escape from me," the Black Chilin King roared. However, just as Fong Chin was escaping, a powerful aura appeared in front of him. Not good. Just as Fong Chin was about to turn around, a voice sounded in his mind. "Come behind me, King Duo." Fong Chin was stunned, and then he was secretly delighted. King Duo must have treated him as one of his race. Since he wanted to protect him, he would let the alien race fight each other. With that thought, Fong Chin traveled through space-time and appeared behind King Duo.